I watched as his hand began to slide up her skirt. He had this perfect-looking, beautiful young lady with dark curly hair pushed up against the wall. Her moans barely escaped as the man thrust his tongue in her mouth to muffle the sounds. It was the future Alpha Denny and his model girlfriend, Andrea. And what was I doing? I was stuck. I had diminished my aura at training while practicing my skill. Then I went to use the bathroom. I was just pulling my pants up when they barged in and started making out against the wall. I wanted to escape. I didn't want to watch this, but I had been quiet for too long, hoping they would leave. Instead, it only got more intense. Now, if I said anything, I would look like a pervert, but if I just waited for them to finish, I felt like one too. I felt my stomach turn. I quickly covered my mouth as I felt the gag reflexes kicking in. Oh, my Alpha, yes! Maybe I can hold my breath and make myself pass out. I just want to die right now. Geez, just finish the deed already. Andrea's loud squeals were echoing off the walls as he grunted loudly in response. Finally, only the loud sounds of them huffing and puffing were heard. So, when are you going to announce it? Andrea said as she began fixing her clothes and hair. I turn 20 tomorrow. I will announce it right after the Alpha ceremony. No one will be able to object then because I will be the Alpha. Okay, perfect. We better get back to the training grounds before your father notices you are missing. I'll head out first. Andrea reached up and kissed his lips before she walked out of the restroom. Okay, I was almost out of the woods. I just needed the damn future Alpha to leave. Did you enjoy the show? Fuck. Maybe he is just guessing. Clover, I know you are in there. Shit, this is so humiliating. Now I only have one card I can play, and that is, yep, period cramps. You certainly picked a horrible place for that shit. Can't a lady be miserable in peace? I called out meekly from the bathroom stall. And if you knew I was in here, what the heck? I suddenly felt angry knowing he continued anyway. You know my dad doesn't allow Andrea and I to be together. I have to sneak it in when I can. Denny walked over to the stall door and tapped on it. You coming out? I'm still deciding if I am going to puke or not. I leaned against the cold stall door and steadied my breathing. You are supposed to lead the squad today, or is my Delta slacking on the job? He moved around as he tried to peek through the stall cra. Yes, I was his Delta. I trained hard all the time and worked my way through the ranks. For a female to receive a rank other than Luna was a big deal. Unheard of, actually. But Denny picked me. More like he insisted on me. Despite the awkward scene I just witnessed, we actually had a good relationship. I would even go as far as to say we had a sibling relationship. He looked out for me. So did the Beta, Joey, and the Gamma, Jude. The four of us were close. They were the only ones I had. I didn't know my family. I was found sometime after the Dark War. The reason for the great alliance of the Werewolf packs. I guess my parents were killed or in danger. I don't know. All I was told was the pack took me in as an orphan baby the patrol found. And I have been the reject of the Sulfur Pack ever since. You could almost say I worked my way through the ranks out of necessity. Things got better for me once I became the Delta, though. Better as in, I was tolerated but still not liked. Clover. He tapped on the door again, and with a sigh, I opened it. I watched as an arrogant grin spread over his lips. Just think of it as a lesson, so you know what to do in the future. Oh, get over yourself, Denny. I'm not a virgin. I know exactly how it is done. I wasn't expecting the darkness to cover his eyes immediately. His hand reached out, snatching mine as a low growl came from him. Who? Was he serious? I looked at him in confusion and tugged on my arm, to which he responded by tightening his grip further. Was it? Before you became a Delta? Were you? I watched as hurt and pain reflected in his eyes. I finally understood. He was worried because of how his pack used to treat me before. But he didn't need to worry. Yes, it was before, but, it was with someone from another pack. It happened at a pack party. I call it a one-night stand gone right. It was perfect, though I know nothing of this person, just that his name is Conrad. I looked up as Denny let go of me, sighing with relief. He ran his hand through his hair and nodded slightly. Just as long as... Anyways, I think this sort of talk exceeds my comfort zone. That he cleared his throat as I let out a dry laugh. Well, it is better than the X-rated show I had to just witness. I raised my eyes up at him in a challenge. Tomorrow I will be given the reins, and the alpha power will shift to me. Once my father steps down, I won't have to hide anymore. You really love her, don't you? I smiled at him as he nodded his head. It was obvious Denny was smitten with her. And why wouldn't he be? She was beautiful, sweet, and kind to everyone. She was even nice to me. Though I knew she was a bit jealous of me living in the pack house, which I guess was natural. I didn't have anything against her, to be honest. We just didn't really have a relationship. Even though they had been together for years, they were now trying to keep their relationship a secret from Denny's dad. His mother was killed during the Dark War, so he was raised by his father. My dad wants me to find my mate, though. He said the bond between fated mates is something an alpha must have. He doesn't understand what I feel when I am with her, but once I am alpha, it won't matter because I can claim whoever I want as my mate. I was proud of Denny. He wasn't bending to the will of his father and was paving his own way. He wanted to be an original leader and not the shadow of his father. His father wasn't a bad leader. He was strong, wise, and just. And it was on his order that I was taken in, so I never had ill feelings towards him. He could be rough on Denny, though, but I think it was to prepare him for the alpha position. It is a tough role, and you need to have a level of resilience for the position. There would be a time when tough decisions would have to be made, and he wanted Denny ready for that. Well, isn't this sweet? The Delta and the Alpha in the ladies' restroom, Joey said, walking in with a smirk. Alpha Scott is looking for his son to lead the patrol out, so you may wanna. Joey didn't even get to finish his sentence as Denny flew past him. He turned and looked at me and wiggled his brows playfully. Is this a thing? Shut up, Joey. I giggled as I walked up to his side. We were both staring at the door where Denny had disappeared. Joey was a lot taller than I am. He is about 6'2" with brown wavy hair and excellent shoulders and biceps. Hey, I can appreciate a work of art, and he was one. Of course, then you have me. I had brown straight hair and was about 5'6". I had bright blue eyes and a toned, thin body. I wasn't exactly unattractive. Had I been born here in the pack, I am certain I would have had many dates. But no one wanted to date the mutt of unknown origins. Do you think Alpha Scott will just accept his decision after he becomes the Alpha? It isn't our battle, Clover. This is between them. And no matter what, we will be there for Denny. They are family. They will work it out. I hope so, Joey. I hope so. I was worried about what was to come. Tomorrow was supposed to be a day of celebration. Not only was it Denny's birthday, but he was getting the official Alpha title. But I couldn't shake the feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was like foreshadowing something big, and I felt uneasy. Later that evening, we were all at the pack house. I moved into the pack house after I was picked as a Delta, and let me tell you how much better I have it now at the pack house. I am eating 3 full-course meals, and someone else does my laundry. I also don't have to clean anymore. I used to work as a maid here in order to get by, and I also worked in the kitchen. Basically, I took as many jobs as I could, and I still struggled. I walked out of my room to grab a snack before bed. This was another novelty I picked up after living here. As I crept into the kitchen, Denny came in from the back kitchen door. He looked startled at first, but immediately relaxed, seeing me. Geez, again? I rolled my eyes as I grabbed some juice and chips. He only shrugged and gave me a cheesy grin. You are eating again, too. I just have another appetite that needs to be filled. Too much information. Gross, especially after today. I already had the vision fresh in my head, so it popped in there all too easily. On second thought, I don't think I am hungry anymore. I sat the chips back on the counter with a small frown. Everything will be better after tomorrow. His voice sounded a bit uncertain, though, and I could tell he was worried about it. Everything will be better, and you will have access to bedrooms with closed doors and locks, which means I won't have to burn my eyes with some sort of chemical in the future. I tried to lighten the mood, and I could see by his smile it worked. Now where are you going to get your substance for self-loving? He said with a smirk. I guess I'm going to have to find a mate out there somewhere, but no one from this pack. I don't think anyone here even likes me. I chuckled but stopped seeing his serious expression. If anyone is still bothering you, no, no one is. But that doesn't mean I am their favorite person. And obviously my mate isn't here. I don't know my official birthday, but I have to be at least 20 now too, right? I shrugged slightly. Not that my mate would want me if he was here. Who wants a wolf of unknown origins? He was looking at me with sympathetic eyes. I didn't want him to look at me like that. I wasn't having a pity party. That isn't what this was about. Not that I am interested in anyone here anyways. It is what it is. It's fine. So don't look at me like that. I'm sorry for how you have been treated. We were blind to it for so long. I won't tolerate it at all. I will be the Alpha after tomorrow, and if I ever hear of anyone mistreating you, heaven help them. You aren't just one of my officers. You are like a sister to me, and no one mistreats my family. I smiled at him appreciatively. I think of you as an annoying brother too. Oh, annoying? Should you be saying that to your Alpha? No, but I can with my brother. There was a nice, comfortable atmosphere between us, one that I hoped we would always have. I have always wanted to feel accepted, and growing up not having a family, I had a strong desire for one. I often begged to be accepted. I wanted to feel loved so badly. Finally, I had it. The future Alpha, Beta, and Gamma were my family. I am sure that once Denny takes Andrea as his Luna, she will feel better too. She was a bit anxious with me so close to Denny. She fought with Denny when he chose me as his Delta. Surprisingly, Denny stuck up for me fiercely. She was the one to back down and since then has tried to at least acknowledge me to some degree. It wasn't her fault. The whole pack treated me like I was the plague, but she loved Denny enough that she was trying to work on a relationship with me. And if she was going to be the Luna, it would be nice to have a friendship with her. Get some sleep, Clover. Tomorrow is my special day. You better have gotten me an awesome gift. I want something heartfelt. Actually, I want you to make me chocolate chip pancakes tomorrow. That's an order from the birthday boy. I chuckled and shook my head. He could be exasperating at times. Fine, I'll make breakfast tomorrow. But I also got you something little for your birthday. What is it? You have to wait until tomorrow. I grinned as we walked up the stairs together. We all stayed on the same floor. Joey and Jude stayed on this floor too. It was also expected that we would raise our families here as well. The Alpha needed to have quick access to his officers, so naturally we all lived in the pack house. Good night, Clover. Denny patted my head and walked past me, leaving me at my door. I went inside and crawled into my luscious, soft bed. Yes, life here was good. Little did I know that after today, everything in my life would slowly begin to change. I woke up early and got ready for the big day. I landed myself in the kitchen where I took over a section to whip up a batch of chocolate chip pancakes. I stacked them up high and then topped them up with whipped cream sprinkled with mini chocolate chips. It was a masterpiece, if I do say so myself. I picked up the heavy plate and made my way into the dining room. They smelled amazing, so amazing. I furrowed my eyebrows as I breathed in their scent. A strong chocolate pine scent was hitting me hard. It was intoxicating. Damn, I really outdid myself with these pancakes. They were driving me crazy. I sat the plate down on the table, staring at the plate. No one else was in the room yet. It was early. I was trying to contemplate where the pine smell was coming from. It didn't make sense to come from the pancakes. Suddenly, a frantic sound of footsteps was heard, and then the doors whipped open. Denny was looking around in a frenzy, and then our eyes met. Mate! My wolf Sheena cried out in excitement. She was bouncing around in my head and almost prancing in delight. Oh, my gods! I gasped and flung my hand up over my mouth. Denny was my mate. I watched his eyes flickering between green and black as he fought with his wolf. His shoulders were heaving up and down as his eyes remained fixated on me. Now what? He plans to take Andrea as his Luna. Not to mention his mate is me. What a disappointment that must be for him. I'm nobody. An orphan with no lineage. I'm practically considered the trash of the pack, and that was who he was mated with. It couldn't work. I already knew it. Even if we both wanted it, the pack would never accept me as their Luna. They barely tolerated me as their Delta. He really couldn't claim me because he would lose half of his pack over it. I shook my head slightly as I felt the evil water building up in my eyes. I couldn't stand here any longer. I needed some air. I felt so horrible that on his special day it was being ruined with him finding me as his mate. I'm sorry. I whimpered out and tore backwards and out the sliding door. Clover, wait. I hear him call out but didn't stop running. I felt the disgusting weak liquid trickle down my face as I ran through the brush. I kept running deeper into the forest, letting the cool morning wind hit my face. How could fate have been so cruel to both of us? I hurt for him, and I hurt for me. I dreamed of finding my fated mate, someone who would be there to love me unconditionally. And this is how I was played. Damn this life. It hates me. Not only did my parents hate me by abandoning me in the middle of nowhere, but life hated me by kicking me in the face with this shit. When I reached the lake, deep in the woods, I stopped running. I made my way over towards a fallen log and sat down, catching my breath. I smelled him before I heard his footsteps. I knew this part needed to happen, and that's why I chose this remote location. We would need to reject one another and feel the pain. I heard the pain was immeasurable. Well, I guess I would find out soon. He came over and sat beside me. His shoulder lightly brushed mine, and a warm, tingling sensation washed over me. Wow, the mate pull was really something. It felt like his scent was wrapping me in an embrace that I desperately wanted. Clover. I turned and looked at him, giving him a weak smile. What a way to start off your special day. I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because it's me, I yelled out, exasperated. Out of everyone, it ended up being me. I'm so sorry. What the hell is wrong with this fated mate crap? What's wrong with you? I snapped my head over at him and clenched my jaw. Everything, Denny. Clover, there is nothing wrong with you. You are amazing, and I don't want to hurt you. If it wasn't for Andrea. I smiled and shook my head. He was being sweet, but even without Andrea, it wouldn't have worked. The pack would have never accepted me as their Luna. You and I both know this. They would have been divided. We both know what must happen. It is for the best. He wrapped his arm around me, pulling my body closer to his, and I let him. I needed to feel the sparks and comfort of the mate pull right now. We both did. There really isn't anything wrong with you. You were supposed to be a gift to me, not a punishment. I am certain of it. I nodded my head into his chest, unable to speak. My wolf was howling in pain, knowing what was about to happen. I, Clover Basket. This is the last name they gave me since I was found in a basket. Delta of the Sulfur Pack, reject you, Alpha Dennis Heart, as my mate. I squeezed my fingers into his shirt as my chest was torn apart. A small whimper escaped from my mouth as he continued to hold me and rub my arm. I, Dennis Heart, Alpha of the Sulfur Pack, accepts your rejection and also rejects you, Delta Clover Basket, as my mate and future Luna. We both just stayed there holding each other. The pain was like nothing I had ever experienced before. It felt like a piece of my heart was torn away at that moment, as if I had lost something incredibly precious that I could never get back, and it hurt. It was hard to breathe. I felt something wet hit my cheek, and I realized he was crying too. Neither one of us wanted to hurt the other, but there was no other way. He had Andrea and the pack. I was just some mistake they rescued in the woods. I should have been left out there to die. It would have been less cruel than this moment right here. This was a private moment between the two of us, where we both mutually agreed and rejected one another. There were no ill feelings. There was no hate. It was two people realizing that their lives together just didn't work. I knew how he felt about Andrea, and I wouldn't come between that. But above that, I knew how much he loved his pack. That was the one that tipped the scale. I knew I couldn't be a Luna to his pack. And with this rejection went my chance at happiness. I would never have a fated mate. I had depended on having one, and this was a bitter pill to swallow. Finding your fated mate was already hard. Finding a second chance mate was rare. The Alpha King was one of the few that was known to get a second chance mate. But that wasn't the norm. I felt his lips brush over my head as his body trembled slightly. I'm sorry, Clover. You should be sorry. You let my chocolate chip pancakes get cold. I sniffled, trying to cheer him up. So what if my soul was crushed and I would never have a real family? This was still his birthday, damn it, and he was taking over as the Alpha. I needed to put my brave face on, and later tonight I can drown my sorrows in the privacy of my lonely room. Clover. I pulled away from him and gave him a forced smile. I wanted him to think I was okay. I wasn't, but I wanted him to think it. No one has to know. Nothing changes. It was weird how I still felt drawn to him, and I could see there was longing in his eyes too. I guess the severed connection couldn't destroy completely what was supposed to be together. I'll always take care of you. I smiled at him as a bit of me died on the inside. Denny, no girl wants to hear something like that. It's like two people breaking up and saying we will always be friends. Denny, you don't have to take care of me. I can take care of myself. We shouldn't feel like we owe each other anything. Let's just keep things between us the same. Thank you, Clover. I wiped my face and patted my cheeks before standing up. Let's go see if those pancakes are still any good. And even if they aren't good, you better choke them down. I got up extra early just to make them for you. He smiled, a real smile. He stood up and patted me on the head. This was how it had to be. It was hard since it just happened, but it would get easier with time. And everything would go back to normal between us. I bumped into his side with my shoulder as we walked back through the woods. Should we say something about this? I shook my head. No, I think it is best that no one knows. This way there are no weird feelings about everything. And if Andrea knew, she would probably feel awkward with me being in the pack house. I watched that click with Denny immediately. The truth of it is that I don't want anyone to look at me with those sympathetic eyes. They would all whisper behind my back and talk about the orphan trash that was rejected by the Alpha. No, it was better it stayed between the two of us. We walked back to the pack house slowly. We were trying to talk to each other to make everything feel normal again. It wasn't. I could still feel the sting of rejection in my chest. Unlike Denny, I didn't have anyone else waiting for me. And now my only hope of ever having someone just disappeared. I lost a lot today. I knew I was hurting deeply over that fact, but I was trying not to show it. My dream of having a family, how could I have that now? No one in my own pack wanted me, and without the mate pull, what man wanted to be the female Delta's mate? Most males needed to be of a higher rank than their females because their egos couldn't handle it. And then there was the problem of how I would even meet someone. I am an officer of the Sulfur Pack. There isn't a lot of free time to be had. Maybe I could meet someone at a party or pack banquet. Yet I know it would be nothing more than a fling, just like the one-night stand I had before with a guy named Conrad. It would never end up something serious, though. No man would leave their pack to come to mine. It was a tradition for females to leave their pack to go to their new mate's pack. This was only tradition because the male was usually higher in rank. So I would have to find a gamma, beta, or another alpha who would want me. And since second chance mates probably didn't exist, they would be giving up their chance of finding their fated mate. See what I mean? I lost my chance at having my own family. We walked into the dining room and saw Joey and Jude scarfing the last scraps of pancakes. "Where were you two at?" Joey said with a mouthful of food. "Are those my pancakes you are eating?" Denny growled lowly as he narrowed his eyes on the two men. We didn't know whose they were. We just saw a stack of pancakes on the table and divided them up. Jude shrugged as he looked up. They would have been cold and mushy by now anyways. I could feel Denny getting angry. It was odd of him to get this upset over something like this. But yet again, we both had been through a lot this morning, and it was only morning. I can make you some more. Besides, they will be much better fresh. I smiled at him and took a step in the direction of the kitchen when I felt his hand land on my waist, gripping into me. I looked at him, surprised, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see Joey and Jude were also taken back by this. "I don't want you to have to make them again. You shouldn't be cooking in the kitchen." What was this ridiculousness he was spouting out? I giggled and turned around to face him. "It's not like you are commanding me to make them. I'm not a slave here. I am doing this only because it is your birthday, so don't be expecting anything like this again." The look in his eyes was making me nervous. Why was he looking at me with those possessive eyes? We rejected each other. It was time to act normal again, and yet I felt like I was being burned under his gaze. "Happy birthday!" Andrea's voice chimed out as she walked into the dining room with her entourage. Most of the other girls didn't bother me. I mean, they just ignored me like everyone else. The only one I despised was Taylor. I am not going to mince words. She is a bit H. When I became the Delta, she calmed down significantly. But now she was dating Jude with her fake nails and posh outfits. It was like evil Barbie came to life. And every once in a while, her inner evil demon would come out. Of course, she would joke it off in her DMMN passive-aggressive tendencies. But I knew better. How I would love to spar with her one-on-one. I looked at Denny, who seemed a bit startled. He also seemed uncertain of what he should be doing. His eyes flickered back on me before he made his way over to Andrea. "What are you doing here?" "I figured it would be okay if a group of your friends stopped over to wish you happy birthday." It was the only way Andrea was welcome over at the house if she came with others. Alpha Scott didn't want her coming alone because he knew of her affections for Denny. But if she came with a group, what could he say? So now I could sneak away into the kitchen with her here, which I gladly did. There was some weirdness right now with Denny, and I didn't want Andrea to pick up on it. As I mixed up the batter for more pancakes, I reasoned with myself that this is probably normal. We both felt those strange desires and the connection between the two of us. It is still fresh in our minds, so as time goes by, the memory of it would disappear. Though rejecting a fated mate was rare, it still happened. Usually, it was an Omega getting rejected by whoever was higher in rank. In fact, I remembered an Omega female getting rejected not that long ago. However, they both stayed happy with their current boyfriend and girlfriend. So if anything, I should be the one suffering the most through all of this. Not that I'm trying to justify who is allowed to hurt more. Okay, maybe that is exactly what I was doing. That is utter nonsense. We are individuals who both treat pain differently. I bet he is worrying about me, and that is the problem, because he knows he has someone else. I just need to reassure him that I will be just fine. I may binge Netflix at night and live like a lonely spinster, but I'll be fine. I might as well start going cat shopping now. The writing is on the wall. I stacked up the pancakes high on the plate and went through with the same routine I did earlier making them. I took in a deep breath and walked back out with the pancakes. To my surprise, or well, I shouldn't have been surprised, but Denny and Andrea weren't there. I sat the pancakes on the table and pointed my finger at Joey, who came over to steal one. "Don't you dare, or I'm making you make the next batch." I wiggled my finger at him as he pouted. "Clover, will you make pancakes for me on my birthday?" Joey gave me a sad, pouty face to which I could only smile and shake my head at. Children. I was living with children. "Yes, on your birthday, I will make you pancakes." "Happy?" I giggled as I grabbed the empty juice pitcher on the table. I know I didn't have to, but it felt natural to refill it and help out. I didn't like calling for a maid for every single thing that needed to be done. I turned to walk back to the kitchen when I felt a leg come out and kick my foot, knocking me off balance in mid-step. I knew who it was. And I don't like to use this word, but it was the C word. The word that rhymes with bunt. I tried to save the pitcher from landing on the ground. If it hit, it would smash to pieces, which would mean more work for the maids. So, I turned my body slightly to allow myself to hit the floor. I, unfortunately, gripped the handle too hard, and it ended up smashing anyways. This is what happens when you use real crystal. The cheap stuff would have persevered. The moment before my impact, I felt arms grab my waist, lifting me up into a warm chest. I tilted my head to see Joey looking down at me with concern, and that was when I felt the stinging sensation on my hand and arm. I had a glass shard wedged into me. Perfect. I had a mental wound, so let's just add a physical wound to it. Sounds about right. Thanks, world. You never let me down. Taylor, what the hell? I listened to Joey roar out. I thought the words were my own for a split second because I was thinking it. Joey is a mind reader. Those were my exact words. What is going on? The door flings open, and Andrea comes in with messed up hair and a flushed face. Yep, I know what was going on there. Right behind her, Denny walks in with slightly tousled hair as well. His eyes land on me and then on Joey. His eyes grow dark as he stares at Joey's hands on me. I am not imagining it, right? He is definitely more upset right now that I am in Joey's arms. Taylor tripped Clover. And look at her hand, Joey growled out. It was an accident, wasn't it, Taylor? Jude said, patting the girl's shoulders. Taylor was putting on a show with waterworks instantly. I would never trip her on purpose. I can't believe you think like that about me. Taylor whimpered and turned her nasty fake plastic body into Jude. Did I mention that I hate her? The whole situation was more than awkward. Joey and Jude were in an intense stare down. Meanwhile, I am still in Joey's arms and Denny is shooting possessive eyes my way. Which, how dare he? It's okay for him to go and do God knows what just now, but it wasn't okay for me to be in another man's arms, even if it is completely innocent. I looked at my hand still oozing thick, sticky red liquid. I'm a werewolf. It will heal soon enough, but I needed to get all the glass pieces out. And unfortunately, I was going to need some help since I wasn't as coordinated with my other hand. You can set me down, Joey. I'm all right. I just need to get these glass pieces out so I can heal. He looked down at me as he gently eased me to the ground. He grabbed my arm so he could look over the wound better. I watched him shoot another angry glance over at Taylor. Don't let it bother you. It isn't worth starting a fight over. This is Denny's big day. Let's not let anything ruin it. I quickly mind-linked him before he started another scene. It really wasn't worth it. Taylor was going to lie, and Jude was going to defend her. Andrea would defend her friend. I could see the annoyance in his eyes over letting it go. What happened? The unmistakable commanding voice of Alpha Scott filled the room. I glanced up at the towering man. His eyes scanned over the room before they landed on my bloodied hand. Well? This time he was directing his question at me. The juice pitcher broke. I have some glass in my hand. I'm going to go and get it out now. I didn't want to elaborate more than that. I just wanted out of the room and away from the situation. So, with my head lowered, I made my way towards the door. I had to pass Denny, but I kept my eyes on the ground as I quickly moved past him. Wait for 1 second, Clover, Alpha Scott said with his commanding voice. I inwardly winced, wondering what he wanted. Then I turned to look at him as his eyes landed on his son. We will not be having the Alpha ceremony tonight. I could feel the tension in the room immediately after he said that. Oh gods, Denny was banking on this. Why would he postpone the ceremony? The northern packs are all gathering to go over territory lines and re-solidify treaties. It is best for them to see a familiar face here. After the gathering, we will proceed with your ceremony. I looked over at Denny, who only nodded his head slowly. Andrea, though, was fuming, and it was apparent, because now she would have to wait even longer before becoming the official Luna. Denny, I of course expect you to come to the meeting as well as your officers. This will be a good learning experience for all of them. Clover, go on and take care of that hand. His voice sounded kinder as his gaze met with mine. I'm not sure why, but Alpha Scott never mistreated me. And even though he could be firm, he was always fair and kind to me, which I know made Andrea bitter. I turned back around and walked away. Maybe this was actually a good thing. After the whole mate rejection, Denny could use some time to get his head right again. And so could I. During his ceremony is when we also get our official titles. I need to make sure things still weren't weird between us. If they are, there's no way I can continue to be his Delta. For both of our sakes, yes, this delay is a good thing. I stood in the upstairs bathroom, running my hand under the cold water. Sheena was ghosting me. She was angry with me for rejecting our mate. I could feel the extra room in my mind showing she had closed herself off from me. I wouldn't push her, though. I knew she was hurting too. She lost her fated mate also, but because she was closing herself off from me, it would take me longer to heal. I tried to grab the slippery glass with my hand to pull it out. I winced as I felt it move slightly, only to have my fingers slip off of it. Damn, that hurt. I hadn't asked for help before leaving, not that anyone even offered. It wasn't in my character to walk back out there and ask for help either. I didn't like asking for help. It would have been different if they offered on their own, but I never wanted to be seen as a bother. Now I had a real problem as I watched the blood drip into the sink. I needed to figure out how to pull this slippery shard out of my skin as it was wedged in deeper than I thought. I grabbed a washcloth and was beginning to attempt to remove it when the door opened behind me. I looked up and was met with green eyes. Denny's eyes immediately landed on my hand, and he swore. "Clover, why didn't you ask for help?" He came over, taking my arm into his hands. He held my arm gently as he sucked in air from his mouth. I gave him a weak smile. "You know me. Are you okay? After your father's announcement?" "Andrea is pretty upset, but there isn't anything I can do about it. She will calm down. It is only a temporary delay. Soon she will be my Luna and—" Denny winced and his eyes met with mine. "I'm sorry. This is insensitive of me." "Denny, it's fine. Now, my arm dripping blood isn't." I gave him a crooked smile and moved my arm slightly in his hands. "This is going to hurt." He grabbed onto the glass shard and, with a burning tear, removed it from my arm. I immediately wrapped it up with a towel to try and aid the clotting process. "Why aren't you healing quickly?" Denny frowned, taking my arm back into his hands. I gave him a dry chuckle and shrugged my shoulders slightly. "Sheena is giving me the cold shoulder after earlier." Denny looked at me, his eyes glued to mine, filled with regret. "Did we make a mistake?" he finally asked, making my mouth gape open in shock. I shook my head slightly and gave him a brave smile. "You've been in love with Andrea forever. Being with her has always been your plan, and even if you didn't have her, we know your pack wouldn't accept me. Come on, Den, the looks they give me, it is like they think I am some sort of contaminant in the pack. They are wrong. There is nothing wrong with you. I think after the Dark War, they all just became more cautious. And—" I smiled at him and patted his hand, holding my arm. "Hey, you don't need to explain it. It is just how it is. Regardless of their reason, this is the reality. We didn't make a mistake. You will be a great Alpha, but to do that, you need a Luna the pack trusts. You have that. The pack trusts Andrea." He shook his head slowly, then pursed his lips together. "What about you?" So he wasn't completely blind to the fact that I had just sacrificed my dream. I gave him a weak smile and shrugged. "I am going to start shopping for cats now." "Come on, Clover, be serious. Don't worry about me. Don't feel like you have to watch out for me now. Remember, nothing has changed." I knew what I needed to say. I knew what was going on deep inside of him. You don't have to feel guilty being with Andrea. Be with her and be happy. "Thank you." He moved the towel away from my hand and examined the wound. It was healing just at a much slower pace. "Clover." Joey walked into the bathroom and stopped looking over the situation. Then his eyes landed on my still open wound. "Why aren't you healing?" He walked closer and reached out to look at my arm. I could see Denny's eyes beginning to darken possessively once again, as Joey said, "Den, Andrea is waiting for you in your spot." We all knew what that meant. I saw the guilt in Denny's eyes again, and I knew Joey saw it too. I needed to try to cover for him since he didn't have a poker face. "Joey will eat the pancakes, so they won't go to waste. But I am not making you another batch, so you missed out. Go on and go." I then turned to look at Joey and gave him a crooked grin. Sheena and I are having a tiff, so I am not connected to her enough for fast healing. I watched Joey's eyes flicker angrily as they turned to Denny. "What are you going to do about Taylor? You know this wasn't an accident, right? I know she is your girl's friend, but this is going over the line. Taylor is also Jude's girlfriend, and he is convinced it was an accident." Denny turned and looked at me. "Well, what do you think?" "I think it isn't worth causing trouble over. I'm honestly tired of it. Yes, she tripped me on purpose, but this isn't her first offense. She does these things to me all the time." I shrugged, thinking what I said was common knowledge, but the shocked look on Denny's face suggested he never realized it. "Wait, all the time?" Denny looked up at Joey, who laughed bitterly and shook his head. "You never noticed? Taylor is always pulling little stunts like these and saying something mean but passing it off as a joke to Clover. I guess you are usually preoccupied, but I've noticed. I am surprised you tolerate it so well." Joey says as he looked at me, and I shrugged again. "You act like this sort of treatment is new to me. It is actually mild in comparison. Before I became an officer, it was much worse. So I guess I usually just ignore it." Denny's hand roughly landed on my shoulder, jerking me in his direction slightly as his face came closer to mine. I felt my heartbeat racing as I stared into his dark eyes. "Is this the first time she has injured you?" I bit my bottom lip, tucking it inside as I tried to avert my gaze from him. This was too much. He was being too intense, and I was feeling uncomfortable. Den, it doesn't matter, does it? I was shocked at how meek my voice sounded. His alpha aura was pushing me down, and it was a struggle to even speak. He stared at me blankly for a moment. I watched as his eyes returned back to his normal green. He straightened up and took a small step away from me. His eyes looked pained and sad as he shook his head. I'm so sorry, Clover. I didn't realize. It was still happening right under my nose. It was those sympathetic eyes again, both from him and Joey. They were looking at me as if I was a poor, helpless child. I was that once. It was hell. I wasn't that person anymore. I could fight. I was just trying to pick and choose my battles. I didn't want to cause problems. What was happening to me now was weak in comparison to the past. And now I was receiving sympathy? I didn't need it now. I needed it when I was younger. I needed someone to take me in and treat me well then. I'm an adult, not a child who needed their compassion. Seeing their pity for me now made me angry. After all the emotions I had to go through today, I exploded. You don't get it at all. No one does. I don't need you to look out for me now. I don't need anyone to feel bad for me now. I'm an adult and can take care of myself, but I had no one growing up, no one to take care of me. I was stuck in an orphanage where they treated me like I had the plague. I was stuck in isolation and treated like a slave. I was beaten, kicked, starved, neglected, and insulted. Those were the moments when I could have used someone. But I learned something important. I learned to rely on myself and only myself. And Denny had wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into his chest, shocking the hell out of me. I froze, not knowing how to respond. I never knew. Denny whispered in my hair, and even with the severed connection, his hug was relaxing. It was bringing me comfort, though I didn't get hugged often. So, I imagined this was why others hugged. It felt nice. Of course, this comforting moment that I never got would get interrupted, and by the worst person possible. What the hell? Andrea's voice hissed out, making Denny jump away from me in shock. Wait, Andrea, it isn't what you think. Denny tried to explain, but she turned on her heels and took off running. He glanced at me once and then took off after her. If Andrea didn't like me before, she would hate me now. I already could see it in her eyes. Being the Delta was looking more and more like an impossible challenge. Joey placed his hand on my shoulder and nodded towards the door. Join me while I devour those pancakes you made. I won't talk about the past. I won't feel sorry for you. I'm sorry about what happened, and that is all I will say. I can't change the past, but about you only having yourself, that isn't true. It might have been true, but it isn't anymore. A small smile was all I could manage. I heard his words, but I didn't believe him. Not entirely. I realized I may have been a fool thinking they were like family to me. They weren't. Jude would pick Taylor and defend her over me, and Denny would do that same with Andrea. And once Joey found someone, he would also do the same thing. Without a mate, I was alone. I stayed away from Denny the rest of the day. This was his birthday, and I felt that I had already put too much strain on his special day. Joey tried to coax me into going to the party, but I told him I just wanted to go for a walk. He, of course, fought me a bit on it, but in the end he went to the party as I walked off towards the tree line. I thought this was the safe thing to do, that I could diminish my aura and go for a run unnoticed. I went in the opposite direction of the party. I didn't think that I would run into anyone, but yet again, I was wrong. I told you there is nothing between us. I knew that voice. Were they still arguing about us? And why, oh why were they in the woods here? The party was on the other side by the pavilions. Of course I am insecure. Clover lives in the same house as you. Your father accepts her, and you took favor upon her, making her your Delta. I stood there thinking, oh, that bitch, I had earned my right to be Delta. I had worked my ass off, and when I heard Denny's voice again, I already explained to you why I did that. Wait, what? What was he saying? Denny went on. I made her the Delta so she could move into the pack house. It was the best way to keep an eye on her. That's why my father accepted her as my Delta. It is why my dad has no problems with her being an officer. Clover is someone we need to watch closely. You know this. My stomach was in knots. Why was I being watched? Was this really the only reason I was made the Delta? No, I shook my head. No, I know I was good enough. But I guess even being good enough, he didn't have to choose me, a female, which was way out of the ordinary. But why were you holding her? Andrea sobbed. I need her to trust me. We need her loyal to our pack. You know it is only you. You are the only one I want. Wow. And to think I thought the rejection was hard on him. It was all an act. It was all for show. I felt numb. My mind was screaming at me. I told you so as the tears threatened to emerge again. No, I wasn't going to cry. I didn't understand anything, but it was clear there was more to the pack taking me in than I was aware of, and I needed to find out what. I watched as they began necking hardcore again, and this was when I slowly crept away. I didn't want to be caught again. I can't even describe the emptiness I felt inside me while I wandered back to the pack house. It was like an immeasurable pain that almost made you feel numb. My stomach was clenching as I struggled not to be sick. Was I being played here the whole time? Was this just something he was making up to appease Andrea? No, this had to be something that made sense to her. She accepted the answer too quickly, which leaves me with my next question. Who am I? Who am I that I was mistreated by the whole pack even as a child? I was shunned and avoided. I was teased and abused. But why? I used to think it was because of my pedigree, but I never thought about the other orphans. They weren't treated like I was. So what was it about me? I was right. I only did have myself. I couldn't trust anyone. It was an incredibly lonely realization to know that it would always be like this. I stopped walking as I looked up at the pack house. I wrapped my hands around my bare arms and shivered slightly, but it wasn't from the cold. Do you think Jude will find anything? I looked up to see Taylor and another she-wolf walking out of the woods next to me. I told him he should have taken someone else. I hope he is okay. Taylor frowned and glanced up, looking at me. Oh, Clover, everyone is at the party. There was the scent of other wolves out towards the riverside border, so Jude went to check it out on his own. I sighed and looked off in the direction beyond the woods. I can go and make sure he is okay. Thank you. I nodded and left. I turned and began jogging through the woods. I would think more about what was going on later. But for now, I needed to get to Jude. He shouldn't have gone off on his own no matter what was going on. It was dangerous even for a gamma. You never knew how many rogues you could be dealing with. Jude would have a rough time regardless of how weak they were, if there were more than 3. Rogue werewolves were those that abandoned their pack or didn't have a pack for whatever reason. The rogues around us had started forming a pack of their own. We called them the Seekers. Since the Dark War, Seekers began to band together and formed united packs of their own. Some of them were quite large and formidable. They were looking to claim more territory for themselves instead of living in the neutral land between other packs. I was almost at the river border, which divided our territory and neutral land. At this point, I should be smelling Jude's scent. But I wasn't. I felt a bit anxious about this. Jude, where are you at? Are you in trouble? I'm almost at the river. I reached out to him through the mind link. This was the fastest way to communicate, so I could get to him faster. Clover, what the hell are you doing near the riverside border? Are you by yourself? I slowed down my jog as the river came into view and stopped. Damn it, Taylor. Your girlfriend said you went to the riverbed to check out some scents of other wolves. There was a moment of silence on his end. He probably didn't know what to say here because he had to protect Taylor. I went to turn around when I heard sounds. I looked around frantically. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were there. I could even smell them. Sort of. They were using a scent masking to hide their true scent. Damn, I was really in a situation here. Come back so we can talk. Jude, I'm not alone here. I felt my breathing pick up, knowing what was coming. Wait, Clover, what is going on? I didn't respond to him as I watched several wolves crawl over the riverbed. Their predatory eyes were on me, and they obviously weren't here to chat. I'm cutting off the link. I've got to concentrate. I don't know if anyone really cares what happens to me, but I'm in trouble. What are you? I cut the link there. I didn't have time to go through the conspiracy train. For all I know, this was something they were all part of. As the wolves got closer, I shifted as well. Sheena was giving me the cold shoulder, but she wasn't about to leave me defenseless. The color of my silver fur flashed in the evening sky as I came to form. If they wanted a fight, I would give them one. I was a female, but I was strong. I looked at the 6 wolves that stopped in an arch formation in front of me, and that was when I recognized them. They tried to mask their scent, but they were morons. I knew their wolves. I sparred with them on a regular basis. They were pack members. Stay away from our alpha. The dark brown wolf in the center barked at me as he bared his fangs. What the hell did I ever do to any of you? I growled back angrily, baring my teeth at them. Just stay the hell away from our alpha. He belongs to Andrea. Now where the hell was all of this coming from? Did someone overhear Andrea complaining about the fake hug I got from Denny? This just didn't make any sense. And what exactly was I going to do to the alpha? I wanted to say something back, but they didn't give me a chance. Instead, they launched a simultaneous attack. Teeth gnashed, claws scratched, fur flew, blood poured. They were all over me. One-on-one, I could take them, but this was 6 wolves attacking as a well-trained unit. And the irony? It was a unit I had personally trained. To hell with them, attacking a pack member, and that is when it really hit me. No, they weren't. I was never a member of the Sulfur Pack, at least not to them. They were attacking an alien who invaded their pack. For whatever reason, I was deemed dangerous. I wouldn't go down easy. I might not win this fight, but I would give them scars to remember me by. My teeth sank into the back of a wolf's neck. I clenched down hard, making his high-pitched yelps fill the air. I then flung his body yards away, where he landed against a large tree, then reared up and dragged my claws into another wolf. I knew what I was doing. I was going after their stronger wolves first, and I knew just which ones they were. I felt fangs sink into my shoulder, and my silver fur shined with crimson liquid. I turned my head towards him. It was the brown wolf talking to me earlier. He was the one leading them. Perfect. He was the one I wanted. I swiped my paw at his face and then lunged at his throat, taking a chunk of fur and skin with my attack. His blood oozed through my mouth, and my fangs were covered in red. He immediately retreated in fear, making the other 3 wolves step back anxiously. They had to know that I knew who they were, even with their scent masking. That part wasn't for me. It was supposed to be for those who found my body. They planned to kill me. This wasn't a session to scare me. It was to eliminate me. I bared my fangs at them angrily at this realization. My blood pooled around me, creating a muddy mixture under my paws. Their ears suddenly perked up, and they abruptly retreated. They all dived into the river, vanishing from sight. I stood there panting heavily. Blood was dripping from all over me. It leaked into my saliva and covered my tongue. Some was theirs, and some was mine. I heard the sound of heavy paws crashing in my direction. I turned prepared for another wave of attacks. I bared my bloody fangs and let out a low growl. 3 familiar wolves came through the trees and looked in complete shock seeing me. Was it the shock of seeing me alive? When Denny's gray wolf stepped toward me, I growled a warning at him. I didn't know their intentions. I didn't know anyone's intentions. And for the first time tonight, I wasn't just an outcast, but an enemy. I really thought I was about to be killed. This was now hitting me hard. Joey shifted back into his human self and walked toward me. He was trying to show me everything was all right. Denny and Jude also shifted to humans. We were considered modern werewolves now, and no longer had to worry about losing our clothes when we shifted. Some sort of pill had been developed to make this possible over the years. We only had to take it once, and the magic stayed with us. Though it was rumored to be made of troll toenail clippings. I'm sure that was just a made-up story, though. In either case, this was nice because there were no weird nudity situations anymore. Joey came all the way up to me, showing me that he trusted me. At least to him, it didn't seem like I was dangerous, but I didn't know anymore. I felt like I didn't know anything. I shifted back to my human form as well. Sheena was healing me as fast as possible, but blood still soaked my human body. I just had 6 wolves on me trying to kill me. I was lucky to be alive. Dear gods, Clover. Joey reached his hand out, placing it on my shoulder. Who did this to you? Denny asked as he walked up to me. I see Jude failed to mention the person who sent me out here. My eyes darted towards him, and I could see him desperately pleading, not to mention her name. Here I am shredded to pieces, and he wants to protect the one who set me up. I couldn't take it anymore. So much had happened to me today. I found my fated mate and lost him all at once. I lost my future family. I was set up and almost killed by my pack members. I rarely cried. But I don't care how strong you are. In this situation, you would cry too. I didn't know who I could trust. I just needed someone right now. So I stepped into Joey's chest, buried my head, and began to sob. I felt his arms come around me delicately as he tried not to touch my wounds. I could feel Denny staring at me, but I didn't care. After what I heard him say to Andrea, I didn't know what to think of him anymore. I know they were shocked to see me crying like this. I was always the tough one, not the crier. But I was broken. I promised myself I would never break and that I would never show them they got to me. But they tried to kill me tonight. I never thought, as much as they disliked me, I never thought it was to this level. So much pain was radiating through me, externally and internally. It was too much, and it was now overflowing through my tears. I guess I had a lot of built-up pain because I couldn't stop crying. Everything hurt too much. I was now curled up on my bed in a room full of people. Alpha Scott had come and carried me back to the pack house. I still couldn't stop crying. What had happened to me was horrible, and I was still in shock. It was too much for one day. Each thing was too much for one day, let alone combining it all. Alpha Scott stood in my room talking with Denny. They were trying to figure out who had attacked me. Jude leaned against the wall quietly. He probably knew enough just from knowing Taylor was involved. Of course, he said nothing. I wasn't the one he wanted to protect. But he also didn't want me dead because he was the one who alerted the others. Meanwhile, Joey was sitting right next to my bed. The pack doctor had just finished looking me over to make sure I was healing correctly. And luckily, because I wasn't getting the cold shoulder from Sheena now, I was healing just fine. There is a big difference between a cut on the hand and life-threatening wounds. Sheena wouldn't withhold her healing at a time like this. Clover. Joey reached out and grabbed onto my hand, squeezing it lightly. Talk to me. Who did this? My eyes only watered in response, but I didn't utter a word. I did, however, squeeze his hand tight. I just needed someone right now. And the three of them did come to my aid, right? I'm not saying I trust them all completely, but I was alone here and they were all I had. Members of the Sulfur Pack tried to kill me, and now I was battling a harsh reality. No matter what, I couldn't stay here. How could I live in a pack where they tried to kill me? I couldn't. If a wolf left their pack, they either became a rogue, a seeker, or joined another pack. What pack would take me in? I closed my eyes as a wave of exhaustion blanketed my body. I didn't want to become a seeker. I knew how they were viewed. I had one chance, and that was seeing if there was a pack that would take me in. The meeting that was coming up would have leaders from all the packs around. I would have to go and assess them, see if I felt any were willing to take in a new pack member. And if I failed to find another pack, well, I guess life wouldn't be much different for me as a rogue. I was already unwanted and didn't belong. Of course, with my luck, I would be the reject of the rogues who couldn't even join the seekers. With that last wry thought, I drifted off to sleep. I was shocked when I woke up in the morning and noticed Joey was still there holding my hand. He was sound asleep in a chair next to the bed, with his head lying beside mine. It couldn't be comfortable. I blinked my eyes as they adjusted to the light and turned my head slightly to look around. On the other side of my bed, Denny was sitting there, leaning back against my headboard. He was also sleeping in an uncomfortable position. I didn't want to hope, but it did look like they actually cared. Was it silly of me to think that, though? Maybe I was just so desperate that I was willing to believe it. It's just, they didn't have to come for me if they thought I was under attack. If they wanted me dead, all they had to do was ignore me. And then their eyes, they looked genuinely worried for me. I moved slightly, and with that slight movement, they both jolted upright. I could feel their eyes on me, and I knew they wanted answers. I couldn't give a lot of details. I could still see Jude's pleading eyes in my head. As much as I wanted to out Taylor and her involvement, I also knew Jude wanted to try and deal with it first. Okay, so for one, this felt a bit weird. It was like we just woke up from a drunk threesome and no one knew how to act. Meanwhile, I was sandwiched between them. I decided I needed to at least sit up and test out my body. It should be completely healed now. I pushed off on my elbows and both men reached out to guide me into a sitting position. I'm healed now, I said quietly while their hands both retreated. Clover, what happened? Denny asked the question I knew they were dying to hear. I nodded my head and turned to look at his green eyes. I have a question first. I pinned my blue eyes against him as I remembered what he said to Andrea. I watched him nod his head for me to continue, and I took in a deep breath. Was I made the Delta so you could watch me? I glanced from Joey to Denny and saw the obvious shock in their eyes. And not the shock of hearing something absurd, but the shock you have when someone found out something they shouldn't have. Why do you ask that? Joey asked, but I ignored him and fixated my gaze on Denny. I wasn't in the mood for a dance. I wanted answers. At first, yes. It isn't that you weren't strong enough because you are, but the reason I took you was to see who you were on my own. And we all have. Denny nodded towards Joey as well as he said this. You are no longer someone we watch. You are someone we trust. Why? Am I someone who is so dangerous who must be watched? I watched the cocky smirk on his face as he let out a chuckle. I answered one of your questions, now it's my turn. Who attacked you? Okay, if he wanted to answer questions vaguely, I could do this too. 6 of our own pack members. Oh, he roared. Tsk, tsk. That is 2 questions. I clicked my tongue and gave him my own arrogant smile. Well, I see you are feeling much better today. Joey chuckled and gave me a warm smile. But I should get to ask questions too, right? If that is the case, then should I get to ask 2 questions? I challenged back. Look, we don't know. Dad told me after watching the officer trials to pick you. He said he wanted you close so that we could watch you. I asked him why, and he said he wanted to know your character and that you were damn good, so why the hell not? There is a tad bit more that I know. Is it why the pack hates me? I interrupted and he frowned as he shook his head. The pack doesn't like you because it was your pack who killed my mother during the Dark War. I don't get it. You didn't kill my mother. You were no more involved in the war than I was, and yet that burden gets put on your shoulders. It isn't right. It is wrong. And I don't plan to tolerate it. You aren't just an officer to me. You are my family. There is also stuff about who you are, but it is your turn. Wow, so I wasn't just some infant found in a basket. There was more to my story, and I was being judged for something I had no control over. In their eyes, I was still the enemy that took away their Luna, something they didn't get over because they just tried to kill me over it. I won't tell you who exactly. Do I know who? Yes, but they might have been the ones who made the attempt, but they're not the only ones involved. And if push comes to shove, I am quite certain most of the pack would have agreed with them trying to kill me. They masked their scent, but knew I would recognize them. To attack me like that, and also from the wounds I suffered from, I shrugged. They were trying to kill me. My own pack members, well, I guess not. I guess I was never a member of their pack in their eyes. I want names, Denny growled as Alpha Scott walked into the room. I looked up at Scott and shook my head slowly. Names don't matter. That is what I am saying. I turned back to look at Denny. The whole Sulfur Pack wants me dead. They told me to stay away from the Alpha and planned to kill me. This isn't something you can fix. I think there is a realization here that needs to be had. I looked back at Alpha Scott to see him already nodding his head, knowing exactly what I was about to say. You can no longer be the Delta of this pack. Alpha Scott's voice was quiet as his sad eyes looked at mine. Not just that. I don't think I have a place among this pack anymore. What life can there be? I'll be walking around just waiting for the next attack to happen. No, Denny snarled loudly. I will give them an alpha order to follow. I will subject them to my will. Denny, she is right. This is no life for her. She could never raise a family here. I am so sorry, my dear. I never realized how much hatred the pack would hold towards you. Alpha Scott was a wise man, and he understood when difficult decisions had to be made, like the one I was making now. Come with us as the Delta to the pack treaty meeting. Maybe we can find a pack among them that will take you in." Wow, that was exactly what I was going to ask next. I gave him a small smile and nodded my head. "This is ridiculous." Joey finally growled out angrily. "I don't want to be part of a pack like this." "Joey, she will have a much easier time finding a pack to join solo. I know you want to watch out for her, but you can't. Besides, maybe she will meet her fated mate among them." Alpha Scott said, not realizing he just kicked me in the gut. I immediately averted my gaze down at my hands. There was no fated mate for me out there. I have already been rejected. There isn't a fated mate out there waiting for her. I don't want her going where who knows how she will be treated. Denny snorted out angrily. "No fated mate? What do you mean? Did you already meet your fated me?" I could feel Alpha Scott's gaze on me, but I couldn't look up at him. But it was Denny who had me choking on my spit as he answered, "No, she was my fated mate, but we rejected each other." I buried my head into my hands. Whatever happened to keeping this secret between us? And yet 24 hours later and Motormouth blurted it out. I finally peered through my fingers to glance out. I could see Joey's shell-shocked face glancing between me and Denny. I looked at Alpha Scott, who looked sad. He looked hurt and wounded as a frown formed over his face. "Geez, Clover, are you all right? This all happened yesterday." Joey looked at me, and it was like a light bulb lit up. "That's why you two were acting so weird yesterday. Damn." I gave him a weak smile and nodded. What was I supposed to say here? Yep, I am perfect. I was hardly perfect. I'm terribly sorry to the both of you. I understand why. You had to, my son. Even though Clover would have made an excellent Luna, it is the pack's fault. However, Alpha Scott straightened up and glared at his son. "There is still no way you are taking Andrea as your Luna. We will arrange a mate from one of the other packs, one of the Alpha's daughters. It will solidify an alliance, and she will be a much stronger choice as a Luna." Oh gods. I looked up to see Denny's face turn beet red. Was about to hit the fan. I imagine that this is sort of what a volcano must look like right before it erupts. I could see the vein on Denny's forehead pulsating and protruding forward. His face began to glow red, and I braced myself for the explosion. But at the last second, I watched him take a few deep, calming breaths before he said, "Dad, I am going to need for you to explain to me exactly why she isn't a good option. I've already been sleeping with her. I have always planned on making her my Luna, so I'm going to need a pretty good reason not to." Wow, I was surprised at how cool and collected Denny was there. Looking at him now, I felt proud of him. That was when I realized that my emotional connection I had with him yesterday was gone. It must have just taken some time for it to wear out of my system. It was still a bit weird looking at him, like looking at an old crush even though he had never been one. But the intense feelings were gone, much to my relief. Alpha Scott let out a small groan and shook his head. "It's not that you can't take her as your mate. It's that it will be a bit weird for you to take her as your mate. I have been seeing her mother secretly for years. After her mate died, we just sort of happened. I was planning to announce our relationship after I stepped down as the Alpha. Are you certain she is the right person for you? Without a doubt?" "Damn, Dad." Denny turned and looked at me, and Joey shook his head in disbelief. "I've been in love with her forever. I'm sure. It's her, especially now that I have met my fated mate, and it couldn't work out." His eyes met with mine, and he gave me a small smile. "I would have accepted you, though, Clover. Even more reason for me not to stay in this pack. That would be an awkward conversation to have with your Luna on how your fated mate is your Delta." I let out a dry laugh, to which Alpha Scott chuckled at as well. "Clover, we will not let you go to just any pack. We want to make sure you are taken care of. We want things to be better for you than they were here. We don't want any of your future pack members plotting to kill you." Alpha Scott sighed, and I watched as he looked at me. "I don't know how the other packs will receive you. Clover, as a baby, the other packs had wanted to kill you. It was only by order of Alpha King Wyatt that you were spared." My mouth parted in shock as I stared at him. They wanted to kill me? But I was just a baby. Why kill me? This didn't add up at all. "We didn't know enough about you. Not only are you from the ominous Chaos Pack, But you are their alpha's daughter. They were the strongest northern pack, but they were also a pack that had secrets. The thing is, I can't tell if you are full werewolf or part something else. A Shea. I swallowed hard. I am an alpha's daughter, and there is a chance I am part Shea. It was a species from the Dark War that was thought to be eliminated. A very special species that could communicate telepathically with the power of suggestion. Just having them around was dangerous because you never knew if you were being manipulated. So this is why the pack wanted me away from Denny. They thought I was manipulating him. I shook my head and looked up Alpha Scott. I'm just a werewolf, aren't I? We don't know. You were part of the Chaos Pack. It was the strongest pack around. They were known to have Sheas in their pack, but there is no way to tell. Shea don't have a scent or an energy that can be sensed. Your wolf should be able to tell you, though. Alpha Scott looked at me expectantly. My eyes suddenly widened as a realization came over me. Sheena, I couldn't feel Sheena. It was different than the block from before. Before I could still sense her, and she was just withholding her healing. But now it was like she was locked away. I felt myself starting to breathe heavily as I grabbed my head. Sheena, answer me. Silence. There was no link there. Sometimes a wolf would shield itself after a traumatic event. So many traumatic things happened to us yesterday. We were rejected and then our pack tried to kill us. Some wolves never return after experiencing the loss of their mate. What if Sheena had left me for good? Clover? I felt Denny's hand land on my shoulder as I began shaking my head. It felt so empty. It was so quiet. Don't leave me alone, Sheena. Not you too. Easy, Clover. You're going to hurt yourself. Alpha Scott came forward, bending down in front of me. I can't feel her, I said in a high-pitched voice. I tried to shift, and nothing. My mind states racing. Oh gods, I couldn't shift. I couldn't protect myself. I am living in a pack that wants to kill me. Fear began to seize me at that realization. I was like a rabbit thrown among starving wolves. I was as good as dead. I felt Alpha Scott's strong hands grip my shoulders as he stared into my eyes. It's going to be okay, Clover. She will be back. She took the time to heal you first, right? That means she waited before going dormant. She is just protecting herself. It took a lot out of her to heal you, and yesterday was very traumatic. Give her some time. Alpha Scott was trying to reassure me, but I couldn't relax. Time. I didn't have time. I was living in a pack that wanted to murder me. It was as if he was reading my mind because I watched as he slowly nodded his head. From here on out, you are not to be alone. Denny, Jude, and Joey will alternate being by your side at all times. Tomorrow the packs come for the meeting. Alpha Scott sighed. It may be harder for you to find a pack without your wolf. The other packs don't know what we named you. They don't have to know you were the baby we took in. I think we shouldn't mention this. We need to get you out of our pack, and your best chance will be tomorrow. Tomorrow you will just be our Delta Clover who has temporarily lost her wolf after being rejected. I don't know what I felt. Vulnerable, scared, confused, like a freak. I didn't know much about the Shea. Was I one? Right now I was a werewolf with a wolf. So what was I? Just a human? I went from being a strong kick-ass Delta to now needing an escort. No, I am not okay. But I have to act like I am. I hate seeing their sympathy, and their eyes were filled with it. Deep breaths, strong face. I need to act like everything is okay. I straightened up and held my chin up high. What is the plan for tomorrow? I watched as Alpha Scott smiled and nodded his head, taking a step back from me. I'll ask around the other packs. Let me feel them out. I'm glad you're able to be so level-headed through all of this. Most people end up hysterical when their wolves go dormant. Alpha Scott took a few steps away towards my door. I have preparations to look over now. Remember, Denny, someone is to stay with Clover at all times. He then promptly walked out of the room, leaving us in silence. The air in the room was thick, and I already knew what look Joey and Denny had on their faces before I turned around. They were both staring at me with a mixture of emotions. I knew that our talk wasn't finished, and that they would have much more to say about me leaving the pack. Look, there isn't anything that can be done. I know you both don't like it, but I don't have a choice. I can't live here. What kind of life can I have here? I decided just to get the elephant in the room over with. I understand, but I hate it. Denny said quietly, which I was shocked by. He wasn't known to be this rational, although maybe things were different for him now that he knew he could take Andrea as his mate. It was Joey that stunned the both of us, though. I'm going with you. Joey's eyes were locked onto mine as my mouth parted slightly. I can't take it. I can't take not seeing you or knowing how you are doing. I have to be there to look out for you. I smiled up at him and shook my head. Joey, Denny needs you. You are his beta. He can't lose you too. He is already going to have to find a replacement officer for his Delta. Losing you would be too much. Not to mention, this is your pack. They love you. What if I love you? Joey interrupted with a low growl. Okay, I was not expecting that. I glanced over at Denny, who was throwing murderous glances between me and Joey. But Joey wasn't in love with me, was he? Or at the very least, I wasn't in love with him. Not that I couldn't see myself with Joey. It's just I could never allow him to leave his pack and abandon his alpha for me. Joey, it's okay. You don't have to protect me. You may love me, but you aren't in love with me, right? You care about me like a brother would his sister, but it isn't in a romantic sense. Besides, I won't allow you to leave the sulfur pack. With Denny taking over as the new alpha, they need you to be by his side. Denny needs you. You need me. Joey's eyes were unwavering as he studied my face. You don't have Sheena right now. I know you are trying to put on a brave act, but you are in pain. Don't you think I know this about you? He ran his hand through his hair and glanced up at the ceiling. You really had no idea how I felt about you? I chose to ignore that last part, because if I ignored it, then it wasn't said, right? Joey, look over at Denny. Look at him. I shook my head with a small smile. You can't leave him. He is the one who needs you more than I do. Denny did need Joey. It would be catastrophic for him to replace 2 officers right before taking over as the alpha. However, if I was being honest, I needed Joey too. I was terrified of leaving without my wolf. I wouldn't have anyone to look out for me. If Joey wasn't Denny's beta, maybe it would be different. But he was so there was no point even thinking about it. And I could see by the look in his eyes now he understood it too, that there was no way he could leave Denny. Then stay with me, Clover. Joey said the next words that would shake the storming globe I was in. I'll be your family, be my mate. He must have seen the surprised look on my face because he quickly added before I could object. Don't answer now. Just think about it, please. How could I? How could I live in a pack that tried to kill me? How could I raise a family here? Would my children be the next ones they tried to kill? I just couldn't see how it could work. Not to mention, Joey hadn't met his fated mate yet. This wasn't fair to him, and to be honest, it wasn't fair to me. He was offering me the one thing I wanted more than anything, but the conditions weren't practical. Still, I couldn't bring myself to outright refuse his offer. In fact, I was contemplating it in my head. What if this was my last chance to have a family, even if it was while living in Murder Valley? I couldn't answer him, though. I didn't want to give him false hope, and yet I was thinking about it. The sulfur pack was the problem. I could be happy with Joey, but not in the sulfur pack. Just like with Denny, this relationship couldn't work. Yesterday was the most traumatic day of my life, and today was the weirdest day of my life. I didn't leave the pack house at all today. I didn't join Denny for pack training. I stayed with Joey for most of the day, and it was not weird at all. We carried on like always. It was comfortable for both of us, despite everything. It was late evening when Denny and Jude finally walked back into the pack house. It was the first time I had seen Jude since yesterday. I watched as his eyes landed on mine, and he quietly stared at me. I started to feel a bit awkward under his gaze, as I was still sorting through my feelings. After all, it was his girlfriend who set me up, and he knew it. I watched as he slowly walked towards me, as I stood there, not knowing what to expect. When he reached me, he brought my head to his chest and wrapped his arms around me. He held me tight against him. I didn't know how to react. I just stood there frozen at first. I felt his head rest on top of mine, and his hands trembled slightly. Jude, I decided it was best to mentally link with him. Damn, Nick Clover, I am so sorry. I can't believe she would. It's my fault. What happened to you is my fault. I should have known. The signs were there, and I ignored them. God, Clover, can you forgive me? My lips parted as I took in a shuddering breath. I wasn't going to let myself cry, but I can't tell you how much his words affected me. Then there was more shock as I realized that I had mind linked with Jude. I felt like I couldn't before, and now I was able to reach out to him naturally. It's strange, though. It feels different than before, as if I am communicating on another level. I'm going to tell Denny about Taylor. I broke up with her and locked her in solitary confinement so she can't escape. Please, Clover, don't leave. This is your home. I'm going to protect you better. I'm so sorry. I swallowed down the lump that was forming in my throat as my arms moved around his body. Jude, it's okay, I whispered out to him. This isn't your fault. This would have happened eventually. Taylor was just the one to set up the situation. But it could have been anyone. This pack, I took in a shaky breath. This pack is not my home. I can't live in the sulfur pack, Jude. The place I thought was my home wasn't. I was supposed to be the delta of this pack who was responsible for protecting the alpha. I couldn't stay here. The three of them would always be worrying about me and trying to protect me. I couldn't live here no matter how much I wanted to try to make it work. I couldn't be Joey's mate. I deserved to be wanted. I deserved not to be treated like an outsider. I am an alpha's daughter. This is why I am strong. I don't know all the details behind the war. I am sure there are two sides to the story. I wonder if all the members of the Chaos Pack were killed, or if maybe some remained. Maybe some are part of the Seekers. Perhaps I should look into finding Chaos Pack members. Jude, what is all of this about? Denny moved next to the two of us and looked over at me. I could see there was confusion in his eyes. Obviously, there would be because I shouldn't be able to mind link. I watched Jude lift his head to look at Denny. Denny, this is all my fault. Jude! I sighed and shook my head. Just stop. Let it go. No, Clover, why should I let this go? You are an officer of the Sulfur Pack. This act deserves punishment. Jude growled, and I'm going to get the other names. If you won't give them to me, I have another source now to get them from. Who? Denny's voice was a low snarl. It could have been anyone. You can't punish the whole pack, and it could have been any of them. Just because there are a few who acted on it doesn't change how most of them feel. It's pointless. It doesn't matter. I am leaving here tomorrow, whether I find another pack or not. Clover. Joey's eyes looked wounded as he met with mine. I could feel his heart break. I gave him a small smile and shook my head. It can't work, Joey. I'm sorry. It just can't work. I went to say something else when Jude interrupted angrily. Taylor was the one who sent Clover out there all on her own. I have her locked in solitary confinement until she can be questioned. Jude looked up at my shocked face. We can't punish everyone, but we can punish those who acted on their thoughts. I want you to know you are worth it, Clover. What happened to you shouldn't be overlooked. It was wrong, and we need to let other pack members see there are repercussions for these actions. I looked over at the darkness growing in Denny's eyes. A low growl reverberated from his throat as he took a few steps towards the door. Let go have a talk with her. I'll be taking over from here, Denny, Alpha Scott said as he stepped into the room. I watched as he had a minor stare down with Denny. I heard everything. You are too emotionally involved. You are welcome to come with me, but I will handle the interrogation. Fine. Denny scowled and then looked over at Jude. You don't have to come. I'm coming. Jude took a deep breath and stood up. I'm seeing this through. I watched as Denny nodded to Joey. I know it was him saying to keep an eye on me. He then walked up to me and placed his hand on my head. I could see there was so much he wanted to say to me. His eyes wandered over my face, and then he leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I know what you are thinking, but it is worth it, Clover, because you are important to us. What happened to you has hurt us too, and we are not going to tolerate it. Don't be rash in your decisions. Denny messed my hair up before he turned and walked away. I watched Alpha Scott, Denny, and Jude walk out of the house. I didn't say anything because I couldn't find my voice. I didn't expect this, but I also understood it wasn't just about me. It was about establishing order. I was here because of the Alpha. When they attacked me, they went against their Alpha. Clover, Joey's voice came out as just a breath. I turned my head to see his intense eyes burning into me. There were so many emotions storming in his eyes. I had to put a stop to his thinking. I made my decision, and I wasn't going to change my mind. You have a mate out there somewhere, Joey. You are going to find her and love her. One day you will thank me for walking away. I appreciate you more than you know. Please, don't make this harder on me than it already is. I gave him a weak smile as I watched him slowly nod his head. I could see that he was hurt, but he was respecting my decision. Can I at least hold you tonight? I won't try anything. I just want to be close to you. I stared into Joey's eyes and nodded my head. Honestly, it would be nice to have him close. I was anxious about tomorrow and what would come next. I wondered if I should move into the city and live as a human for now. It would probably be safer than living among the werewolves. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about how different things would be for me. This would be my last night at the pack house. Joey held me close and had his head buried into my neck. His soft breath tickled my skin and his warmth was comforting. But having him next to me didn't feel exciting like it should. This further proved to me that I didn't have feelings for Joey. I couldn't just stay with him because he was a great guy. This wouldn't be fair to either of us. He would find his mate and he would forget all about me. I wondered how I was able to communicate mentally with Jude earlier. I couldn't feel Sheena at all. I was hoping it was a sign she was coming back to me. Maybe it is. I've never lost my wolf before to know how it works. That had to be what it was, right? I didn't want to think anymore. I closed my eyes and relaxed for just a moment. So is this a thing now? I heard Denny's voice and opened my eyes. To my surprise, the sunlight was streaming in. I blinked my eyes a few times and felt the warm arm still wrapped around my body. The events from yesterday suddenly jolted in my mind, clearing the fog. I sat up and looked at Denny with wide eyes. I heard Joey groan in protest, but I ignored him. What happened? I asked, and watched as Denny's lips curled down. Taylor is being stubborn. We are going to have to continue to interrogate her, but her fate is sealed. She will be banished from the pack. We don't need a pack member like her. Denny's eyes were on me, and then he glanced back to Joey. I could tell the two of them were mind-linking, which reminded me that I didn't have my wolf anymore. The pack leaders have already begun to arrive. I expect my officers to be ready and downstairs in 5 minutes. Denny raised his eyes at me, and I jumped out of bed. I quickly grabbed some clothes and headed to the bathroom. Oh, and Clover. I turned and looked at Denny for a moment. We are going to do everything we can to make sure this is a safe place for you. I guess what I am saying is just think about it, please. I nodded my head and quickly shut the door. I couldn't think about it right now. I didn't want to think about it. Instead, I quickly changed into a brown sundress with daisies covering it. I pulled my hair up in a ponytail and hurriedly brushed my teeth. When I stepped out of the bathroom, Joey was slowly getting out of bed, and Denny was still standing there. Hurry up, or we won't have time to scarf down some breakfast. I watched as the two men grinned at me as I turned and left my room. I wasn't going to think about what today meant for me. I was going to enjoy today. There was going to be a banquet for all of the pack leaders, and the food would be top class. As a Delta, this meant I didn't have to be in the meetings and could browse over the food first. I inhaled a slice of toast and then stayed in the kitchen to help out the cooks. I could see there was a lot Joey wanted to say to me, but I didn't want to talk about any of it. I just wanted to keep myself busy. Luckily, there was so much to prepare for that the cooks needed all the help they could get. A moment later, Jude arrived. His eyes looked tired, but he had a smile on his face when he saw me. He was obviously there to keep an eye on me. Denny and Joey reluctantly left me to greet the pack leaders as they arrived. We had been in the kitchen for a few hours, and it was now time to take the food out. These pack events usually lasted all day. They would have a buffet table constantly replenished with hot food throughout the day. And lucky me, I was able to sample these dishes first. Let me carry those. Jude walked over and I shrugged him off. I am strong enough to carry a tray of cookies. You can grab the soup, though. I smiled as I listened to him chuckle. We followed the other maids into the banquet hall and sat our trays down. The moment we did, the other wolves in the room descended upon us. They were mostly other officers that came with their Alpha. There you guys are. I heard Joey's voice as he rested his hand on my shoulder. Can you bring out more scones? I heard a voice and saw a set of eyes directed at me. She isn't the help. She is an officer. Joey growled out immediately. An officer? No. Wow, I'm sorry about that. I am the Gamma of the Chance Pack, Logan. I looked at him and smiled. I am Clover, the Delta of the Sulfur Pack. No hard feelings. I reached my hand out and shook the man's hand. Logan had blonde hair and brown eyes. He had an incredible bright white smile. Aw, are they out of scones already? I heard a pouting man's voice from the buffet table. There is more in the back. I'll go and bring out the tray. I looked over at Joey talking with Logan, and Jude was talking to another guy. I didn't need them to follow me. It was just down the hall. I quickly scampered off down the hall and grabbed another tray of the scones. They were always a pack favorite due to the honey butter they were made with. I walked into the banquet room and sat the tray down on the table. The next moment, I felt someone grab me by the arm and pull me into their chest. I had to glance up to see who it was. Without my wolf senses, I didn't have a clue. I was met with Denny's green, stormy eyes. Joey and Jude were there only an instant later. Where were you? Joey growled, as Denny let out a sigh of relief. I just went to grab more scones from the kitchen. Easy, boys. I could see their disapproving eyes and gave them a small smile. Sorry for worrying all of you. There are a lot of wolves here, some that we haven't met before. I want you to stay close. Denny lifted his head up as more men entered into the room. We are taking a lunch break. The room is about to get a lot more crowded. Denny, you probably shouldn't be treating me like I am fragile. I gave him a crooked smile and tilted my head to the side. He was practically painting a target on my back. Just stay close. Denny released his hold on me and sent a mental link to Jude and Joey. MN, I hated not having my wolf. Where is my angel? There she is, a man with brown hair and hazel eyes said as he walked up to me. My scone angel. He reached out and grabbed my hands and excitedly shook them. I have been dreaming about those scones for days now. My soul was shattered when I couldn't find any. Then the angel of mercy showed up. Oh, sweet angel of mercy, what is your name? I couldn't help but laugh. This guy was so dramatic. I could see the three men beside me looking at this man with annoyance. Poor guy had no clue how many deadly vibes were being shot his way. It's Clover, and they are simple enough to make. I watched as his eyes widened. You can make them? Yes. I made the last batch that was brought out. I smiled as he grabbed his chest. He reached for my hand and knelt down on one knee in front of me. Oh gosh, this guy was cheesy. Marry me, goddess of the scone. Bless me with your nourishment, and maybe a fun time in bed as a bonus. Growls ripped through the room, and before I knew it, I was pulled back behind Joey. Denny, Jude, and Joey were growling at this man, and then Logan quickly showed up beside him. Tension was filling the room, and it became very quiet. I was about to stop the confrontation when someone else grabbed my wrist and spun me around. I looked up shocked as I stared into a set of familiar hazel eyes. The man had luscious brown hair, and my fingers pressed up against his chiseled chest. My mouth parted in shock as I recognized him. It was Conrad, my one-night stand gone right man. He had filled out a lot more, but it was him. Dimmin, he was hot. I stood there gaping at him like a fool as his head lowered to mine. His breath was fanning my cheek, making my face heat up. He smiled at me as his other hand gently gripped into my back, pulling me closer. Mine. He breathed softly as he pressed his lips into my own. Mine. I breathed in his words as his lips covered mine. I responded to his gentle prodding and leaned more into his chest. It took me a few seconds before I realized what the hell I was doing. In those same few seconds, everyone else realized it as well. I recognized Denny's roar as Conrad's lips parted from mine. He moved me to his side while keeping his arm around me. My eyes fluttered up in a daze. I could see Denny, Joey, and Jude glaring at Conrad. Denny's fangs were partly showing as a low growl continued to escape from his chest. Logan and the Marry Me man stood protectively at Conrad's side. I glanced up to see Conrad's face. He was looking at Denny with amusement in his eyes. He wasn't growling or snarling. He had a slight smirk resting on his lips as he arched a brow up at Denny. How dare you harass my Delta? Denny's teeth were clenched, and an infuriating growl ripped through his chest. You're a Delta? I looked up at the man holding me in his arms and nodded. What was I doing? Why was I standing here obediently at his side? Alpha Sion. Alpha Scott walked up and took his position, slightly in front of Denny. What seems to be the problem here? I watched as Alpha Scott glanced at me and back to the man holding me. Hold on a minute. Alpha Sion? Wasn't this Conrad? What's wrong is your son is disrespecting my Alpha, the marry me man snarled angrily. Easy, Conrad, Sion said in a calm voice. Wait, marry me man's name is Conrad. I felt a bit sick. I know my mind is running away with me, but from what I can figure, Sion was pretending to be Conrad. Probably so he could sleep with who he wanted without there being any repercussions. He was hiding behind another name. Was my one-night stand really an elaborate scheme for CX? I felt my blood boiling. Alpha Sion? I looked up at him and watched a small side grin reach his lips. We have a lot to talk about, he replied. Yeah, I said in an almost scoffing voice. For starters, you can remove your arm from me. I shrugged myself away from him and could see the wounded expression on his face. What the hell? Why is he wounded? He was the one who played me. As you've heard, I am the Delta of the Sulfur Pack. Unless you plan to treat the other Deltas here the same way, people may get the wrong impression. I watched the confident smile reach his lips again. Good. That's the impression I want them to get, that you are taken. I felt Denny's hand land on my shoulder, and I shrugged him off, taking another step back. I could see Sion's eyes turn dark, but other than that, he didn't react. I turned my head sharply to look at Denny. I was quite annoyed. I was not some toy and didn't like being yanked around like I was. I'm fine, Den. I am perfectly capable of handling myself. I sighed and looked back at Sion. Alpha Sion. Sion, he interrupted. I stared at him for a moment as he looked at me. What game was he playing here? I was trying to keep a level head. I didn't want to lash out irrationally, though. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to shift into Sheena and start shredding these men apart. Alpha Sion, I'm going to need for you to explain yourself. Your actions are... Alpha Scott started, but Sion instantly cut him off with just a glance. She is my mate. My lips parted in shock as Sion tilted his head to look at me. I watched as a small smile reached his lips. He was my mate? Was he really my second chance mate? I felt comfortable with him and drawn to him, but this could also be because of what we shared together. Plus, he looks like he just popped out of a magazine. Without Sheena, I had no way of knowing if this was true. What if he somehow knew I didn't have my wolf? What if this was another scheme? And I just realized that everyone is staring at me. I cleared my throat a bit uneasy. First a marriage proposal, and now a mate. I'd say I've had a full day today. I chuckled nervously. Clover, can you? Alpha Scott said in a gentle voice as I shook my head. I can't. I balled my hands into a fist. I was so frustrated with myself. I felt as if I was helpless. I couldn't even tell if someone was my mate or not. Thanks a lot for abandoning me, Sheena. You aren't the only one going through shit here. I felt angry with her. I had gone through everything too. I didn't get to just disappear. Are you rejecting me? Sion whispered quietly. It's not that. I glanced over at Alpha Scott. I wasn't sure what to say. He'd said not to mention anything about my wolf going dormant. I watched Alpha Scott nod his head and sigh. Clover has been through a lot, Alpha Scott said quietly. A couple days ago, her wolf went dormant. What happened to her? The tone from Sion was now a low growl. His eyes were locked onto Alpha Scott, and I could see his arms trembling in anger. I don't see how it is any of your concern. Denny spoke up loudly as he stepped forward. She is my... Sion started, but Denny scoffed loudly. Bull, shit, she can't be. Denny shook his head and looked over at me. She was just my mate a couple of days ago. This would mean you are her second chance mate, a mate who happens to also be an alpha? I watched him shake his head in disbelief. I had to admit it did seem far-fetched. I can't believe it. She was your mate? Oh gods, I knew that voice. I watched as Denny froze. He turned his head as Andrea walked over. She is my mate, was his Denny's key word. Sion looked over at me. You are my mate. Your bond to him is severed, right? I nodded my head, glancing over at Denny and Andrea. Second chance mates are rare but not unheard of. I think the moon goddess must have big plans for you. What seems to be the problem here? An authoritative voice boomed. It was the Alpha King's beta, Sam of the Diamond Pack. Usually alphas outrank a beta, but this was not the case with Sam. Being the Alpha King's beta put him above everyone else. Sam had come in place of Alpha King Wyatt. We were told he was in Elysium, the fairy kingdom, so his beta was here in his place. I watched as he looked me over for a moment, and then he looked up at the alphas expectantly. She is my mate, but she can't feel the bond right now. Sion's eyes were now focused on me. I wanted to walk back into his arms. I wanted to feel his warmth. I had so many questions, and I was confused, and I needed to get to the bottom of this Conrad and Sion thing. Alpha Scott, lead us somewhere where we can talk in private, Sam said as he moved closer to me. He patted my shoulder and gave me a warm smile. It felt like he was looking out for me, which was a nice feeling to have, especially when I was so confused. He stayed by my side as we made our way through the room. I appreciated Sam not wanting to make more of a spectacle of the event. We went to Alpha Scott's office, where we could talk without anyone overhearing. I could see Sion and Denny standing out in the hall as the door shut. I looked up at Alpha Scott and Sam. It was just the three of us in the soundproof room. Clover, Alpha Scott said, bringing my attention to him. Why don't you start by explaining what happened from 2 days ago? Everything? I watched as he nodded his head, and I looked down at my toes with a sigh. I made sure I kept looking at the ground as I talked. I wasn't being submissive. I just didn't want to see their faces. When I was finished, I glanced up to see Sam nodding his head. So you were the child? Sam sighed and rubbed his forehead. We had hoped you would be safe here, that you would be able to lead a normal life. I watched as he looked up at Alpha Scott angrily. You should not have let your pack members know. What happened to her is just as much on you. She was to be treated normally. He then turned to look at me with a small frown. I'm sorry. This is also our fault. Alpha King Wyatt was worried that if he brought you into the Diamond Pack, that it would put a target on your back. The Diamond Pack they get a lot of attention from a bunch of different species. Some that would know what you are. We didn't think it was safe to raise you there. We really hoped you would have a good life here. I admit it, I messed up. I can't take back what has happened, but no one outside of our pack knows who she is. Alpha Scott said as he looked over at me. I could feel the question burning on his mind. He wanted to know if I would go with Sion. It's up to you, Clover. You can choose to go with the man who claims he is your mate, or you can come back to the Diamond Pack with me. Sam gave me a reassuring smile as I stared back at him. I can't keep this a secret from my mate, if he is my mate. I didn't know what I wanted to do about Sion, but I did know I wasn't going to keep something this big a secret from my mate. No, but maybe wait until your wolf claims him as your mate, or until you decide to stay with him? I agree with Alpha Scott. I think your wolf is going to come back. She healed you and is just taking some time to recover. Wow, this was really it. I was leaving the Sulfur Pack tonight. The question was who I would be leaving with. If Sion was really my mate, I needed to talk with him. I wanted to know what he was thinking. I wanted to know about what happened between us. I was getting another chance at having a family. I needed to at least talk with him, privately. I nodded my head slowly and glanced between the two men in the room. I need to speak with Alpha Sion. I will make my decision after that. I watched the two men nod their heads in agreement and then make their way over to the door. Alpha Scott stepped out, followed by Sam. Alpha Sion. Sam motioned towards the man. Sion stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him. His eyes were locked onto mine as he inched closer towards me. I could feel my heart rate racing and my breathing was more ragged. I needed to stay strong. He stopped just in front of me. His eyes were wandering over my face as he studied me. Clover, can I hold you for just a moment? I swore. His voice quivered slightly at the end. I wet my lips and nodded my head absent-mindedly. Like a snake, his arm wrapped around me, bringing me flush against his chest. His head came down to rest on top of mine. His nose was buried in my hair, and I could hear him breathing in deeply. His arms and body seemed to relax as he held me, as if I was able to give him the calm he needed. But I understood this feeling. I felt it with Denny before the rejection. Maybe I really was his mate. Clover, I immediately interrupted him. I needed answers, not to get swept away by him. He did it to me before, so I knew just how capable he was. I pushed back slightly on his chest and looked up at him. Alpha Sion, not Conrad? I arched my brow up and plastered a serious look over my face. I needed an answer about this. This was the first obstacle we had to get through before we even began discussing the whole mate bond. I watched his lips purse together, and he nodded his head. I guess I have some explaining to do. I squeezed my fingers together as I braced for impact. I wasn't sure what he was going to say. The night we spent together had been special to me. I was afraid I was going to feel hurt again after he explained. Then on the other hand, I knew it was silly. It had been a one-night stand. A lot of people don't even know the name of the person they slept with. Hell, some probably don't even remember the other person's face. However, even knowing this, I guess it meant something to me. Something more than it should have. I always assumed it didn't matter to him, but to hear it confirmed would be harder. I guess, deep down, I liked to pretend that I had been important, that what we had was different. I needed to pretend that I wasn't the only one who thought it was special. I looked into his hazel eyes and was already inwardly wincing. I knew it was coming. I knew he was going to say it was how he hooked up with others. And I had no right to be upset about it because this was my issue, not his. Conrad is my beta, but also my best friend. Being the alpha of the chance pack, I had a lot of attention on me. There are a lot of people who want to get close to the alpha. However, no one cares to be close to the beta. Before I became the official alpha, I pretended to be Conrad and he posed himself as me. I wanted to have a sense of freedom before the weight of my pack rested on my shoulders. I wanted to see people for who they were instead of what they wanted from me. That night with you, it was me. I was just hiding behind another name, but everything else that happened then was real. I watched as his eyes burned a hole through me. This was not what I was expecting him to say. I began to chew on my lip as I listened to him sigh. He tilted his head to the side and looked up at the ceiling, rubbing the back of his neck. I didn't make what happened between us a habit. I don't want you to think. He looked down at me and a soft smile reached his lips. That was special for me. I felt like I was connected to you then, and maybe I was. Maybe I was always meant to be your mate, and then you broke my heart. My mouth parted in shock. I broke his heart? I watched as a crooked grin reached his lips. What do you mean by that? I asked and listened to his quiet, airy chuckle. I was still trying to wrap my head around him, saying it had been special to him too. I didn't understand it. Maybe if we had been mates from the beginning, but I ended up Denny's mate first. This didn't make any sense. I woke up and you were gone. I fell asleep holding you and woke up to an empty bed. I looked all over for you, but couldn't find you anywhere. Packs had left the hotel, and I didn't know which pack you belonged to. Why did you leave like that? I bit my inner lip and looked up at him. Here I was thinking it didn't mean anything to him, but I was the one who did the typical one-night stand mad dash. I made him feel used. I just figured it was best not to make the situation awkward. I snuck out before you woke up to save both of us from an uncomfortable situation. I wanted you. I thought maybe you didn't want me. His hazel eyes pinned against mine, and it felt like he was looking into my soul. It felt right being with you. I always looked for you after that. Anytime I went to visit a new pack, and now I finally found you. And as luck would have it, you are my mate, if you will have me. I can't feel the mate connection. I whispered quietly and watched him nod his head. Why did I just say that? He already knows I can't feel the mate connection, and that makes it sound like I'm not interested. I am the product of someone who doesn't know how to socialize. Ugh, speak up, you. I understand. Do you think you could give me a chance anyways? How about dating me and getting to know me? Then you can decide if you want to join my pack as my Luna. He can't be for real, right? He is being very considerate of me. Is this really okay? Is it okay to trust him? I needed to leave the sulfur pack anyways, but would I be safe with his pack? The thing is, I need to leave my pack tonight without getting into details right now. I shook my head and looked down. I didn't want to rehash everything, but this was not a safe place for me. I don't have my wolf right now, and it isn't safe for me here. I watched as his eyes flickered dark and back to his hazel color. I was invited to go and stay with the Diamond Pack. Come with me. Sion interrupted me softly. No pressure and no strings attached. Just come and stay with me. It doesn't have to be with me. He cleared his throat shyly and shrugged his shoulders while looking at me. It was really adorable how he suddenly looked bashful. I couldn't help the small smile that reached my lips while I stared up at him. I will keep you safe and we can get to know each other. Plus, it will help to be around your mate. It will help your wolf recover faster too. And, well, to be completely honest, I can't imagine not taking you with me after I have finally found you. You act like it was always your plan to take me as your mate. I laughed slightly, but then quickly stopped seeing his serious eyes. I swallowed and looked at him. There is no way, right? Did I seriously disappear from someone who had wanted me? Really? I listened to him chuckle and watched his gorgeous smile spread across his lips. Just ask my officers. I always hoped we would meet again. I said if I meet her again and we are both unmated, I am sweeping her off her feet and taking her as my Luna. Sion took a step towards me and lowered his head down to mine. I could feel his breath hitting my forehead, and my eyes closed briefly. I remembered our night together and how perfect everything was being with him. I had to admit I did feel as if I was connected to him then, but I thought that was just because of the intimacy of everything. I had run away from him, and the truth was, I was scared. I ran away from him so that I didn't have to face the reality of feeling unwanted. If I would have just stayed, I never would have lost Sheena. Come back with me. I'll give you your own room, and we can wait for your wolf to resurface. If you change your mind, I'll take you to the Diamond Pack. And if your wolf never resurfaces, maybe you will fall for me the old-fashioned way. There was a soft intimacy of his voice that pulled me into him. It was like his voice was wrapping its arms around me and comforting me. I knew the smartest thing for me to do was to go to the Diamond Pack. That was the Alpha King's pack, and he was the one who spared me to begin with. But logic never could convince the heart. And my heart wanted a family. I wanted to go with Sion. He was my chance to have a family, and this was something I desperately wanted. You can't understand what it is like to not have anyone. I don't have a family. I grew up with no one looking out for me. Was it so bad that I wanted this now? However, I also wasn't a complete I wasn't going to jump straight into Sion's bed, at least not yet. I had to leave the sulfur pack, so why not leave with my potential mate? He was even offering to be with me if Sheena doesn't resurface. Plus, he had a very valid point about my wolf. Wolves heal better near their mates, especially mentally. There's a good chance Sheena will come back to me faster if I am with Sion. However, there was also something else. A weird feeling inside of me that was pulling me towards him. It was as if something or someone was telling me to go with Sion. Maybe it was the mate pull, and a part of me recognized it. I don't know, but being near Sion just felt right. And what could it hurt anyways? I wasn't agreeing to anything more than staying there for now. This would only be permanent if I agreed to it. I stepped away from him so I could speak with a clearer mind. I felt like I was being absorbed into his presence when I was that close to him. Okay, I'll come back with you. But I quickly said, stopping him from stepping towards me again. I am not agreeing to anything. I will come on a trial basis. I need to take this one step at a time. It's weird not having my wolf senses, and I am still trying to adjust. I've had so many things thrown at me at once that I've lost my bearings. I just need a moment to breathe and figure things out. So, I reached my hand out to him and he looked at it curiously. This is where you shake my hand as we agree on the terms. I watched his lips curl into a crooked smile as he stepped into my hand, effortlessly pushing my palm up against his chest. I agree to your terms. Anything you want, he said as he leaned his head down to mine. His nose was touching mine and his lips were just barely not touching me. I won't force you, but if you ever want to move to my room or anything, just close the gap. His hot breath singed my lips as he held himself there. It was like he was serving himself up to me on a platter. And hey, I wasn't a girl to miss meals when they were presented in front of me, so I partook of his lips. I immediately knew I wasn't the one partaking, knowing I was the one being partook. His lips moved against mine, and his tongue dipped into my mouth. His arms wrapped around me, holding me captive as my fingers gripped onto his shirt. A low, pleasurable growl rippled from his chest as he greedily devoured my lips. It was as if I was something he had been craving for so long and was finally able to have. Dear gods, how was I going to stay out of this man's bed? Where was my self-control? I did have the little devil voice inside of me saying, I am a grown-ass woman, and I have needs too. Then there was the annoying voice saying, please, after everything you have been through, don't overcomplicate things right now. Whatever. Right now, it was just a kiss, and I was enjoying it. I gently bit onto his lip and tugged it into my mouth as I gently sucked on it. His low growl was almost like a purr as he pressed himself into me. The soft sound of a gentle knock was briefly heard at the door. Sion growled and his lips parted from mine. What? He was breathing heavily as his dark eyes were staring back into mine. The second half of the Alpha meeting is starting, a voice at the door said. Sion's thumb brushed over my cheek, and he gently kissed my forehead. I guess you have some packing to do. A small smile rested on his lips. Thank you for giving me a chance. You won't regret it. He then turned and walked towards the door, opening it harshly. Connor, Logan, stay with Clover and help her pack. If even one hair is out of place. Yes, Alpha. Yes, Alpha. I heard both voices sound out in unison. I then heard Denny's voice ordering for Joey and Jude to stay with me as well. I could see Sion's muscles tense up for a moment before he walked away and out of my sight. The next head that peeked inside the room was Sam, the beta of the Diamond Pack. Is everything okay, Clover? What have you decided? Sam seemed to be making sure that whatever I was doing was my decision and no one else's. I am going to go to the Chance Pack for now, but if things don't work out, then you are welcome to come to the Diamond Pack. Sam nodded his head and glanced behind him. I have to get to the meeting now. If you ever need anything, reach out to me. I will personally see to it that you are taken care of. I smiled in appreciation as I watched him swiftly walk out of sight. I stepped out of the doorway and was met by 4 men, Conrad, Logan, Joey, and Jude. I decided I needed to explain what was going on. I haven't decided on anything permanently. For now, I will be going to the Chance Pack as a guest. That is all I have agreed to. I glanced up at Jude and Joey and smiled. I was leaving tonight anyways. Now I at least know where I am headed. No one said anything. They all just nodded their heads and quietly followed me up the stairs to my room. When I opened the door to my room, my eyes opened in shock. There sitting on my bed was Andrea. I guess she was waiting for me. I suppose this talk needed to happen. I turned and looked back at the 4 men behind me as I grabbed my door. Girl chat, I said with a smile and shut the door in their faces. I swiftly locked it and listened to them pounding on the door. These weren't ordinary doors. It wouldn't be easy to break down these doors. I turned around and watched as Andrea stood up from the bed. Her eyes looked red and puffy as she stepped towards me. I listened as Andrea's voice quivered as she continued to walk towards me. I couldn't tell how she was going to react. Okay, maybe locking the guys out wasn't my brightest move. After all, she had her werewolf strength, and I didn't. I watched as her hands balled into fists and she reached out towards me. Andrea wrapped her arms around me and held me tight. I could hear her silent sobs as her voice quietly trembled, saying, Thank you, Clover. I froze. I honestly had no idea how to react in this moment. I felt like she might have lost her mind and was ready to snap, until she lifted her face up to look at me. I could see the tears trickling down her face as she bit on her bottom lip. Her face was red and her eyes were puffy. She had snot dripping from her nose, and I noticed she was a very ugly crier. However, there was nothing fake about it. Den told me what happened. He also told me, had you not rejected him first, that he wouldn't have been able to do it. He told me how you supported us and knew how much he loved me. Thank you for giving him to me. I love him. I need him. I can't thank you enough. I watched as the liquid trickled from her eyes and her nose even more. I stepped back and grabbed her a couple tissues. Clover, I heard what Taylor did. I watched her look down in shame as she blew her nose in the tissues I handed her. I knew she wasn't the nicest to you. I even reprimanded her when I caught her. I was naive and wanted to believe my friend was a good person. I'm sorry about what she did. She looked up at me and whimpered. I've got to do better. As I am right now, I am not Luna material. I should have done better. I promise I will do better. I'll be a good Luna to the pack. Clover, I have always been jealous of you. I knew she was probably jealous since I was so close to Denny. I was also accepted in the pack house and slept just down the hall from the man she loved. So this part of her confession wasn't a shock. It was the next part that had my jaw dropping. You are so beautiful and bright. You have a light that shines wherever you go, and I don't have that. You might not realize this, but others watch you and admire you. You can't help but follow the brightest star. Not everyone in the pack is against you. They are just afraid. You don't have to leave. I want to leave. I smiled at Andrea and shrugged. I want to go somewhere where I can start out without the past flashing above my head. I don't want to just be safe in a pack. I want to belong. Thank you for everything you have said. Honestly, Denny and I were never meant to be. I am quite sure of that. I think this was meant to happen for a reason. I just don't know what that reason is yet. I think I'm supposed to go to the chance pack. This was true too. I felt like I was being led to the chance pack for a reason. What was that reason? I guess only the moon goddess would know that. The sound of my door lock clicking was heard and my door hurriedly opened. I looked up to see 4 panicked faces looking between me and Andrea. Andrea was the one sobbing. It probably looked like I was the one bullying her. Is everything okay? Joey stepped up and looked me over before glancing at Andrea. Yes, everything is fine. Andrea just came to tell me goodbye. I smiled up at Andrea, who nodded her head. And I wanted her to know that she can always come back here, if you ever need us. I watched as Andrea trailed off softly, and I nodded my head. I appreciated the gesture, but it was just too late. This place couldn't be my home anymore. My wolf is now dormant, and I don't have the best of memories from this pack. Even if things in the chance pack didn't work out, I would not be returning here. Take care of yourself, Clover. I watched Andrea as she walked out of the room for a moment before I turned around to look at my room. It was now time to leave this place. I felt Joey's hand land on my shoulder, and then a low warning growl rippled from behind us. With all due respect, take your hand off of my Luna. Conrad growled as I started to choke on air. Hold that thought just a second. I turned to look at Conrad and Logan. I'm not sure what Alpha Sion told you, but I haven't agreed to anything. I watched as 2 wide smiles spread over Connor and Logan's faces. You are the pack banquet girl, right? And you are also his mate? Conrad raised his brows up at me and shrugged. He's been looking for you without the mate pull. Wait, Alpha Sion already was looking for you? Why? I heard Jude ask, and I closed my eyes. Anyways, just call me Clover, okay? I have a lot of packing to do, so either you are in here to help, or your presence isn't needed. I was avoiding my fling with Sion topic like the plague. I grabbed some suitcases out of my closet and tossed them on my bed. You want to talk about it? I heard Joey's concerned voice as he approached me from my side. Yeah, that is a hard pass right there. No, there isn't anything to talk about. I cleared my throat and pointed to one of my bags. If you want to put the things in my bottom drawer in there, I'd appreciate it. I looked over at Joey and Jude, who both nodded and got to work. I felt a bit bad for Joey at this moment, but I knew he was going to be okay. He was going to find his mate, and then he would understand that this was all for the best. While we are on names, you can call me Connor. This is what everyone calls me. Conrad said as he moved to the bed. Just tell us what you need. We are here to help you however you need. I'm not bringing much, just my clothes. I don't need anything else. Are you sure, Clover? I turned to look at Jude and nodded my head. Yes, I am sure. Honestly, I am taking more than I planned to take originally. Before I was going to stuff everything in a backpack and set off. Where were you planning to go? Logan asked, and I shrugged. Just away, I said quietly. choosing not to elaborate any more on the topic. I could see the curious glance from Logan and Connor, but they didn't say anything. "Do you want me to pack the top drawer too?" Jude asked as he pulled them open, much to my horror. I stood there frozen as he looked at the lingerie I had hidden inside. "I'll handle those," I started to say, but then Jude reached in and pulled out a green lacy thong. I was mortified, and he twirled it around his finger and grinned over at me. "Clover, you naughty kitten. Why don't you tell me who you wear these for?" Jude grinned as I ran over, jumping to grab them out of his hand, which didn't work too well since he was much taller than me. He effortlessly held them up out of reach. "I can see you in a whole new light. Where do you keep the handcuffs and whips?" Chad struggled against him and punched his arm. "Ah! Shh, you sexy thing." Jude teased me mercilessly. I could feel my cheeks heating up as he held the thong up higher. "Gods, Jude." I jumped up again in vain. I finally climbed onto his back and wrapped my arms around his throat, putting him in a chokehold. Meanwhile, Joey took the whole drawer out and was looking over the contents. "Joey, not you too," I growled as Jude began to spin around. I could hear Connor and Logan snickering in the background. Looks like all of a sudden, they were not in protection mode. Great, I am surrounded by animals, quite literally. Somehow, as Jude was spinning me, my foot hit the drawer in Joey's hands. It went up, and there was a lingerie explosion. Meanwhile, Jude tripped, and we both went down decorated in lacy secrets. So here is the picture. I am laying on top of Jude, and we are covered in my lingerie. Logan, Connor, and Joey are laughing hysterically when in walks Denny and Sion. "Just shoot me now, please." Right between the eyes. Make it a clean kill. Jude started to chuckle as he sat up. "Geez, Clover, you are deadly even without your wolf," he said as he began to rub his throat. "Look, Den, our baby sister has grown up on us." He displayed the ornaments he was wearing with a devilish grin. "Okay, just get out. I'll finish this myself," I mumbled, not making eye contact with anyone, though I could feel Sion's eyes drilling into me. Even through this embarrassment, things felt normal. I felt a bit sad to be leaving these guys. We had been through a lot over the years, and we had a bond together, like family. Fire! The blood-curdling screams ripped through the house. The holding cell is engulfed in flames. Oh, shit! I finally glanced up with wide eyes. Taylor was in the holding cell. "Shit!" Denny growled. "Jude, Joey, go get Taylor out." I watched as Jude and Joey blurred past me and Denny's eyes turned to me. "Stay here, Clover." "Wait a minute," I objected, but Denny growled and pointed at me. "Stay here. Do not bark orders at my mate. Now you have a job to do. Go do it." Sion's voice was low and threatening. His eyes were black and I could visibly see he was fighting to control himself. "It isn't safe out there for her. That's because she had you protecting her before. I am protecting her now. Go and tend to your business. That no longer includes Clover." I swallowed as I watched Denny's hands ball into fists. I listened to his sharp breath intake before he turned around and abruptly ran out of the room. I looked up at Sion, waiting for him to say I shouldn't go or that I should stay here and finish packing. "Well?" Sion smiled and winked at me. "You want to see what's going on, right? Let's go. You are part of my pack now." "Yeah, not the wet behind the ears pup." Logan snorted, and Sion shot him a sharp look, which shut him up instantly. "Logan, keep your feelings to yourself." Sion turned to look at me and gave me a soft smile. "Be considerate of Clover. That was her alpha." I took a couple of steps towards Sion, and then the sound of screams echoed from outside. I ran. I needed to see what was happening. I wasn't sure what to think of Sion and his actions, but I had no time to analyze them. I was now officially going against my alpha's orders. And it was a little bit weird since, as an officer, my job was to obey unconditionally. But as Sion pointed out, he wasn't my alpha anymore. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Sion effortlessly keeping up with me. Of course, I didn't have my wolf, so I wasn't as fast as I usually was. I could hear someone else running and glanced over to see Connor on the other side of me. I felt like I was being escorted rather than followed. They kept in a protective formation around me. I could smell the smoke and see the orange glow in the distance. There was a group of men putting out what was left of the fire, and a lot of others trying to get closer to see what was happening, but they were blocked. There was a wall of men not allowing them to get close. Behind them, I could see Alpha Scott, Denny, Jude, and Joey clearly. I could also see Beta Sam from the Diamond Pack. As we approached the barrier of men, Sion moved in front of me. "Stand aside," he commanded in this deep, authoritative tone. The men didn't even hesitate to move out of the way for him. I watched him turn his body slightly towards me, and a moment later I was being scooped into his side. He ushered me along with him, and Logan and Connor followed. My eyes scanned over everyone until they landed on a charred body on the ground. I gasped and raised my hand to cover my mouth. She might have been conspiring to kill me, but I didn't want this. I stepped away from Sion's arm and closer towards the body to examine it further. I might not have my wolf, but I wasn't useless. I could see by the way the body was burned that this wasn't a normal fire. I knelt next to the body, aware of the eyes watching me to see what I was going to do. "Magic," I whispered out, looking up to see Sam nodding his head in agreement. "Yes, but I am not sure what kind." Sam looked over at Alpha Scott and began asking him questions about the pack. Meanwhile, I returned to looking at the body. Jude knelt down beside me, and I looked up at his blank expression. I'm sure this was hard on him. She was his girlfriend, and he had feelings for her. "Where are the guards who were watching the holding cell?" I asked Jude, and he motioned his head in the distance. I glanced in their direction to see Denny talking to them with Joey. They were asleep and don't remember seeing anyone. Jude sighed, and he looked up at me. They were put to sleep by someone. "Who has magic in your pack?" I turned to look at Sion as he moved closer to me. I shook my head and looked back at the body. "There isn't anyone who has magic at this level." I pointed over the body. "You see how even the burn is? This was done by someone with a lot of power who is very experienced. The body was engulfed by an even amount of heat. Whoever did this has a lot of control and power." I looked back at Sion to see him looking at me intently. "Impressive, Clover." I shrugged slightly with a small smile. I had a lot of time on my hands to study. "Alpha Scott, I will expect a full investigation and report. I want you to keep me informed of anything you find." Sam turned and looked at me, and then the body. "Better have the body taken care of. You don't want her parents to see this sight. And Clover, I will be leaving shortly. You are sure about your decision?" Was I sure about my decision? I wasn't sure about anything right now. I watched as a few men carried a body bag over and began putting Taylor's remains in it. I could hear hysterical screaming and crying in the distance. Most likely it was Taylor's parents. What a mess. One thing I was certain of was that I was not staying here. I felt oddly at ease with Sion, and we did have a history together. I wasn't sure if it was the right decision, but I wanted to go with him. I nodded my head, and Sam smiled at me. "Well, just remember you are always welcome at the Diamond Pack." "Thank you." I smiled and straightened up to my feet. "I'll keep it in mind." I glanced over at Sion to look at his face. I was curious if that bothered him at all, but if it did, he didn't show it. I wasn't used to that. Denny wore his emotions on his sleeves. Everyone always knew how he was feeling, but it seemed even when Sion was upset, he was able to keep his composure well. "They don't remember anything," Denny said as he walked over. I caught him glancing at me for a moment before looking back at his dad. "We start our investigation immediately. I want all the wolves who were in the area to be questioned first. Then we make our way through the pack. It is going to be a long night. Thank goodness the meeting is over." Alpha Scott then turned his head towards me. "Clover, I'm afraid we will have to tell you goodbye now. Given the circumstances, I understand." I cut him off and he nodded his head. I hadn't wanted a weird, awkward goodbye, and now that there was a pressing issue, it wasn't a problem. "If you ever need anything, of course we will see you again. Take care of yourself, Clover." Alpha Scott then turned and walked away with Sam. He wasn't a man to prolong things, and he had a murder in his pack. It was Denny, Jude, and Joey that were looking at me with crestfallen faces. If you would have told me a week ago that I was going to leave this pack, I would have laughed. I couldn't imagine not being the Delta of the Sulfur Pack, and now I couldn't imagine staying in the Sulfur Pack. It is funny how fast things can change. "I don't want to send you off like this. Hell, I don't want to send you off at all." Denny stepped up to me and wrapped his arms around me. After you get settled and things settle down here, I will come and visit you. You can always come back here. I want you to know that." I could hear Denny's voice waver as he let out a breath. "I'm sorry for everything that happened. Denny, you don't have to worry about me. Take care of your pack and be the alpha I know you can be." I stepped back and could see the torn expression on his face. There was a lot he wanted to say, but one of the men called out his name near the burning building. "I've got to go. Take care, little sis." A small smile reached his lips as he patted my head and walked away. That was the actual reality of my relationship with Denny and the others. I was like their adopted little sister, not a romantic interest. "Don't be too much of a handful. I won't be there to keep you in line." Jude teased as he ruffled my hair. "Call me and we can video chat. Maybe we can even play some video games online together. Until next time." This was Jude's way. He didn't like saying goodbye. "Jude," I called out as he started to walk away. "If you don't mind losing, I'll play some games with you." I listened to him chuckle as he went about his duties. I looked up at Joey and bit my inner lip. I didn't know what to say to him. He had asked me to be his chosen mate, and I was leaving with another. I hoped he wasn't upset with me. Deep down, he had to understand that this was for the best. I watched as he reached out for me and pulled me into his arms. He rested his chin on the top of my head, and for a moment he just held me like that. "I'll always be here for you. If you ever need anything, I hope you find the home that you want. But if not, you can always come back here. I love you, Clover." He kissed the top of my head and then briskly walked away before I could say anything. I didn't know what to say anyway. It felt like anything that came out of my mouth wouldn't be enough. So I stood there quietly watching him walk away. I didn't realize how hard this feeling would hit me. I was saying goodbye to a very big part of my life. It was much harder than I imagined. "I guess we know why she smelled like Joey." Connor snorted, and I turned and looked at him. "You don't know what you're talking about," I said quietly. "We can very clearly see," Connor began, but Sion interrupted him. "Connor." Sion's gruff tone silenced the man instantly. His hazel eyes found mine, but I couldn't read him at all. "Don't pry into her past." I think you're getting the wrong impression." Sion was still looking at me, and I decided to elaborate just a bit. "Joey and I aren't a couple. He offered to take care of me after I lost my wolf. He has been the one guarding me around the clock. He cares about me, but he hasn't met his fated mate yet." I shrugged. "It's for the best." I averted my gaze from Sion to glance back at the Sulfur Pack members. This was it. I was leaving for good. I couldn't see the guys anymore. They were probably being torn in so many different directions, and usually I was right there with them, and part of me still felt this responsibility. I inhaled deeply as I tried to bury my feelings. "I need to finish packing," I mumbled and started walking back to the pack house. We walked back in silence to the house. Sion was by my side, and Connor and Logan were right behind us. We were just about to step onto the porch when a loud voice screamed, "You!" A large, muscular man stomped towards me. His red, crazy eyes were fixated on me as a sinister snarl escaped his throat. This was Taylor's father, and he looked unhinged. "You, because of you, this is your fault." Taylor's father's voice was crazy. "Drew, you need to calm down." My voice is calm, even though I know there is no reasoning with him. "This is what happens when you let a demon into the pack. We never should have taken you in." Drew roars as he lunges towards me with fangs and claws elongated. What happened next was a blur, a literal blur. Sion's speed was so fast that I didn't even see his hand reach Drew's throat. With little effort, Drew was now on the ground, with Sion gripping his throat with one hand. His claws weren't out. His fangs weren't out. It was very precise and deadly. At first, Sion looked calm and in control, but as I looked at him closer, I noticed his eyes flickering dark and his arm trembling as he tried to restrain himself. There was a deadly rage underneath the surface that he was fighting off. "I should kill you for going after my mate." I listened as Sion's voice had changed. The low, threatening tone crept out in a terrifying growl. His fingers were curling deeper into Drew's skin, drawing specks of blood to the surface. I could see the man was now gurgling as he struggled for air. This was the first time I had seen Sion struggling to rein in his wolf. Sion, it's okay. The man is distraught. Please let him go. I wasn't sure if I could reason with him when he was in that state of mind or not. To my surprise, he instantly released Drew and stood up. Go. Do not ever approach my mate again. You will not get another warning. Sion's voice sounded back to normal, and Drew fled, still fearing for his life. Then Sion turned and looked at me. His hazel eyes were locked onto mine, and he slowly reached out for me. He pulled me in and held my head to his chest. His head lowered, and he buried his nose in my hair, inhaling deeply. I could feel his entire body relaxing as he used me to calm himself completely. This is exactly how a mate would calm himself. What did he mean by taking you in? I heard Connor's voice from behind me, and I felt my heart sink. Once they knew what pack I was from, it was over. Maybe this was a good thing, though. Getting it over with before I get attached. I swallowed and took a step back to look up at Sion. There's a lot going on out here. We can talk in my room. I led them back into the main house and up the stairs to my room. When I reached my room, I looked at my scattered lingerie on the floor. I had forgotten about that fiasco. I hurried in and quickly gathered them, throwing them back in the drawer. I set it aside and turned around to look at the men in my room. I took a deep breath as I decided to tell them what I knew. I wasn't born in the sulfur pack. I was actually taken in as a baby. I wasn't going to speculate about being a Shea because I didn't know that. Though they might put this piece of the puzzle together on their own, I am the Alpha's daughter of the Chaos Pack. I don't know anything else about myself or if I am part anything else. It was a member of the Chaos Pack that killed the Luna of the Sulfur Pack, so I came into this pack an unwelcomed baby and have remained unwanted. I looked at each of them before finally settling on Sion. If you don't want me to come to the Chance Pack, I understand. If it is a problem at all, just let me know so I can make other plans. No matter what, I am not staying here. I let out a breath. There, I said it. I didn't mention the Shea thing, but I'm sure they were well aware of the Chaos Pack and what that could mean. Wow, what a harsh pack. They mistreated you here? Logan asked, as his sympathetic eyes gazed at me. I shrugged and looked away. I'm stronger because of it. I worked my way up through the ranks and became a Delta. It was better after that. Well, until just a few days ago. I pursed my lips together and looked down. I really didn't want to get into any of that right now. I knew I would need to explain to Sion why I lost my wolf, but I could do that later. If he still wanted me now. I could see Sion was waiting for me to continue, and I shrugged slightly. That is a story for another time, depending on. Sion began to chuckle, and his eyes flickered with amusement. Do you really think I'm not going to take you because of that? I just found out that my mate is the Alpha's daughter from the Chaos Pack. That was one of the strongest packs in the North. You keep sounding better and better. I watched as he walked over to me. He tilted my chin up so that I was gazing into his eyes. Clover, you are amazing. I need you. I want to call you mine. Just let me know when. That is all I am waiting on. I want you to know that. I'm already yours. You just need to tell me when you are ready. No pressure. I just want you to know this. This was how the mate pull was supposed to work. It was supposed to help speed up the process with the person you are meant to be with. I knew this, but it was strange. It was foreign for me to hear someone saying they needed me. Sion just seemed too good to be true. He controlled his temper on a level I had never seen. He wasn't acting crazily overprotective like almost all mates I have seen, let alone an alpha. And now he was saying no pressure and was letting me decide the pace of the relationship? I didn't trust it. I wanted to believe in him. It would be much easier to trust him, but I couldn't. Not yet. I might have slept with him before, but that hardly meant I knew him. I realized I was just standing there like a moron. I was gazing up into his eyes as his thumb caressed my chin. I cleared my throat and stepped back, pursing my lips together. I turned around and tried to act nonchalant over the whole thing. I guess I need to finish packing since I am delaying you from leaving. I'll give you a hand, Logan said as he made his way over towards my drawers. Don't touch that drawer. I'll take care of it. I pointed to my lingerie drawer and I watched a crooked grin reach his lips. I wouldn't dream of it. I have no desire to be torn apart by my alpha. Logan chuckled as I turned to look at Sion. He had a quiet, dangerous air about him. I wondered how scary he really was when he was angry. I saw his anger briefly over Taylor's father, and I was certain that was only the very tip of it. So, who do you wear those skimpy things for? I heard Connor's voice and I scoffed, looking up at him. I folded my arms over my chest indignantly. Just what was he implying there? Why do I have to wear them for anyone other than myself? I like how they feel. They are comfortable. Maybe you missed my speech where I said I was unwanted in this pack. I raised my eyes up at him as he winked over at Sion. There, now you can be put at ease. Connor grinned, and I looked over at Sion. He still looked expressionless to me. Maybe mentally he expressed concern over my lifestyle? I grabbed the drawer and headed over towards Sion and put it in his hands. There, you can pack them if you're curious about the contents. I stepped away and watched as red crimson stained his cheeks. He was blushing. Oh my gods, this man was embarrassed, and it looked adorable. I watched as he looked away, a bit flustered, as his hand fumbled with the zipper on my luggage. The confidant Alpha was suddenly bashful. You've seen lingerie before? Not yours. Sion mumbled quietly. What does that matter? I asked and listened to Connor snickering. It's because he is imagining what it looks like on you. Conrad, Sion growled while I giggled. He doesn't have to imagine that, though. He already saw me wearing it. I watched as the red crawled up his neck, turning his ears red, while Connor and Logan laughed. He is replaying the highlight reel. Logan laughed, and I looked at him in confusion. It took me a moment to realize what he meant. Here, Sion, I'll pack those. Connor moved to grab the drawer, and Sion lifted his eyes up to him. He didn't say a word, but I watched Connor lift his hands up and back away, just offering to help. Sion, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a big deal out of this. I am perfectly capable of handling this. I reached out and rested my hand over his, patting it softly. He sat the drawer down and grabbed my hand. He pulled me towards him and lowered his head to the crook of my neck. I felt his nose lightly tickle my skin, and then his lips softly brushed over my marking spot. He planted a soft kiss on my neck before he straightened up. I need to step out for a moment. I stood there and watched Sion abruptly walk out of the room, and then I looked back at the other two, confused. Did I upset him? He has to rein that alpha beast of his under control. You got him overworked up. Logan grinned and winked at me. My lips parted in shock and shook my head slowly. Oh, I didn't mean to. I felt horrible. I wasn't trying to tease him or provoke his wolf. He has been looking for you for a long time, and you ended up being his mate. I have a feeling it's going to be a real struggle for him to be around you. It won't matter what you do. Just brushing your hair will get him worked up. Connor chuckled and zipped up one of my suitcases. Don't worry, we will protect you even if we have to beat him. Nah, he will beat it out of him later tonight. Logan snickered and Connor joined in. Okay, I don't need the details. I grabbed my middle drawer and stuffed the contents in my other suitcase. Meanwhile, I pondered over what they said. Was Sion really that affected by me? I couldn't help the small smile that reached my lips. I didn't want to hope for it, but a flame ignited anyways. A warm glow kindled inside of me. I had thought my light had completely burned out, and yet hope was returning. Maybe, just maybe, Sion could be the family I was looking for. I could belong with him in his pack, and we could have a family together. I know it was dangerous to hope, but I wanted this so badly. I zipped up my suitcase and looked around my room. I wasn't taking anything else with me. I took in a slow breath as I mentally said goodbye to my home. All right, I am all packed up. I'm ready to leave when you guys are. Sion. I walked down the stairs and leaned against the wall. I couldn't help but think about when we were last together. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest as I kept picturing her flushed face underneath me that night. I still couldn't believe that I had finally found her and that she was my mate. Ever since that night together, I had a suspicion she was my mate, but we weren't ready to feel the bond. Of course, now she thinks I am her second chance mate, but that isn't the case. I can't explain that to her now, but I will in time. That pampered alpha pup might have been a mate of hers, but he wasn't her true mate. I can't explain all of that yet, though. Not now. This wasn't the moment for all of that. I would tell her in time. She needed time to adjust and hopefully get her wolf back. I needed her to know she was really my mate. I set my jaw and leaned my head against the wall. What had happened to her? Did she lose her wolf because of that weak rejection? That shouldn't have made her wolf go dormant. Sure, her wolf would have been upset, but it shouldn't have been traumatic. Now, if Clover and I had rejected one another, that would have been catastrophic. No, something horrible must have happened. I could feel my anger starting to bubble to the surface. I tried to take in deep, calming breaths. No, you don't, Sion. You have to remain in control. Keep it together, man. I focused my thoughts on Clover and her deep blue eyes. Instantly, another part of my beast began to rise to the surface. Imin. Another feral part was raging inside of me. The insane need to claim my mate. In all senses, I knew I would have to work extra hard not to lose control. I had to wait for Clover to be ready. I needed to prove to her that I was someone she could depend on. That's all I wanted to be, her everything. I smiled as I thought about when I arrived earlier today. I instantly felt restless as I walked into the pack house. An alluring scent of fresh fruit wrapped around me. At first, I thought it was the banquet being prepared. I went up to the Alpha meeting and took my seat. As the meeting went on, I felt restless. I was agitated and was demanding to locate the source of the scent. When the meeting was over, I tried to get out of the door first, but was stopped by another Alpha. He began asking me some annoying questions. I chuckled to myself quietly. I can't even remember what the Alpha said or how I responded. I was so fixated on the heavenly scent and needed to partake of whatever it was. I was practically tripping over myself as I went down the stairs. I had only made it halfway down when I saw Clover. God, she was just as beautiful as I remembered. My eyes traveled over her, and that's when I heard a resounding sound in my mind. Mate. I knew it. Finally, I had found her, and she was mine. Of course, as my luck would have it, she couldn't feel the mate pull, but she was the one who was unfortunate. She had some tragedy befall her, and her wolf closed herself off for protection. At least I wanted it to be something more than the rejection with the tail-chasing pup, because that would mean there was a deeper emotional connection to the future Alpha. It really didn't matter. Even if there was something before, there wasn't now. She was coming back with me, not staying with him. And I would do everything in my power to prove to her I was the one she should be with. At least there was something between us. Even without the mate pull, she responded to me. Her soft, torturous lips moved against mine and her fingers gripped into me. On some level, she felt it. That, or maybe because we had been together before, there was some attachment. At the very least, she was attracted to me. It was something to work with. I pushed off from the wall and took a few steps towards the window to look outside. I didn't like what I was hearing about this pack. How could they mistreat someone with such a beautiful light? It was probably a good thing she didn't go into detail over the things that had happened. At least not here. There was a good chance I wouldn't be able to control myself. But I hoped she would open up to me and tell me everything. I wanted to tell her everything about me as well. I let out a puff of air as I leaned my forehead on the cool glass. Clover was the daughter of the Chaos Pack's Alpha. This didn't bother me at all, but there were some pack members that would feel uncomfortable knowing this, especially because Clover didn't know if she was part anything else. I could read between those lines. She didn't need to say any more. The Chaos Pack was heavily intermixed with a species called the Sheena. They were a species known to have incredible power. They also had the power of suggestion. One of the reasons packs feared them was because if they got in the Alpha's head, they could control the pack. The Alpha wouldn't know he was being controlled mentally. This was probably why the Sulfur Pack feared her. I rubbed my forehead and massaged my temples. I needed to keep this quiet. I would make sure Logan and Connor know to keep this secret. There is no reason the Chance Pack needs to know this. Even if Clover is part Sheena, this doesn't change anything for me. I had a connection with her even before she knew I was an Alpha. She isn't fooling me into thinking she is my mate. I believe in her. For now, it is best to keep that part of her heritage a secret. I needed to figure out first if she really was part Shea, and if she was, we would just keep that a secret. No need to alarm everyone, and there is no way for them to know she is part Shea. It didn't matter. I would make it work. I had to have her by my side. I didn't care how pathetic it made me sound, but I needed her. She is the only one who can instantly soothe me. I would do anything for her. Anything. I am so excited about her coming back to the chance pack with me. I am also incredibly nervous. What if she doesn't like me? What if she decides I am not what she wants? She deserves better than me. I know I was the one blessed to be given her as a mate. I looked at my reflection and pushed away from the glass. I felt like I didn't measure up next to her. This was so unlike me. I had never lacked confidence before. I know a lot of ladies think I am attractive, but I don't care what they think. There is only one woman's thoughts that matter, and my very sanity was hanging on her every decision. I'm going to pull it together and be strong. I am the alpha of the chance pack. I can stay in control of myself and my emotions. I can handle anything. I stopped mid-thought as I turned around. Clover was walking down the stairs holding a small bag in her arms. Just like that, she robbed the breath from my chest. I was a lovesick puppy wagging his tail for the only person that mattered. My feet had a mind of their own and moved beside her. My arm took charge from there. One grabbed the bag from her while the other snaked around her back. Warm, sweet tingles sparked through my body from contact. Her warm side brushed against me, and I felt like I could burst with happiness. I am an alpha. I never felt the need to submit to anyone. I never needed to please anyone. This was not the case with Clover. I felt like I was trying to please my alpha, and her smile was the only reward I seek. And you know what? I don't care. I will gladly submit to her if she only gives me a chance. It'll never happen for anyone but her. I already knew others would be shocked the more they see me with Clover. Good. Let them know I am completely smitten with her. And on the same note, I will easily kill anyone who would dare to hurt her. I can carry the bag. I watched as a light shade of pink stained her cheeks. I felt my heart begin to pound against my chest. Oh gods, she was driving me crazy. Just that small thing encouraged me, and I wanted more. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I don't have my wolf right now, but I don't want you to get the wrong impression about me. I am not a weak woman. A grin spread across my lips as I stopped and turned her into me. I could feel her warm chest against mine. My trumpeting heart was crashing against my chest, trying to jump into her. I don't think you are weak. I looked into her sweet blue eyes, showing her how serious I was. This has nothing to do with anything like that. This is just, gods, I am a blathering. I feel like I can't talk. It's just all I can do right at this moment. I'm going to do everything and anything I can. I want to be helpful to you. I want you to see I am sincere about us. I just want to make her happy. I don't know exactly what makes her happy, but I'm going to learn. I leaned forward and brushed my lips over her forehead before walking her the rest of the way out of the house. So, what makes you happy? What things do you like? I asked casually, and I felt her body tense up slightly beside me. I glanced down to see her lips pursed together. What makes you happy? She responded, blinking up at me. You do, I answered. I watched as the sweet pink stains reached her cheeks again. However, she furrowed her brows and looked up at me. Honestly, Sion. She let out a sigh and shook her head. Before today, what made you happy? I chuckled and shrugged. If I say dreaming about finding you, you won't believe me anyways. Honestly, it was the truth. I knew that wasn't the sort of thing she wanted, though. All right. Besides anything dealing with you, I like competing. I enjoy a challenge and striving to be the best. She smiled up at me and nodded her head. Me too. I like to test my skills and continue to be a better version of myself. Alpha, you want shotgun? Logan asked me. I looked up as he stood next to the vehicle. As if I would miss this opportunity to sit next to my beautiful mate for hours. No, I said dryly and watched a sly grin spread across his face before he took the front seat. I looked down at Clover and my eyes wandered over her. She was half turned around in my arm. She was looking back at the pack house with an unreadable expression. I wondered if she was sad. What if she was scared? She was leaving her pack for an unknown pack with people she doesn't know. She doesn't feel the mate bond, and she doesn't have her wolf. I needed to do a better job at remembering everything she was going through right now. This was life-changing. I hope she will be happy with me. I hope the chance pack becomes a place she will call home with me. I couldn't do anything about her past. I don't know how badly she was treated or how lonely she was. I could do something about her future, though. I would do everything in my power to give her the home she deserves. It will all come down to her and what she will choose. If she will decide to stay with me or not. Gods, please let her stay with me. Clover. I didn't know how I felt as I stared at the pack house. I had a mixture of emotions. It wasn't about this place, though. It was about Denny, Joey, and Jude. I am leaving them now, for good. I wasn't coming back here. Everything in my life has been changing so drastically. I looked over the house one more time before I turned my head away. I looked up to see Sion was watching me intently. I gave him a small smile and shrugged my shoulders slightly. Okay, let's go, I tried to say in a cheerful voice. I stepped in front of Sion and started for the vehicle. I still wasn't used to my human eyes. I have always had supernatural vision, which I didn't now without my wolf. Who would have known there was a killer root in my path? As I stepped forward, I hooked my foot in and down I went. I scrunched up my face and braced for the impact. A strong arm grabbed hold of me and kept me from kissing the earth. Do you know how embarrassing it is for a delta to trip over an object on the ground? It was humiliating. I felt Sion lift my body upright, steadying me against him. Are you all right? His voice was laced with concern as he kept a protective arm around me. Of course, to make matters worse, I wasn't all right. My ankle was throbbing with burning pain. It sucked not having my wolf. I felt weak and pathetic, like one of those women on television needing a man to take care of them. I was anything but that. Yet, here I was biting my inner lip as I tested out my ankle. I must have winced slightly because a second later, I was lifted up in Sion's arms. I looked up at him startled and he cleared his throat, walking me to the car. I felt a bit uncomfortable, so I needed you close for comfort. I hope that's okay, he said as he stopped at the car, easing me onto the seat. He was being considerate of me. He must have known I would be embarrassed over the situation, so he acted on his own. Then he pinned the blame on himself. His hazel eyes were locked onto mine as his body was half leaning into the vehicle. He reached his hand up, his fingers brushing against my cheek, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. You don't ever have to hide anything from me. I know I haven't earned your trust yet, but I am someone you can depend on. He leaned down and ran his hand over my ankle. He leaned his face towards my ankle, and his lips lightly pressed against my skin. My whole body was tense, and I held my breath, afraid to move. He slowly and gently slipped my shoes off, the tips of his fingers teasing my skin. The act was so delicate that it felt intimate, even though it was just my feet. He raised his head and looked up at me with a breathtaking smile. It's a long ride, might as well be comfortable. He stood up and backed out of the car, shutting the door. I could feel my heart pounding against my chest as I began to breathe again. Get a hold of yourself, Clover. It was just your feet. I was reacting as if he slipped his hand under my shirt. I was in trouble. It would be so much easier to just give in to him. I wanted to believe in him and trust in his actions. It's just, I don't know. It was all a bit weird, right? The one man I ended up sleeping with years ago ends up being my second chance mate? How strange is that? I guess you could argue that is why I felt connected to him before. I was never a girl to sleep around. Not that I had the opportunity for that anyways, but I ended up in bed with him, and it never felt wrong. It felt like I was supposed to be with him. I never regretted giving my virginity to him because it was perfect. I never thought more about it until now. How did I end up in his bed? Was it because we just hit it off? Or was there more to the attraction back then? The reason it felt so normal? Was it because there was a connection between us? If we are mates, that means our souls are compatible. I had so many questions and I just didn't understand. I wondered if Sion thought it was strange at all. He slipped into the seat beside me, sitting closer than he needed to. All right, Connor, let's move out. I heard him say as the vehicle began to hum along. Within minutes, I could no longer see the pack house, and soon we were out of my pack's territory. I looked out the window as I mentally said goodbye. Then I decided to distract my mind from wandering. So why Connor? I mean, your name is Conrad, and Connor is hardly short for that. I looked over and could see a smile on Sion's face. Well, Sion started to explain. Conrad was a very interesting kid growing up. He had a way of getting into mischief, and he often tricked others. He was always conning someone into doing his chores or covering for him. We had an older teacher who was a very sharp woman. Each day, Conrad would try to think of a new way to con her. Soon it caught on, and our other classmates would chant for him to con her before she came into the class. The next year, we ended up with a new teacher, and the classmates began to chant con her as the teacher came in. She was a new teacher to the area and didn't know any of us, and she thought they were chanting his name, Connor. It was a hit and has stuck with him ever since. He smiled at me and shrugged. Just one of those fun nicknames. It's a good nickname. I smiled and glanced out of the window. I watched the brown trees and green leaves blur together like one big muddy painting. I never had a nickname, not an endearing one at least. I stopped myself before I went down that path. No one wanted to board the Sadness Express train. I'll think of a good nickname for you, I heard Connor say from the front in an overly enthused voice. I laughed and looked up at him as he concentrated on driving. That's okay. I'm not sure I want one of your nicknames. I listened as Logan snickered in the front seat. We will see. Something just might end up sticking. Or do you want us just to call you Luna? Connor began to say as I started to choke on my spit. It's Clover. I haven't. I glanced over at Sion to look at his face. I haven't decided on anything yet. I could see Connor glance up in the mirror to look at Sion, but Sion's face didn't give anything away. Even though he didn't show it, I am afraid inwardly it hurt him. Maybe I was being too harsh with the way I was phrasing things. I mean, I'm not saying I am not staying. I want to make sure everything is okay before I decide on anything permanently. What wouldn't be, okay? I heard Logan ask. I know he was probably worried about his Alpha being hurt, and I couldn't blame him. Logan. I heard Sion's low, warning tone and turned to look at him. There was a slight glaze over his eyes, and I could tell by the way Logan was hunkering, he was being reprimanded through a mind link. I understand Sion was being protective, but this was unnecessary. I reached over and grabbed onto his hand firmly. His hazel eyes met with mine, and I shook my head. Sion, they are allowed to ask me questions. I appreciate what you are doing, and you should appreciate what he is doing. He is just looking after you. Easy killer. I watched as his ears turned red, and he nodded his head. Wow. Thanks, Clover. Logan turned his head around to give me an appreciative smile. I know what it is like to be an officer. I can appreciate what you are doing. You are worried about your Alpha. I watched him nod his head, and I nodded mine as well. I don't know anything about your pack. I'm not looking to have the same type of relationship I did with the Sulfur Pack. I don't want to stay if I am not wanted. Also, I don't feel the mate pull. I don't know if Sion is my mate. You are. Sion answered, his eyes locked on me. I nodded my head and shrugged. Well, even so, without my wolf, I guess I'll never know. That's another issue. Without my wolf, I mean you need a Luna with her wolf. I started to say, but Sion cut me off instantly. That doesn't matter to me. All of those issues you mentioned, they aren't issues. They are to me. I looked at him and a soft smile formed on his lips. They aren't. If the pack doesn't want you, then we will leave together. I won't stay where my mate isn't welcome. He replied casually like he was ordering eggs for breakfast. That's easy to say now, but once again he interrupted me with serious burning eyes on me. It is easy for me to say because my priority is you. If your wolf never resurfaces, you are still my mate, my Luna. It doesn't matter whether you can shift or not. If you feel unwelcome at the chance pack and want to leave, then I will go with you. As long as you want me, my place is by your side. I could see he was serious. His eyes were focused on me, and I wasn't sure how to respond. An Alpha that would abandon his pack for his mate? Isn't this too strong of a mate bond? Sure, most Alphas adored their mate, but they always took care of their pack. He must have sensed what I was thinking because he squeezed my hand gently. the hand I didn't realize I was still holding from earlier. If they don't accept you, then they don't respect me. The mate bond is sacred. It is the pack's job to recognize their alpha as supreme and his decisions, including his mate. I felt his thumb playing over my hand as he held it gently. What he said had me thinking, though. Was it really that simple? Did this mean that there was a deeper issue with the Sulfur Pack? They disobeyed Alpha Scott when they attacked me, and they never would have accepted me as Denny's mate, or because it was me. Was this different? Because they were afraid of me being part Shea? Sion made it all seem so simple. He would choose me as long as I chose him back. Were his feelings greater for me than Denny's? Denny never would have chosen me over the pack. Maybe he would have chosen me over Andrea, but not the pack. So how about it? Will you choose Sion? Connor chimed in with a playful tone. I smiled and shrugged my shoulders. Who knows? He will have to prove to me he is worth choosing, I replied with a coquettish tone. I listened to the low, rumbling baritone chuckle from Sion's throat. I gladly accept that challenge. Sion's eyes were shining at me full of promise. I turned my gaze to look out the window with a small smile on my face. I didn't say anything, but I kept my hand interlaced with his, an action that said so much more than words ever could. I listened to the hum of the vehicle as my thoughts began to travel down a dangerous road, a path that began to want a future with Sion. I could feel the movement of a vehicle as I woke slightly disoriented and tried to remember where I was squirming slightly. I felt tucked into a warm embrace and tried to recall whose it could be. My eyes fluttered open slightly. I saw Logan and Connor in the front seat quietly talking. That's right, I had left the Sulfur Pack. My face grew hot as I remembered whose arms I was entangled in. I glanced out the passenger window as I tried to think of a way to get out of this situation and not make it awkward. I didn't remember falling asleep or how I had ended up in his arms. My eyes widened as I saw a strange creature dart through the trees. Stop the car, I shouted as I tore myself out of Sion's arms. I pressed my face against the window as the car came to a screeching halt. I instantly flung the door open and jumped out. I began frantically searching for the creature I had seen. What is it? Sion was by my side, standing slightly in front of me in a protective stance. He lifted his nose in the air as he searched for the scent. I couldn't see it clearly, but there was definitely something large. I can smell it, Logan said in a low growl as his eyes wandered over the landscape. There are many different shifters around here. Why did we need to stop? Connor asked, and I looked over at him. It's just, I shook my head. It was probably nothing. I had just woken up and my eyes were still adjusting. Sorry, my eyes were probably playing tricks on me. If it's important to you, we can take a moment and investigate it, Sion said, turning around to look at me. No, it isn't. And now that I think about it, this wasn't a good idea to stop. I looked over at Connor and Logan apologetically. I could have potentially put their alpha in danger. Sorry, I just realized this could have been a bad situation, and I know better. Sion reached his hands out and cupped my cheeks, directing my gaze to him. You don't have to apologize. We are capable of handling ourselves. Now, his thumb caressed my cheek. What do you think you saw? It was like a centaur, but it looked furry. I chewed on my inner lip and heard Connor snicker. Well, centaurs are hairy, Connor started to say, but I clicked my tongue and turned my head out of Sion's hands. I don't mean like that. I mean furry. The hair was longer. It was almost like a wolf's coat. I watched as Logan shrugged, looking at me. It could have been a wolf. I had to clench my jaw and refrain from smacking him upside his head. I know what a wolf looks like. However, I did just open my eyes and didn't have supernatural sight right now. So, most likely I didn't see correctly. I'll go take a look. If you think I shook my head and smiled up at Sion. No, I had just woken up and my eyesight isn't what it usually is. I'm sure it is nothing. I can at least go look at the tracks, Sion said, and I could see the flash of concern on Connor and Logan's faces. The last thing they wanted was to have their alpha tracking down some unknown creature in the middle of nowhere. I pushed off on my foot to reach for him, completely forgetting the tenderness of my ankle. I winced, and Sion's arms instantly lifted me up. Man, it sucked to not have my healing. On the bright side, Sion was now completely focused on me, so he wouldn't go chasing after the unknown. I gave him a half-sheepish, embarrassed smile. I wasn't used to being carried or held. Heck, I wasn't even used to hugs. "Let's get you back in the car. You need to be careful," Sion said in a soft, gentle voice. I looked down at my bare feet, feeling a bit embarrassed, looking at the dirt covering my toes. "I'm not going to break." I breathed out quietly as he eased me into my seat. I know. His hot breath beat against me, and I felt my insides ignite with desire. I could not deny that I was attracted to him. It was just like before when we first met. I felt like I needed to be near him. "Stay put. I'll be right back." I reached out and latched my fingers around his hand. He halted and stared at me. What was I supposed to say? I didn't want him to go and look for the tracks. It could be dangerous, and I couldn't even help fight. I would be in the way. Also didn't want to sound pathetic and ask him not to leave me, which was the only thing I could think of to say to make him stay. I could feel the evil, revealing flush rise over my face. I bit my bottom lip as I stared into his eyes. His sweet eyes began to darken, and I could hear the rate of his breathing pick up. He leaned back in and pressed his forehead against mine. "How am I supposed to keep my self-control when you look like this?" It was like a magnetic force pulled us together, and my arms were now around his neck. His lips consumed mine as his warm tongue slowly probed into my mouth. Pleasure filled me. I was consumed by his taste and feel and his smell. The intimacy of his tongue on mine had my body demanding more. I wasn't thinking, I was just responding to him. Some primitive force was making me lose myself in the madness of it all. One of his hands held my face possessively as his tongue continued its invasion in my mouth. My need for him was growing by the second, my hand entangled in his hair, not wanting him to break away from me. "Alpha, are you wanting us to take a walk, or?" I heard the amusement in Connor's voice as I broke apart from Sion's lips. My hands pulled away from his hair in embarrassment. The fuzzy world around us met with reality. I can't even begin to explain how mortified I was. I was in a heavy make-out session with their Alpha. It was like I knew they were there, but in that moment, I didn't. All I could think about was Sion. We just looked at one another, panting against each other's lips. I watched as he struggled to rein his wolf in as his eyes finally returned to Hazel. His eyes instantly were laced with concern as he studied my face. "I'm sorry, Clover. I didn't mean to," Sion began to say, but I raised my fingers up to his lips to silence him. He might be an alpha of his pack, but he wasn't forcing me to do anything. I willingly kissed him. He didn't force it. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't want it. I'm perfectly capable of saying no. I could see the instant relief in his eyes and something more. His eyes held a tender gaze on me as the corner of his lips curled upwards. I could feel my heartbeat accelerating, and then a pulsating burn ignited in my head. A part that had been quiet letting me know she was still around. "Clover?" Sion went to reach for me when the concerned voice of his beta had us all looking outside of the car. "Alpha," Connor said urgently. Sion pushed out of the car and stood tall as he gazed at the creature. It was like I had said. It was a centaur, only with fur. It was like a wolf's coat over the body with a half-man torso. I moved to the edge of the car, throwing my feet out so that I could see better. The centaur seemed unfazed as he stared at us from a distance. Only he wasn't staring at us. He was staring at me. Sion realized this too, and a murderous growl rippled from his throat. A deadly aura grew as the centaur finally looked away from me and to Sion. The centaur didn't seem hostile. He was just quietly observing us. Then he turned and galloped over the hillside, disappearing from view. We were all quiet for a moment, trying to decide what we had just seen. Was it just some weird mutation that his fur was like that? A crooked smile reached my lips, and I looked over at Connor and Logan. Good thing I am not a person to say I told you so or anything, because this is an appropriate moment for that. I was given a small half-smile by Logan, but the men remained focused on the distance. Okay, they were going a little overboard. I was just curious what I had seen. They were making a mountain out of a molehill. "What do you think about that?" Connor said, and I heard Sion sigh as he shook his head. "What is that thing doing in this area?" Sion mumbled, and my brows furrowed in confusion. It was a furry centaur. I hardly think it is worth this much over analyzing. The three men didn't say anything. So I clicked my tongue and with a slight smirk I said, "It's a shame he is gone. He looks so fuzzy. I wanted to run my hands through his fur." Sion turned his head to look at me. I recognized the possessive eyes as they wandered over my body. I knew that would get a reaction out of him. No mate wants to hear their mate talk about touching another, even if they were fuzzy. I held my breath as Sion cleared the distance between us. He knelt in front of me as his hand rested against the side of my head. "Are you okay?" I had forgotten the brief feeling I had of my wolf with the excitement of the centaur. I tried to reach out to Sheena, but it was completely quiet. The connection wasn't there, and I frowned with a loud sigh. I felt my wolf. I didn't hear her, but I felt her presence. It's gone now, though. I watched as Sion nodded his head and Logan snickered quietly to Connor. I bet she was aroused by her mate. Logan teased as I stared into Sion's eyes. I didn't think about this possibility. Maybe it was helping pull her out of her wall of solitude to be around Sion. I wonder if I slept with him if she would come back. Or am I just saying this to give me a good excuse to sleep with him? I watched as a sly grin spread over Sion's lips. I don't know about her, but I sure as hell was. He winked at me and then shut my car door. I felt my face burning and I looked down at my hands. This is not what I had planned when I decided to come with Sion. I wanted to give myself time to mentally sort things out. At this rate, I was going to be in his bed tonight. I needed to slow down. There wasn't any rush, right? I wanted to get to know him more and his pack. "Let's get back on the road," I heard him say as everyone piled back into the vehicle. He scooted in beside me and I felt the heat from his body. It was comforting and it was nice. I leaned into his side and he took my hand into his. His thumb moved in massaging circular motions against my skin. I couldn't help but recall when his hands moved over me when no clothing had been between us. I remembered those hands on me and tried not to. I might not have my wolf to tell me if Sion is my mate, but I couldn't deny there was a connection between us. I was drawn to him like a flower seeking the sunlight. My body was constantly seeking his touch, even while I was trying to keep my distance. Yet all I could think about was him holding me tight as he once had. Could this be the mate bond I was feeling? Finally, we are back in our own territory, I heard Logan say with a happy yawn. Instantly, I began to feel anxious. I was a stranger coming into their pack. They didn't know anything about me. How would they react? They wouldn't act well if they thought I was stringing their alpha along. Oh, gods. I turned and looked at Sion, who was already staring at me. His hand moved around my back as he scooted closer to me. "Relax." His voice was low, and his hot breath hit the back of my neck. It was pulling my thoughts away, and I almost felt myself being swept away again. "Focus, Clover. What are you going to tell them? About me?" I could see he looked a bit confused. "If you tell them I am your mate, but that I haven't accepted you yet." I frowned and looked down at my hands. "She is right, Sion. That will leave a bad impression of her on the pack." Connor slowed the vehicle down some as he looked in the rearview mirror. I heard a low growl come from Sion as he stared back at his beta. "I am supposed to bring this beautiful woman in our pack and not declare she is my mate? They won't know she is off limits. They will be looking at what is mine." Sion's voice sounded agitated as his eyes flickered over me possessively. A crooked smile reached my lips as I leaned into his side. "Potentially yours. You know this also works the other way around, right?" No, he didn't see this at all. I was going to have to spell it out for him. "Sion, I am sure you have plenty of women in the pack that have their eyes on you. An unmated alpha male. You probably have a lot of ladies in there dreaming of being the next Luna. They won't know you have a mate. They will be looking at you." "She is right, Sion. A studly viral alpha like yourself has a lot of admirers. From both sides of the spectrum." Logan turned his head around and flashed a cheesy grin at his alpha. "I only have eyes for Clover," Sion admitted as his eyes met with mine. I couldn't escape the giggle that left my throat. "Are you saying my eyes will be the ones that wander? That's not what I laughed harder and smiled up at him. "Relax. I know that isn't what you were saying. You don't have to worry about me if that is what you are worried about." I'm not. Well, then there isn't a problem, right? Unless you don't trust your pack members. I watched as his lips curled down as his fingers tightened around my waist. I don't want them thinking about you like that. You are beautiful and it is no different than how the women look at you. I smiled at him triumphantly. If you say I am your mate, they will wonder why I don't have your mark. It's complicated. Just say I am a special guest. He pulled me into him and buried his head into my neck. It still won't be that simple, Clover. My scent is all over you. So she's a special guest. Connor chuckled and my lips parted slightly. The pack will make up their own mind, and with his scent on me, they will assume we are sleeping together. They will assume I am his chosen mate or on the road to becoming it. What if I am a masseuse? That would make sense for your scent to be on me then. My private personal masseuse. Sion's nose brushed over my skin as his hot breath sent shivers through me. I think that would work, Logan said thoughtfully. Of course, that only works for as long as the Alpha can keep his hands off of you in public. You know, this is better this way. I mean, think about it. No one would be open in front of someone who might be their future Luna. I think I would be able to figure things out more this way. I could hear the slight groan from Sion as he lifted his head to look at me. I don't want to pretend you aren't mine. He smirked as he watched me arch my brow up at him. Potentially mine? He leaned forward, resting his head on mine. Although my beast doesn't agree with this. I'm sorry. I know this will probably be tough on you. I promise I will make a decision soon, even without my wolf. I felt his lips feather over my nose, then brush against my cheek. I think you already know, but are afraid to say. You feel something between us. I am certain of it. Don't you? He pulled back and gazed into my eyes. I did feel something, but I didn't know what it was. Was it pure attraction? Hardly. It was more than that. I was becoming more and more receptive to him and his touches. It was already feeling normal. I could feel myself fastening to him even though I was fighting it. I didn't want to get sucked into something only to have my heart shattered. I didn't think I made any facial expression, but his eyes suddenly softened, looking at mine. His warm hand cupped my cheek as a soft smile spread over his face. No pressure, Clover. I can't help how I feel about you. I don't want to help it either. I want this feeling, and I want you. That isn't changing. No matter how long you need, I will wait for you. You don't have to overthink things. This isn't complicated. Just follow your heart. Follow my heart? Yeah, I'm not following that advice. If I follow my heart, I will be in his bed tonight, marked and mated. I have always wanted a family, and that is what he is offering me. I need to think first. I have to make sure this is a place I can stay. I gave him a small smile as his face moved closer towards mine. We are here. I heard Connor's voice and whipped my head forward away from Sion. I think I heard him sigh for a moment in disappointment before his arm came around my shoulders. So, my personal masseuse, this is really what you want to be, Sion said with a hint of amusement. I wasn't sure I liked what he was thinking. I watched as the people began to come out to greet their Alpha as the car pulled up to a large house. Yes, I whispered out as I reached down to grab my shoes. I slipped the one on easily enough, but could feel the stinging throb as I shoved in my other foot. Being a human sucked. I've never had a sprained ankle that wasn't instantly healed. You aren't walking like that, Sion said in a matter-of-fact tone. Yes, I am, I answered back to him firmly. The last thing I wanted was to be a rabbit among the wolves. If they sensed weakness, I was as good as gutted. It's not a far walk. I'll be fine. Clover, I don't want to broadcast my wolf is missing. Sion's hand cupped my chin, making me focus on him. I can't, knowing you are in pain. That's a limit I can't break away from. My body will not physically allow me to walk away from you. I could see we were at an impasse. I wasn't letting him carrying me, and he wasn't going to allow me to walk. Suddenly my door opened, and Logan popped in, taking my shoe off of my foot. What in the world was he doing? I watched as he took off running towards the pack house, and then Connor poked his head in. When did they get out of the car? Such a child, Logan, Connor yelled as he reached in and scooped me into his arms. Here, I'll carry you. You shouldn't have to walk to the house in your bare feet. Not a special guest like yourself. I looked at him and he winked at me. Connor and Logan must have worked it out while Sion and I were talking. Connor, is she yours? I heard someone saying. I glanced back to see Sion surrounded by people. His gaze was following me even as he was talking to others. Connor chuckled. She is here as the personal masseuse to the Alpha. She isn't mine, but is still off limits. His tone changed towards the end. It was laced with a slight threat, and whoever he was speaking with backed off instantly. Alpha Sion, I am glad you are back. We have a lot to discuss. I looked over my shoulder to see a woman wearing a long white jacket. Her auburn-colored hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she held a clipboard against her chest. It looked like she was a doctor. I watched as Sion motioned for her to join him in the house. Her serious green eyes flickered my way as Connor opened the door to the house. I don't know why, but there was something in her eyes I didn't like. It was silly since I didn't know her, but something inside of me didn't like her. I shook the uncomfortable feeling and turned my attention to my new home. My mouth parted as I looked at the wide open room. To the right were wooden stairs that led to an open walkway exposing the second floor. The ceilings, walls, and floor were all different shades of knotty pine. To my left was a den that had large bay windows surrounding the couches. In front of me, I could see a wooden bar that was the only thing dividing the kitchen from the rest of the house. I could see some closed doors to my right under the stairs and a few more in the back. But mainly it was one big open concept. I loved it. It was beautiful. This place was at least 2 times larger than the Sulphur pack house. See, that worked like a charm, eh? I heard Logan chuckle as Connor continued to hold me. Connor, you can put me down. I glanced up at him and he gave me a sheepish grin. I wasn't sure where to put you because of your ankle. Seriously, my bone isn't broken, and even if it was, I'd rather crawl than be carried. You mean carried by me, because you never seem to be in a hurry when you are in. Connor started, but then Sion walked in with the doctor-looking woman. The woman's green eyes were on me and I met her gaze confidently. I wasn't a timid female and wouldn't break eye contact first. Connor slowly lowered me to the ground as the woman glanced away from me to Sion. A new guest? This is what she said, but I'm pretty sure she was saying, "Who the feck is that?" I could see she didn't like my presence. Even a blind person would feel the daggers she was shooting at me. Yes, a very important one. She is my... Sion's eyes flipped up to mine, and I could see the hesitation in his eye before he continued. She is my personal masseuse. I see. And why is she staying in the pack house? I watched as her eyes darted over to Logan and my luggage he had brought in. Sion smiled as he looked at me. What if I need her in the middle of the night? I can't have her far away. Indeed. Well, if there is an accident and she ends up pregnant, I will take care of it. My mouth parted as I stared at this she-devil. I felt my blood boiling, but it was Sion that made the room feel colder suddenly. His eyes were dark and there was a murderous aura around him. You take your jokes too far today, Doctor. Careful. You are in a mood today. It was just a joke. Relax. She fake laughed it off, but I was on to her. I lived with Taylor all my life. I knew this woman all too well. I understood her mannerisms, the fake laugh, always being aggressive as a joke. Oh yes, I knew her. Damn. It's Sheena. You better get your ass back here soon. Clover, this is the pack doctor, Brianna Snide. Sion said, still seemingly agitated. Call me Bree. I tell everyone to call me that, but Sion here insists on calling me doctor. She smiled up at Sion, who didn't even spare her a glance. I have some numbers I'd like to go over with you. Do you have time? Not today. I'll be busy impregnating my masseuse. I'll look at the numbers tomorrow. I inwardly winced as Sion said this. I looked at Just Call Me Bree and could see fire in her eyes. She was angry, but at the last second, I saw her swallow it down, just as Taylor always did. Well, you've had a long day of travel. I'll leave you to get settled. See you tomorrow, Sion, Bree said as she turned and walked out of the door. Well, this is off to a great start. First woman I meet, and we already have a Taylor. Perfect. I wonder how many Taylors there are in this pack. It's late. Let's get you to your room. Sion's eyes were locked onto mine, and I slowly nodded my head.
Hey, Alpha.
Do you want me to put this stuff in the room next to yours, or should I just cut out the middleman and put them in your room? I heard Logan chuckle as a crooked smile curled up over Sion's lips. I watched as he raised his eyebrows up at me and an airy laugh escaped my lips. Is he serious? Does he think just because I got carried away a couple times kissing him that I was ready to hop in his bed? I'll take an empty room, Logan. It doesn't need to be next to Sion's. A wide grin spread over Sion's lips as I spoke. He began to chuckle and nodded his head over at Logan. Put them in the room next to mine, Sion said as he walked towards me. Would you like to see your room? It didn't take a genius to know what he was thinking. I can walk on my own. Seriously, I can barely notice it. I lied, but I was over being carried. It was so degrading. I was a delta. Wait a minute. I looked around the house and furrowed my brows. Is there a problem? Sion asked, noticing my expression. Where is your delta? I asked, and the room grew silent. I looked up to see a sad look in Sion's eyes. Connor and Logan had a pained expression. I had thought it was odd before they didn't bring him, but I thought he was left back to take care of the pack. However, shouldn't he be here to greet us? Their wounded faces told me there was something wrong. Something happened to him. Is he? I couldn't finish the sentence, but I luckily didn't need to. He is alive. He is going through some personal things right now. He doesn't live in the pack house now. Sion sighed and rubbed the back of his head. He stays on the outskirts of the pack territory. He can be dangerous. Dangerous? I was missing a lot of this story. I wouldn't pry right now, but I needed more information. It all seemed mysterious. I decided to change the topic. Anyways, my room. I began to take a step and was annoyingly scooped up in Sion's arms again. He laughed as he looked at my agitated face. Deep breaths, Clover, deep breaths. These men have no idea what a fierce warrior I am. As soon as I get Sheena back, I'll have to introduce them. I wouldn't win against Sion in a sparring session, but I can give him something to think about. Sion carried me up the stairs, holding me close to his chest. He leaned his head down to mine and kissed the side of my head tenderly. I'm so happy you are here. He stepped into a room and my eyes widened as I looked around. I felt his hot breath fan my cheek as he whispered, "Welcome home, sweetheart." I looked around the room in awe. There was a large white fluffy rug in the middle of the room. At the far end was a ledge with a large window. There was a fireplace, a television mounted on the wall, and against the other side was a king-size canopy bed. I want you to feel comfortable here. This is your home. I hope you won't be too comfortable in this room. The eventual plan would be to move you into my room. Sion cleared his throat a bit as Logan dropped the bags down. Do you need help unpacking? Logan asked, and I shook my head. I don't need to give your Alpha here another heart attack by seeing my lingerie. I smirked up at Sion and watched as his ears began to turn red. I can manage, but you need to put me down. His hazel eyes were on mine. Then he walked me over to the bed and slowly sat me down on the fluffy cloud. It seriously felt like I was floating sitting on this bed. I'll unpack for you. You need to stay off of your ankle. Sion muttered quietly as I smiled up at him. Sion, my ankle is fine. It will probably be completely better by tomorrow. He tilted his head and I watched him shrug. Humor me. I'm requesting to please unpack for you. Please let me. I wasn't expecting that. An Alpha asking like that. I wasn't used to it. I watched Connor and Logan walk out of the room as I slowly nodded my head to Sion. Okay, but leave that little bag. It has all of my stuff in it. Sion knelt in front of me and placed his hands on my thighs. He stared up at me for a moment before he leaned forward, resting his head on my lap. I am so happy you are here, Clover. Tell me what you need. Tell me what you want. I'll give you everything. I just want you to be happy. I want to be your happiness. I felt his fingers grip into my sides as he continued to keep his head on my lap. I know I keep telling you this, but I want you to trust me. He lifted his head up and smiled, looking into my eyes. You'll see, I'll be your everything. I'll prove it to you every day. What could I say to that? I didn't know what to say. Instead, he lifted up, kissed my forehead, and began unpacking my stuff. He started to talk about various things. He talked about his life and about his parents. I found out that both of his parents died a few years ago. I guess it was quite tragic, and several other pack members were also lost. They were ambushed and killed by demons. I could see it was still painful for him to talk about. He finished putting the last of my stuff away and then stretched with a tired smile. The rooms are soundproof. I was thinking about leaving your door open just in case you need me. I'll leave mine open too. I watched as he nervously rubbed the back of his neck, looking up at the ceiling. I'd feel better. It's for me, not you. If it would make you feel better. I watched him smile and look at me with a small nod. I'm guessing you are pretty tired. He was right. I was ready to go to sleep. Mentally, I had drained myself, and now going to sleep suddenly sounded amazing. Do you want me to stay with you? I arched my brow, and he quickly stuttered out. I mean until you fall asleep. It's a new place, and I think I'll manage. I smiled as I bit my bottom lip. He was too cute. I didn't trust myself alone with him. It was best if he left. He nodded his head, maybe a tad disappointed, and walked over to the bed. He reached his hand out and brushed his thumb over my cheek. Thank you for giving me a chance, Clover. If you need anything, I'll hear you. I watched as his eyes stayed fixated on mine. I could tell he wanted more. I listened to him as he sucked in a deep breath and nodded his head. Good night, Clover. Good night, Sion. I mumbled as I watched him step out of my room, almost shutting my door. He left it open, just a I eased myself to my feet and walked over to get changed. My ankle wasn't bothering me as much, thankfully. I threw on a tank top and shorts, heading straight back to bed. I crawled up to the pillows and laid my head down. Stay away from our Alpha. A dark brown wolf lunged at me, sinking his canines into my shoulder. Wolves were all over me, and I couldn't fight back. The blood was pouring onto the ground, and I was helpless. I was going to die. Claws ripped through my flesh, and all I could see were canines about to engulf my head. I sat up in a panic. Sweat beads glistened over my forehead as tears streamed down my face. This had been my first nightmare since the attack. I felt my heart thundering against my chest as I tried to control my rapid breathing. Clover? I glanced up in the dark room to see a silhouette standing in the doorway. The light behind him made him look like a dark shadow. I felt confused, and it startled me. I raised my hand up to my chest as I tried to calm myself down. Clover? Sion's soothing tone cooed to me as he reached the bed. He was shirtless, wearing nothing but his joggers. If I wasn't in such a state, this would be a lot of temptation to overcome. What is wrong? His gentle voice continued to coo to me. He sat next to me and wrapped his arms around me. A strong, warm cocoon was now holding me close and keeping me safe. I turned my head into him and leaned my face against his chest. He quietly held me, letting me compose myself. I tried to wipe the thoughts from my mind and push away the panic feeling. It took a few moments, but I was finally able to get my breathing under control. I was upset with myself. I know I can't control my subconscious state, but come on, self. Suck it up. I'm sorry. I must have woken you. I mumbled out in a whisper. Don't. There is nothing to be sorry for. His hot breath tickled my hair as I took in a steadying breath. I straightened myself up and forced a smile. I'm okay. You can go back to bed. It was dark, but I could feel his disapproving gaze on me. Do you want to talk about it? I swallowed and looked down at my hands. Talk about the reason I lost my wolf. I sighed and let out an airy chuckle. Not really. Did it hurt you that bad to be rejected by him? I scoffed and laughed. You really think that's why I lost my wolf? Hardly. I'm not that pathetic looking, am I? I'm sure I sounded snarky as hell, but I didn't need that being thought. I needed them to really understand me. Losing my wolf had nothing to do with Denny. Tell me what happened, please. I felt his hand caress my skin as he ran it up and down in a soothing motion. This was not something I wanted to talk about, but at the same time couldn't be avoided. I was glad it was dark, and I didn't have my supernatural eyesight because I didn't want to see his eyes. Not as I told my story. I carefully explained everything that happened, from the rejection first thing that morning to the attack later that night. I told him how my wolf made sure she healed me before she vanished. What happened to the wolves who attacked you? Sion's voice was low and deadly. I felt a chill race up my spine. It was as if I could sense the dangerous vibe he was emitting. I refused to give any names. They were planning to question Taylor for information and, well, you know how that turned out. Why? Why not tell them? His voice was a bit higher now, and he seemed agitated. Why tell them? It could have been any of the wolves in the pack. They were the ones who acted, but it could have been any of them. Doesn't matter, Clover. They were the ones who acted out. They should be put to death. They attacked an officer under their alpha. There is no recovering from that. Doesn't matter who thinks it. What matters is who actually had the audacity to act on it. I heard a low growl come out of his throat. I'm going to go back there, and Sion, don't. I looked at his dark silhouette, trying to make out his face. I want to move on. Promise me you will let it go. This is what I want. I could hear his ragged breaths as I reached out for his hand. He was trembling with anger. Sion, I breathed out. He was fighting with himself. He was so affected by what I had told him that his wolf was raging against him. I can't believe. How could they try to kill you? I have been trying so hard to stay in control, but this... Sion, you said you would do anything for me, right? I want you to calm down and let this go. If you want me to be happy, this is what I need. His hand gripped my hand and pulled me into him. His arm wrapped around me and his head lowered into the crook of my neck. He took in slow, deep breaths as he took in my scent. I was pressed up against him, my hands sprawled over his chest. I felt as the rapid falling and rising began to slow down. For you, only for you, I will do this. His nose nuzzled into my neck as his lips whispered against my skin. His body relaxed against mine and he was finally calm again. If anyone ever tries to hurt you again, though, then hopefully my wolf will be back so I can protect myself. I felt his chest rumbling under my fingers as he tenderly kissed my neck. Holding your own against 6 wolves is most impressive. I have quite the mate. Sion lifted up and leaned his forehead onto mine. But even if you can protect yourself, that doesn't mean you have to, right? Most alphas can protect themselves, but they have a pack willing to fight to protect them. You might not need it, but I am here to protect you. His hand moved up and down my back as his nose brushed over mine. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That was something terribly traumatic. It's no wonder your wolf is taking a hiatus. I nodded my head and pursed my lips together. It happened to me too, not just Sheena. It wasn't fair she just got to lock herself away from the world. I felt like she bailed on me. We were supposed to be a team, and when I needed her the most, she disappeared. We have pack members here who have lost their wolves. Dr. Snide has been working with them and helping them reunite with their wolves. Some cases are tougher than others. If you ever wanted her... Nope, I said quickly. There was no way I wanted that woman analyzing me. I didn't trust her. She could be the best doctor in the world, but she could stay the hell away from me. I don't blame you. After everything you went through, you are really tough, Clover. Most people wouldn't be as grounded as you are. Without their wolves, most people are crazy. It's only natural for you to have some nightmares over what happened. I didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say, to be honest. Why don't you lay back down? I'll stay here with you. I promise I won't try anything. I just thought it might be nice to have someone close. I couldn't refute that. Maybe that is why I didn't have nightmares before, because I have had someone with me every night since it happened. Is this your first nightmare from it? Sion asked as he straightened up. It was hard to see his face in the dark, but I knew he could see me perfectly. I sighed and nodded my head. Yes, but this is the first night I have been alone since it happened. He was quiet. Even his fingers stilled on me. Were you with someone? He asked in a whisper. I had to smile. I had to be with someone if I wasn't alone. I teased with a soft giggle. But if you are asking what I think you are asking, then no. Not in that sense. The first night, Denny and Joey stayed with me. The next night, Joey did. There was nothing like that between us. I know it isn't any of my business. I don't know. Sion sighed and I could feel his burning gaze on me. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you. I could have taken you away long ago. I'm the one who ran away from you, remember? I smiled and shrugged. I felt his arms wrap around me, and then he lowered us both to the bed. He turned my body, pulling my back against his front as he held me tight. I'm staying right here. Get some sleep. I felt his nose nuzzle in my hair as his heat seared me through my thin fabric. Sleep? I almost laughed at the idea. However, his body was a comfort to me. I was being cradled in a cozy embrace of safety. Sion, I was quiet for a moment as I let myself relax. I took down my guard and allowed myself to be at ease. The darkness blanketed me, and I snuggled into his warmth. "Thank you," I whispered. I felt his lips press into my head and felt the gentle rhythm of his chest rising and falling. "Always," he whispered as I closed my eyes. It was funny. I thought I would never be able to fall asleep in this situation. There was something about being next to him that made my body completely relaxed. For the first time in a long time, I felt safe. The sunlight played on my eyelids as I slowly opened them. I looked down at the arm draped over my side, still holding me close. A small smile reached my lips. I couldn't remember the last time I slept so well. If I was being honest, it was probably the last time I slept by his side. I guess I knew there was a good chance Sion was my mate, but I still didn't understand it. Why did I feel connected to him before? He wasn't my first mate, so I shouldn't have felt anything, right? Speaking of feeling something, I couldn't ignore that something firm was poking me from behind. I knew exactly what it was. I turned my head and met with his eyes. "Good morning," he said with a crooked grin. "Yes, it seems like it." I grabbed the sheet and pulled it up to cover my smile. He chuckled and released his grip from me. "What? I have to pee, that's all." He rolled over and swung his legs over the side of the bed. "I'm going to get a shower. Then I'll come back and we can go down for breakfast." "That's a good idea. A shower sounds great." I sat up and watched his predatory eyes on me. "I'm a bit of an environmentalist. Maybe we should shower together to save water and all." I watched a sly grin spread across his face as I shook my head. "I think the world will be just fine if we take our own showers. It takes everyone to do their part." He shrugged, and I couldn't help but laugh. "I'm sure it does. So, should I be checking with Logan and Connor for when they shower in the future? You know, to do my part." A triumphant smile reached my lips as I watched him scowl at the idea. "You win. I'll see you after the shower, though it would have been more fun together. If I drop the soap, I'll call for you," I said in a sarcastic tone as a smirk spread over his face. "Now that's the spirit." He winked at me before walking towards my door. He paused, standing there watching me. I slipped off of the bed, testing my ankle. Thankfully, it felt fine. No more being carried. Hallelujah. I looked up at him and smiled. "All better." "Good." He then nodded his head and stepped out of my room. "I'll be back shortly." I took a scalding hot shower, soaking up every minute of it. Usually I had to rush so I could be there to lead the pack, but I didn't have to hurry today. So after a wonderfully long shower, I stepped out and got dressed. I put on a t-shirt and blue jean shorts. After drying my hair, I stepped out of the room to see Sion sitting on my bed waiting for me. "I thought you drowned in there." "Not to worry, I stayed out of the deep end." I listened to his sweet chuckle as he walked over to me. His hand slid around my back as he leaned in to kiss my forehead. "If you ever need a lifeguard in there, I am certified." His hot breath sizzled my forehead, making a shiver go down my spine. "You're certified?" I looked up to him, trying to act like he had no effect on me. "Yes, and I know mouth to mouth." His lips curled up and I rolled my eyes at him. "Well, aren't you a handy person to have around?" I moved towards the door and could feel the quiet rumble from his laughter behind me. His hand rested on my waist as he followed me down the stairs. There was a dining table just beside the kitchen bar. At the table, Logan and Connor sat sulking. "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?" I asked and listened to Logan's dramatic whine. "Darla's the one on the schedule to work today, and her daughter has gone into labor. Tana is out visiting another pack, and Darlene isn't answering. There is no one to cook for us today." Logan whined, and I couldn't help it but laugh. I tried to cover my mouth, but it just came exploding out. "Oh, you poor, helpless babies," I snorted. "Alpha Sion." And it was such a nice morning. The voice of Satan chirped off the walls as I heard her walking closer. "Call me Bree," had arrived to wreck the day. "Dr. Snide," Sion said in an annoyed voice. He wasn't even trying to hide his agitation. "Such a sleepyhead today, I see. It's past 10. I've been waiting for you at the office. Remember, we have important documents to go over today." I looked over as she gave me a poisonous smile. Gosh, it was like Taylor in another body. Sion shrugged, still staying close to my side. I ended up falling asleep in my masseuse's arms, one of the best night sleeps I ever had. She is simply amazing. I'm keeping her forever. He winked down at me, flashing me a dazzling white smile. Oh well, isn't that sweet? You know, I have a lot of patients who could use massage. Sion growled lowly, interrupting, Call me Bree. Mine. She is only here for me. In fact, she is under orders to only use her services for me and me alone. I swear I saw her eye twitch, and for a split second she looked angry, though she instantly recovered herself and let out a very fake laugh. That's an alpha for you. She looked at me like she was trying to make girl talk now. Ew. Well, we need to work on those documents. Sion sighed and looked down at me. It looked like he was asking for my permission to leave my side. Maybe Logan and Connor can show me around? I will. Connor has training today with the pack, so I'll be your escort today. Logan beamed up at me, and I smiled up at Sion and nodded my head. Stay with Logan and don't leave his side. I'll be back soon. Actually, Alpha Sion, this will take several hours. I also have a patient we need to discuss. She stopped talking as Sion sent her a murderous glare. I swear if looks could kill, he would have diced her into shreds. This was your father's work, she finally said in a quiet tone, and the anger was gone from Sion's eyes. Instead, they looked pained. I instinctively reached out and placed my hand on his arm, wanting to comfort him. He looked down and smiled at me, but there was such a tenderness in his smile. His eyes were fixated on mine, and I felt his body relax. He reached up and placed his other hand on top of mine and squeezed it gently. Keep her safe, Logan, Sion said, keeping his eyes on mine. I felt myself being affected by him in such a way. I couldn't explain it. My heart seemed to be trying to leap out of my body to get to him. My inner being was yearning for him. And then, pathetically, I felt sad that I wouldn't be able to see him. What the hell was wrong with me? I was going to miss him. Aye, Chief, Logan said in a fake army voice. If you need me, they can mind link me instantly. No matter what the reason, I will instantly come to you. I'll be fine. Go do your job, Alpha. I watched as his lips tugged upwards and he nodded his head. I'll come back as soon as I can. Sion was looking at me, reluctant to leave. It looked like he felt the same way I was feeling, as if this was torture to be removed from my side. He finally sighed and turned away. His hand left mine, and so did his warmth. Instantly, I missed it as I watched him leave with Dr. Sinister. I guess I'll get out the cereal. Logan pouted, and I rolled my eyes, shaking my head. Oh, for goodness sake, I'll make something. I walked over behind the bar in the kitchen as the two puppies came and sat at the bar. Scones? Connor asked, giving me puppy dog eyes. Pancakes. I smiled as I began to search around the kitchen, grabbing ingredients and placing them on the counter. The two men watching my every move as I mixed up a batch of pancakes and cooked them up. I even found chocolate chips and made my specialty ones. For a moment, I felt a sense of sadness. I had just made these a few days ago, right before chaos seized my life. I never did give Denny the gift I had gotten him. I left it on my nightstand before I left. It was a watch, and the hands were wolf claws instead of arrows. I wonder if he found it. Okay, I needed to push all of that from my mind. I put the pancakes on 3 plates and passed one to Logan and Connor. Oh my gods, Connor groaned. It's so good. I asked you to marry me first, remember. That should trump Sion. She cooks better than our cooks. Logan began tapping his feet on the floor as he gobbled up his food. I think Clover should be our new cook. I giggled and shook my head. I'm a better warrior than I am a cook. As soon as I get my wolf back, I want to get back to training. I looked up to see both men having a strange expression on their face. What? The thing is, our women are not warriors here. Connor looked up at me, and I thought he was joking at first. Wait, what? I looked over at Logan. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was modern times. What do they mean, their females aren't warriors? It was decided back when Sion's father first took over as the Alpha. It isn't a cut on our women, it's because they are that precious to us that we don't want them in battle. Logan was looking at me as I scoffed. Are you crazy? What if the battle comes to them? I felt my blood pressure rising. They take self-defense and learn the basics. Connor said, and I snorted. How caring, so nice that you allow them the basics. I spat out, clicking my tongue. Well, that doesn't work for me. I am not going to sit in the house and knit while all the males are fighting. I'm stronger than most of your male warriors here, well, with my wolf. I gripped my fork, squeezing it tight, making my knuckles turn white. Then change it. I looked up at Logan, whose serious face was locked on mine. Become the Luna of our pack and change it. For you, he will change everything. You know that, right? Logan, Connor said in an annoyed voice. What? You don't think he would? Logan challenged as Connor shook his head. It's not that. I know he would. But don't pressure her and make her feel like she has to stay. Connor then lifted his gaze up to me. I want you to stay because you choose Sion. He deserves to be in a loving relationship. I want him to have that. He's been through so much. I looked up at Logan and Connor. Their eyes had the same sadness that Sion's had earlier. I needed to reassure them that I had no intention of playing with their alpha's heart. I won't lead him on. I just need some time. Everything has happened so fast, and I need a chance for the dust to settle so I can get my bearings. One of the things I needed to find out was what the other pack members were like. So, I looked up at Logan as he finished his last bite of pancake. You ready to show me around? If this pack isn't horrible, then maybe this can really be my new home. I hated to admit it, and I wouldn't out loud. Not yet, but I was falling for Sion already. I missed him, his face, his warmth, his touch, and the way his eyes looked at me. It hadn't even been an hour, but I felt deprived of him. This had to mean something, right? Okay, Clover, focus. Today we analyzed the pack. I needed to concentrate on that. I followed Logan and Connor to the door. Whether I stay or not was probably going to be decided today, even if I was just internally making that decision. It was all up to the chance pack now. I watched Connor walk across the paved road to a path that led into the woods. I wanted to see their training area, but that was lower on my list. I glanced around at the many houses lined up. It looked like one of those housing developments. Every house was very similar, with well-kept yards. Farther down the road, they had a business area where the pack members could go shopping without leaving the territory. I had to admit that it looked like a well-run operation. Want some coffee before we explore? Logan asked, and I glanced up at him. Logan's blonde hair swayed in the breeze as a few strands waved over his brown eyes. It was relaxing being around Logan. He had a fun aura that didn't make me feel uptight. What I really want is an iced peppermint mocha. I watched him grin and my eyes widened. You have a place that can make those? Yes, and I'm betting it will be better than anything you have ever tasted. Okay, if they made great peppermint mochas, it might be worth staying, even if it is hell. I loved them that much. I could sell my soul for those. I followed him in anticipation until we arrived at a cute little cafe. It had little circular tables outside, and the door was slightly propped open. There were a couple of ladies sitting down outside and a few inside waiting in line. Take a seat. I'm about to rock your world, Logan said with a broad grin. I chuckled and walked over to take a seat while he disappeared inside. I looked out at the green neighborhoods. It was very peaceful here. I could hear children laughing and yelling somewhere in the distance. I wondered what type of mischief they were getting into. How did things go with Julia? Did she like her mate prospect? No, but I don't think anyone can measure up to Alpha Sion. You know she has had her eyes on him for years. She needs to give that up. Everyone in the pack can see Bree is interested in Sion. She is a beautiful, accomplished young woman. He has been holding out for his fated mate, but eventually he will have to take a mate. If he has to choose from here, it will be her. I disagree. I think Bree is all that you said, but Alpha Sion doesn't look her way. It is strictly business with her. It is for now, but that's because she is a professional. Trust me, she will be who he chooses. Yes, I was eavesdropping on their conversation. The two women sitting at the other table spoke loud enough that I could easily hear them. I chewed on my inner lip as I continued to listen in on their private conversation. He doesn't look at her with interest. Who does he look at with interest? But you can't tell me there isn't anyone he is interested in. A young, virile alpha male? Not a chance. I just want him to be happy. After he lost both of his parents, he lost a part of himself. That's all we all want. One amazing iced peppermint mocha. A hand sits a drink down in front of my face, and I look up to see Logan with stars in his eyes. He was like a puppy wagging his tail waiting for me to try the drink. I smiled as I pulled the drink closer. I grasped it in my fingers and sipped on the straw. Oh, my amazing heavenly goodness. I looked up at him in shock as a wide grin spread over his face. He nodded his head and patted my shoulder. "Welcome to heaven," Logan teased with a wink. "Oh, Logan, who is your new friend?" one of the ladies at the other table asked. Logan smiled and shrugged. "I have no idea." He then laughed and nodded his head at me. "This is Clover. She is here as the Alpha's personal masseuse. She is also an amazing cook, and I don't think we will ever let her go. Not if our Alpha has anything to say about it." He winked at the ladies and helped me to my feet. Later, I followed him as he led me away. He looked at me and grinned. "They like to flap their gums but don't pay them any mind. There is nothing between Bree and Sion. Never was and never will be. Sion." He glanced around and lowered his head to mine. "He doesn't like her at all, not even as a person. He only keeps her around because of his father, but you didn't hear this from me." He cleared his throat and straightened up. He wasn't telling me anything I didn't know. It was obvious how Sion treated Dr. Sinister that he wasn't remotely interested. "Logan, is that your girlfriend?" I heard an older woman ask from her porch. Logan laughed and shook his head. "No, but I am keeping her safe just the same." "Such a good boy. We have a pretty friendly pack here. There are always a few bad eggs, but that isn't the majority." Logan smirked as he listened to me finishing my drink. "Told you, amazing." "Okay, you are right. That was one of the best peppermint mochas I have ever had." I handed him my empty cup that he discarded along with his in a nearby waste can. It was pleasant walking around the pack territory with him. Everyone was very nice and welcoming. Most of them assumed Logan and I were dating, though. I'm sure Sion will love that. We walked into a clearing where a lot of children were gathered together. I was instantly interested in what they were doing. I didn't get to play with other children growing up, and this was something I always felt like I missed out on. "Logan, want to play with us?" A boy with red hair and freckles asked as he waved over at us. "Can we?" I hurriedly asked, looking up at Logan, who looked down at me in shock. "You mean you want to?" I smiled and bit my lip, nodding my head. It's the little things, right? And this was like crossing something off of my bucket list. Playing a normal child game, check. "All right, let's do this, but we need code names. I am G-Man and you are Scoop." "Okay, sounds like fun. What are they playing?" I asked. "We are in Knuckles. What's the game?" Logan asked as we walked closer to the kids. "It's hide and seek." The boy looked over at me. "This is Scoop, and I am G-Man," Logan announced proudly as he patted my shoulder. "Lester is it," the red-headed boy said, pointing at another boy who had brown curly hair. "So we just hide?" I asked quietly, looking up at Logan. "Yep, and don't let Lesty here find you." "What are the boundaries?" Logan asked. "Everything east of here up to the territory fence," Lester said as he walked past us. "I'm counting now, morons, so better run." The boy began counting, and the children scattered. I cannot explain the thrill of excitement that was going through me. I felt like I was in a race. I sprinted off, and Logan jogged effortlessly at my side. "Go hide," I hissed at him, and he chuckled. "Seriously, you are much bigger than me. You'll give me away. Get?" "All right, Scoop, don't get caught." Logan winked at me and dashed away from me, obviously showing off his speed. Asshole. I didn't have my wolf now. Of course, he was faster than me. I ran through the woods until I saw a rustic-looking cabin. I ran around the cabin looking around. There were several large unkept bushes in front of the cabin. It looked like a great spot to hide, so I jumped into the bushes. I could hear children screaming, and the sounds were getting closer. I was concentrating on the sound that I never noticed the noise from behind me. "What are you doing?" I looked up to see a man with red hair and blue eyes. He looked to be several years older than me. We just stared at each other for a moment until I heard another child squeal. It was close, too close. I reached up, grabbed the man's hand, and yanked him down. I held my finger up to my lips, and he just stared at me quietly. We stayed hidden in the bushes for a few minutes until I heard the sounds traveling away. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and smiled apologetically at the man. Sorry, I can be competitive. My name is Clover. I looked around and shrugged. I guess I am hiding in your bushes. You shouldn't be here. The man said, standing up. I'm sorry, I don't know the area well. This is my first day here. I raised my eyes to him, waiting for him to give me his name. Kai. Well, Kai, I am sorry for hiding in your bushes. I didn't mean any harm. I watched as he shook his head. I don't give a damn about the bushes. It just isn't safe for you here. Okay, now he piqued my interest. Why? I asked, and he sighed, shaking his head. You don't know who I am? Yeah, it was part of my first day crash course. I aced it for the test, but dumped it as soon as it was over. I smirked at him and listened as a laugh escaped his throat. Well, Clover, the thing is my wolf, and I aren't exactly communicating correctly. He shifts on his own, and I have no control over it. It all goes blank for me. I'm told he can be quite aggressive and has disconnected himself from the pack. Have you known your wolf to be unreasonable? I asked curiously. No, not usually. We lost our mate, and afterwards he separated himself from the pack and me. I don't think your wolf would hurt anyone without cause. This was his pack. Sounds like there is something that is upsetting him. You know, I used to work with new shifters in my pack. Maybe I can see if I can reach your wolf. What is his name? It's Aces, but he won't even let Alpha Sion communicate with him. I frowned and looked around. The cabin was isolated away from everyone. He was out here all alone. They make you stay out here? No, I was afraid I might hurt someone, so I decided to move out here. Where were you before? I could see he was sad. He looked lonely. I knew that look. I was that look. I lived in the pack houses until recently. I am the Delta, I said in excitement. Me too. I was the Delta in my pack up until now. I trailed off quietly. I watched as Kai's eyes widened and then warm arms encompassed around me. Clover, I heard Sion's voice and spun around in his arms. I smiled up at him, excited to see him. Wow, I was pathetic, but you know what? I didn't care. I missed him. My hands pressed against his chest, and he leaned his head on my forehead. I told you to stay with Logan. I did, but then I was playing hide and seek. You see how big he is? There's no way I was taking that handicap. You didn't want me to lose, right? I listened as Sion chuckled, and his lips brushed over my forehead. I was worried when I saw Logan, but not you. As you can see, I am fine. I was talking with Kai. I turned my head to look at Kai, but stayed in Sion's arms. Why don't you join us for dinner tonight, right? I looked up at Sion and watched him look up at Kai, nodding his head. Is she? Kai asked, and Sion's smile widened. For now she wants to be called my private masseuse, but when she is ready, she is my Luna. Why aren't you ready? Kai asked, and I frowned for a moment. Come to dinner and you'll find out. I suddenly grinned up at him. I figured he might need some coaxing, and I wondered if he might have a curious nature. His lips curled upwards, and he chuckled. All right, I'll be there for dinner. Great. I then looked up at Sion and tapped his chest. And you and I need to have a chat. Looks like you plan to scold me. Sion chuckled and pulled me into his side. See you tonight, Kai. He then corralled me along, walking me deeper into the woods. We have been trying to get him to come back to the pack house. He would never join us, not even for meals. I looked up at Sion and saw his eyes watering. You've been here less than 24 hours and now he's coming home. Even if it is just for dinner, it's a start. Thank you. Sion stopped and turned to me. His wet eyes were gazing down at me. There were so many unspoken words in his eyes, but I could read them. I reached my hands up and wrapped them around his neck as I pulled him towards me. I wanted to feel his lips. He needed to feel mine. I couldn't deny how right this felt. I felt complete with Sion. There was a part of me that needed the intimate contact. I brought his lips to mine, and for just a moment, I felt sparks. It could have been my imagination, but when my lips first met his, I could feel jolts of electricity at the contact. It was only for a second, and they were gone. His lips were devouring mine now. His hands were exploring my body, and I couldn't pry myself away from him either. It was so raw and primitive, I didn't understand it. The desire and urges, I didn't have these with Denny. I felt the pull that he was my mate, and it was comforting, but not like this. With Sion, there was this unquenchable thirst for him that continued to grow stronger. My hands gripped in his hair, holding him fiercely, not wanting to let go, not caring to stop. I didn't think anything could break us apart. Seekers! A shrill scream echoed through the air. We instantly tore apart as Sion turned his head. His eyes glazed over as he began to ask questions and delegate orders. He looked down at me and I could see the turmoil in his eyes. Go! I pressed my hands on his chest, pushing him. Go help your pack. His eyes were glued to mine and I could see he was hesitating. Sion, go and help your pack, or I am not staying here. It was a bluff, but I didn't want him to stay by my side over helping his pack. I appreciated he wanted to keep me safe, but I was only one person. There was a whole pack to look after. He growled slightly and shook his head. Head straight back to the pack house. I smiled and nodded my head. He looked at me once more before he sprinted away. He vanished almost instantly through the thick trees. Inwardly, I hated this. I couldn't stand being stuck here and not out there helping, but right now I would only be in their way. I sighed and slowly began making my way back through the woods. I was almost to a clearing when I could hear children's voices. Why didn't they go back to their homes? I knew Sion wasn't going to be happy, but I turned and headed in the direction of their voices. I could see several children standing by a large fence. Sure, the fence could act as a deterrent, but it wouldn't keep a werewolf out if they wanted in. It wasn't safe for the children to be there. What are you kids doing? I asked and watched them turn their heads to look at me. We were playing hide and seek, and Clara said Zane went over the fence. I felt my heart stop as I looked out in the distance. He has done this before to escape from being found. Kai went over to look for him. Kai couldn't protect himself right now either. You kids go back to your houses. It isn't safe for you to be here. The pack warriors are out there. I'm sure they will find them. Go on. I smiled at the children and watched them reluctantly walk away. There wasn't anything they could do here, and there was a risk. I turned and looked through the gate and pursed my lips together. What are you thinking, Clover? What can you do against a seeker? I can do a lot more than a defenseless little boy can do. What if Kai doesn't find him, and even if he does? Yeah, there was no way I was just walking back to the pack house. I climbed over the fence as I inwardly went over all the different scenarios in my head. It was dumb, but I also couldn't ignore a child. It was a young kid, and kids do stupid things. Apparently, I do stupid things too. Luckily, even without my wolf, my body was well trained. I climbed the fence easily enough and jumped to the bottom. I felt some mild irritation in my ankle, but I pushed the pain away. I was focusing on finding the child, which would be much easier if I had my wolf's sense of smell. Even without it, I could track. I searched the ground looking for disturbances. I could see some leaves that looked overturned. This was my best clue to follow. I began following the signs at a slow jog, ignoring the burning pain in my foot. This child probably didn't go far. The main goal was to be out of sight from the fence. I began scanning the area ahead, and my eyes found red hair in the distance. It was Kai, and he had the boy with him. I started to call out to him, but then I noticed how he was holding the child strangely behind him. Then I saw it. A shaggy gray wolf was staring at them, baring his teeth. The wolf was in between us, deeper in the woods, but he was so completely focused on them that he didn't notice me. The wolf took a step in their direction, and that's when I knew I had to do something. I'm sure it was testing to see if Kai would shift or not. As soon as it realized there was no danger, it would charge. Physically, I am no match for this wolf. I was a battle strategist, though. I knew how to fight and win against stronger opponents. Too bad I didn't have a weapon. I frantically looked over the ground and found a few rocks. I didn't hesitate. I didn't have time. I gathered them in my arms and launched the first stone. Whack! The rock made direct contact, hitting the wolf right in the head. Hell yes! I had a momentary mental victory until the wolf snarled and turned his gaze upon me. I glanced over at Kai, who looked terrified for me. I looked at the child and nodded my head. He needed to get the boy in a safe situation, and now, hell, even if it was up in a tree, that was at least something. The wolf was now moving in my direction, and I launched a couple more rocks to make sure he wasn't changing his mind. I glanced around, trying to think of my next move. I wasn't planning on becoming kibble for this wolf. There was a branch above my head. If I timed it right, the first time he lunges for me, I should be able to evade him. I wasn't sure what to do after that. I wouldn't have time to climb the tree to safety. One step at a time. I watched the wolf's movements. I knew how to analyze his posture to see what he would do next. I glanced up and was relieved to see Kai and the child were no longer there. Good. At least they would be safe. The wolf's back claws dug into the ground. This was it, the move right before he would pounce. He leapt for me, and I jumped for the branch, kicking the wolf behind the head before I landed. I know to a werewolf it was nothing, but for me it was like scoring another point. I turned to face him, knowing that I wouldn't be able to jump above him again. He was anticipating it now. A human with no weapon versus a werewolf. This was a no-brainer. I couldn't outrun him, and I was out of options. He dug his back feet into the ground, and I knew my time was up. I wouldn't go down without a fight. The wolf lunged again, and this time I spun, rolling on the ground and grabbing a stick. I felt something warm trickling down my arm. I wasn't quick enough, and his fangs had pierced my skin. I held the stick up and braced myself. If I timed my moment just right, I could lodge the stick down into his mouth. I could try to puncture his esophagus, or if I am lucky, his lungs. Then the sound of pounding began to fill the air. I watched as the werewolf's ears laid flat and his tail curled between his legs. The thudding grew closer, and I watched the wolf dance around nervously, searching for the sound as well. The galloping sound grew louder as a large creature charged through the brush. He kicked the wolf, sending him flying into a tree. A loud yelp echoed in the air as the wolf scrambled to get to his feet. I looked up in shock at the furry centaur that charged at the wolf. He reared up and landed on top of the wolf before he lodged a silver sword into its heart. Then he turned and looked at me. His black fur moved in the wind as he walked towards me. He had no shirt on, just a leather strap around him that held his sword. He had black hair and dark skin. His brown eyes were pinned onto mine. I couldn't move, but I wasn't afraid. There was something about this centaur that made things inside of me stir. I could sense Sheena again, though just briefly. "What are you doing?" the scruffy centaur finally said to me. I rolled my eyes and looked up at him. Playing fetch, but he wasn't grasping the concept. I dropped the stick as his dark eyes bore into me, and he let out a sigh. "Why didn't you shift?" I swallowed and didn't answer. He just nodded his head as if he already knew and looked me over. He frowned as he looked at my arm, but he didn't ask more about it. He knew. "Are they treating you well here?" That is a funny question to ask me. It was like he knew this wasn't my pack, so I deflected. "You are furry. I didn't know centaurs were furry." I looked at his fur, really wanting to touch it. I feel like it is an unspoken rule. If you see a furry centaur, you have to touch it. I didn't know much about centaurs and how they felt about being touched. I looked up and watched his lips curl up. "They aren't." "Hey, don't you touch her!" Kai yelled as he ran to my side. "Are you okay?" he asked while glaring at the centaur. "Where is the boy? Is he safe?" I watched him nod his head. I instantly felt relieved. I guess I was more worried about the child getting to safety the whole time, more than I was worrying about myself. I was so afraid, I thought. I could hear Kai's voice quivering. I bet it brought back painful memories of when he lost his mate. His eyes moved to my arm, and he noticed I wasn't healing. I heard him take a loud breath. "Damn, you came out here anyways?" "So did you?" I grinned at him and shrugged. "I'm okay." I put my hand on his shoulder and nodded my head in front of us. "Thanks to my new friend here," I said, looking up at Mr. Shaggy Centaur. I don't know why, but I felt safe even though he was a complete stranger. "I'm glad I got to you in time. My name is Dimitri," the centaur said, and then he smiled. "Clover, daughter of Alpha Aaron Williams of the Chaos Pack." My lips parted in shock. He knew who I was, and not just me, he even knew my father's name. I had so many things I wanted to ask him, like what happened during the Dark War and were the Chaos Pack really the bad guys? But before I could speak, he turned his head and sighed. "Sounds like your pack is finally on their way." He looked at me and began to back away. "I'll see you again," and he vanished into the brush. The sounds of his hooves hitting the ground began to fade as another sound was heard. "Are you okay?" Kai asked, and I pursed my lips, looking down at the ground. Was I okay? I was confused. I didn't mind Kai knowing I was part of the Chaos Pack. I planned to tell him tonight anyways, but I did wonder how he felt about it. I watched as he took his shirt off and pulled it over my head. You don't want them to know. Keep it on. He grabbed my other shoulder and pulled me into his side. He was doing his best to hide the evidence of my wound. I appreciated this more than he knew. Or maybe he did know, actually. He knew what it felt like not having your wolf. 3 wolves charged towards us. They stopped and were glaring at me and then looked towards Kai. I didn't think about the fact that they wouldn't know who I was. I have only been here for 1 day. This is the Alpha's masseuse, Kai stated clearly. You can continue on your patrol. She is with me. The wolves didn't move, and I felt Kai's body get tense. Last I checked, I am still the Delta of this pack. That was an order. The wolves slowly moved off, glancing at the dead rogue for a moment before trotting away. I heard Kai sigh, and I felt a wave of pain for him. He was the Delta, but because he didn't have control of his wolf, the pack members weren't respecting him. We had better get back. They would have mind-linked Sion. They don't listen to me without his okay. Is that why you really moved out? I mumbled quietly as we walked towards the fence. So it looked like you are avoiding people for their own good, but really, it's so I don't have to feel pathetic. If I mentioned the real reason to Sion, he would punish every wolf who disrespected my position. I didn't want them to respect me because they feared Sion. I understood him completely. Wolves respect your rank because you can back it up, but an officer without that strength. I guess you know why I haven't accepted Sion yet, I whispered, watching him nod his head. How long? Only a few days. Dear gods, are you okay? What happened? Kai turned and looked at me full of concern. Everyone seemed shocked at how normal I was acting since I had just lost my wolf. I guess I should be more upset, but I haven't had a moment to really think about the situation. I have only told Sion, but I was attacked by 6 of my own pack members. I was in bad shape. My wolf healed me and then vanished. That's a good sign she healed you, though. So, they tell me. I gave him a crooked smile, and he nodded his head. Yeah, the fact I can still shift is supposed to be a good sign, too, even if I do black out when it happens. Kai chuckled, and I snorted. These words meant nothing when you didn't have your wolf. It was nice to have someone else that understood. We approached the fence, and my eyes landed on him. Sion was standing there. His dark, unreadable eyes were locked onto mine. He looked furious. His arms were trembling with anger. I could feel the tension in Kai's body as we got closer. I had told Sion I would go back to the pack house and that it was okay for him to leave me. I didn't mean to, but I lied to him. I would have gone back, though, if it wasn't for the child. I wet my lips and stepped away from Kai. I noticed Sion's eyes landed on my shoulder, where the blood had soaked through. It was just a flesh wound, but still enough blood to go through the shirt. I'm sorry, I began to say when I reached him. His hand came out and brushed over my cheek. I could feel his fingers trembling, and I was waiting for the explosion. Instead, he stepped into me and held my head to his chest. He buried his nose in my hair and inhaled my scent. Thank the gods. His hot breath tickled my head as he held me in his embrace. I stood there in his arms, not saying anything. I had thought he was going to yell at me. Maybe he still was. Right now, though, he was clinging to me as if I was going to disappear. I could hear the unsteadiness in his breath and realized he wasn't angry. He was terrified that something happened to me. I leaned into his embrace and gripped onto his shirt. He was this upset because of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I whispered as Sion stepped back to look me over. His hand reached up to my arm and he lifted up the sleeve to look over the wound. It isn't deep. I just need to bandage it up and keep it hidden. I watched the pained expression on his face as his fingers moved around the wound. He finally let the sleeve drop and he let out a breath. Okay, this was it. He was ready to yell at me, or so I thought. He cupped my cheek with his hand, and his thumb moved over my skin, sending tiny tingles through me. Yes, I know I felt them that time. It was like a soft vibration caressed my cheek with his fingertips. For a moment, it was there. When the patrol mind linked me, I watched him close his eyes and shake his head. I can't even begin to describe. His voice was quiet as his thumb gently caressed my cheek. The thought that I could have lost you. His voice sounded strained as he tried to talk. He took in a deep breath and opened his eyes. His deep, pooling hazel eyes seemed to hold me captive, but they weren't threatening. It was a different type of hold. A child climbed over the fence, and she went after him. I'm lucky she did, even though it did put her in danger. I could have escaped, but not with the child. She showed up and allowed me to get the kid to safety. I went straight back for her, but a centaur had saved her. Kai spoke up, but Sion never looked at him. His eyes stayed glued to mine. It was that furry centaur we saw before. His name is Dimitri. I don't know how, but he knows about me. He knows about my father. If he saved you, I guess I can't hate him, Sion said, and I shrugged slightly. I still might have won. I had my next move planned out. I gave him a weak smile only to see him frown. I don't even want to think about it. The idea that you were fighting against one of those rogues. He leaned his forehead down to mine. I reached up and held his face and smiled, staring into his eyes. I don't plan to fight another rogue until I get my wolf back. I watched as a crooked smile spread across his face as he let out an airy laugh. He leaned his lips towards my hand and delicately kissed my palm. I watched as he lifted up his head and then pulled his shirt off of him. He tugged it over my head swiftly, just as a few people emerged from the woods. Logan and Connor were there as well. I now understood why he put a second shirt over me. It was to hide the blood stain on Kai's shirt. Dr. Snide is examining the dead rogue. What are your orders? Connor asked, while Sion continued to look at me. We need a few more perimeter runs just to make sure everything is clear. I also want an extra patrol for tonight. Connor, you take a group out and start one run, and Logan, you do the same. I'll keep the mind link open if you need to reach me. Sion nodded his head, and the men immediately were on their way. If I wasn't here, Sion would have been going with them. I can't right now, Clover. I can't bring myself to leave your side, so don't keep giving me those disapproving eyes. My lips parted in shock. I didn't even realize I was doing anything different. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know, Clover, but sometimes it is okay to be the reason I don't do something. You are the most important person in my life. This is a well-oiled pack. Even without me, they are extremely capable. Connor and Logan are heading things up, so it's okay for me to stay by you. This is where I am most needed. Sion then looked behind me towards Kai. Follow me back to the house. I want you to give me your report in detail. Yes, Alpha, Kai said as he straightened up. I could see how his eyes lit up. I'm sure it felt good to feel useful. Sion was being considerate of Kai. He was trying to include him. I felt my heart begin to race as I looked up at Sion. It really felt like he was too good to be true. He was considerate of me, and he cared about his pack. I was trying to find fault here, but other than Dr. Sinister, I haven't found it. I know it has only been one day, and no pack is perfect, but I wanted to be with Sion. I could feel this driving force in my body that needed him. Of course, there was one thing about this pack. They didn't have female warriors. The females should have to train just like the males. They don't all have to be warriors, but they should be combat trained. This was a conversation I needed to have with Sion soon. I stepped into Sion's side, and his hand instantly snaked around my waist. My body began to vibrate, but not like the sparks and tingles before. It was different. I could hear a slight hum that was starting to grow louder. I could see Sion's lips moving, but I couldn't hear his voice. Instead, I was hearing screams. I gripped onto his shirt as my chest began to rise and fall rapidly. Get Sion to safety. Drag him out of here if you have to. Go. I heard a gruffer voice growl out. Visions began popping into my head as the sounds of fighting filled the air. I saw Connor and Logan, only they looked much younger. They were dragging Sion away as blood dripped down his face. He was trying to fight against them, but his injuries made it impossible. Alpha, Luna, get out of there. Someone screamed as a guttural growl echoed in the air. It was so loud I couldn't even hear the screams. The lifeless bodies of wolves were all over the place. It all happened so quickly. The ground was soaked with red. I watched as a red wolf dragged another lifeless wolf. He then shifted and pulled the wolf into his chest as he sobbed. I noticed his red hair first, and that was when I saw his face. It was Kai, a younger Kai, but it was him. A fire covered the area. It ignited all at once with a tremendous amount of energy, burning the bodies as it spread. Kai had no choice but to run and leave behind the dead wolf he was holding. The bodies were engulfed by an even amount of heat, by a creature with incredible power. Oh, my gods. The burned bodies looked the same. The singed earth looked the same. That snapped me out of it. The world returned to normal as I gulped for air. I was being held in Sion's arms, but we were back at the house. We were in my room. Clover, are you okay? What happened? I heard Sion's voice as I began to look around. I could see Kai standing at the foot of the bed, and then my eyes landed on the stand. I swiftly moved away from Sion and grabbed my phone. I opened it and began to dial. The phone began to trill, and after about 3 rings, a voice came through on the other line. Clover? Is everything okay? I heard Denny's voice as I tried to steady my voice. A demon, Denny. What started the fire in the holding cell was a demon. My voice was a bit shaky and there was silence on the other end. That makes sense, but why? I sighed and bit my bottom lip. I didn't know why, but I knew that it was the same fire, the same creatures that killed so many pack members. I just didn't know why. I don't know, but I'm sure of it. I'll start looking into it immediately. He paused for a second, and I heard a quiet sigh. How are you? I found my present. I love it. I'm wearing it now. We miss you. A small smile reached my lips. It was nice to hear his voice. I'm good, Den. I'm glad you like it. You guys better not be slacking. I listened as he chuckled on the other line, and I felt content. It was nice to talk to him, but it made me realize even more that it wasn't my home. I didn't yearn to go back. I could hear voices in the background and could tell he was busy. Anyways, I just wanted to call and tell you that, so be careful. You be careful. Given the situation, I will be. Bye. I hung up the phone then and let out a sigh of relief. I could tell Denny believed me, and that was the first step. It would now be up to him to move on the information. I sat the phone down and turned my head to Sion. He was wanting answers, but I didn't understand it myself. How did I see the past? His past? Was this because I was part Shea? Was this part of their powers? Or was it something else? I kept thinking about his face and Kai's cries. It was horrible. I started to feel insecure too. If I tell him about what happened, would he want me anymore? I was trying to think of what to say when he reached out and pulled me into him. He slid my body flush against him and held my head against his chest. Wait for me downstairs. I heard Sion say, and then a moment later I heard the sound of the door shutting. I felt his chin resting on my head as I rested against him. I had to tell him, but I was still terrified. It's okay, Clover, you can talk to me. This is going to sound crazy, but I saw the past. I saw your past. I quietly began to go over the details of what I had seen. He stayed in the same position holding me, letting me talk without interruption. I explained to him how the fire reminded me of the fire at the sulfur pack, and that I was fairly certain it was the same creature or something with a similar power. It must be a type of demon. Then I waited, and he stayed silent. I began to chew on my inner lip as my nerves were rising. What was he thinking? Did he want me to leave because this could be a Shea power? I felt a wet drop on my arm, and that was when I pulled away slightly to look at him. There were silent tears sliding down his cheek. His eyes were closed, with a creased forehead and pursed lips. It should have been me too. I should have been there. I should have died that day too. I listened to his gutted voice rasped out. That moment haunts me. They stayed there to make sure I lived. So many pack members and my parents, we lost so many. It was my fault. I insisted on tracking some unknown creatures. I killed them. It was my fault, but I was the one to live. I wanted to die with them. Don't say that, please. I cupped his cheeks, wiping the dampness away. He opened his eyes, revealing his sadness. I'm glad you lived. I swallowed as I took in a breath. Your parents gave their lives for you because they love you. They wanted you to have a full life. And without you, I would be alone right now. I only have you. I whispered out quietly. It was true, but I also didn't want him to feel like he had to keep me now. After all, I just unloaded crazy on him. I chewed on my lip and glanced down. But if me being here ever becomes a problem, I would rather know sooner than later. I'll be okay. I don't want you to think that you have to. He reached his hand out, pressing his thumb under my chin to tilt my head up to him. I searched his eyes as a gentle smile reached his lips. Silly woman, what are you thinking? I don't think you realize this yet, but I'm the one who needs you. I would even venture to say I need you more than you need me. Your existence is the only thing that has kept me going since that day. I knew you were out there. Now that I have you. I watched as he shut his eyes for a moment and shook his head. I know I said you can decide, but I don't think I can ever let you go. I don't ever want to be parted from you again. You aren't the problem, Clover, ever. He leaned forward and his nose brushed against mine. His hot breath pelted against my lips, and I parted them expectantly. But I am your problem. Take responsibility for me, Clover, because I am a complete mess over you. It was complete silence as I felt his breath searing my lips. The atmosphere felt heavy with the growing sensual storm radiating between us. I had wanted to wait longer, but it was as if my body already belonged to him. I couldn't help but think of his mouth and the memory of his body on mine. The way his strong movements were still so tender and gentle with me. He stayed there not moving, waiting for me. He was waiting for me to close the gap between us. I was always thinking and planning for myself. It was rare I acted purely on what I wanted. I did once, though. With Sion years ago, I acted on what I wanted. His breath tickled my lips as I moved forward. My bottom lip brushed against his as he continued to hold still. My hands entangled in his hair, and I thrust my tongue into his warm mouth, igniting a sensual battle between us. Sion, the moment she kissed me, it was over for me. It was like I couldn't see clearly anymore, and all I wanted was her. When I heard they found her in a dead rogue, I felt as if the oxygen was sucked out of my lungs. I didn't say a word. I ran. I ran towards the pull in my chest. I ran to the only thing that mattered, her. I could smell her blood even before I saw her. I was so angry that something had hurt her. I was ready to destroy the world for her sake. And then she walked up to me and began to apologize. She has no idea how I feel about her. I could almost laugh. I feel like my heart is only beating because of her. I clung to her body, needing to calm down. She would be my undoing. If something happened to her, my life might as well be over. I could barely handle the guilt when my parents and pack members were killed. I had survived while they died. I wanted to be dead too. Being alive felt like a punishment. All I had as a lifeline was a small light inside of me. I gripped onto that light and used it to stay sane. That light was Clover. I couldn't look for her as well as I wanted to. I was now the alpha of the chance pack, and the full burden was on my shoulders. I never stopped thinking about her. I had a feeling she was mine. I credit my sanity to her. I need her so much. She doesn't get it, though. The idea that I might not want her here was absurd. Just because she had some power? I don't care what power she has or what she is. She is mine. I had to tell her I needed her. I don't care if it makes me sound weak. She needs to know that she has become my existence. I breathe for her. My heart is beating only for her. I can't be away from her. I don't know if it is like this for all mates, but for me, I am irrevocably and completely in love with her. My thoughts were always on her. While we were apart today, all I could think about was her. Was she okay? Was she happy? Would she leave me? But then when just a moment ago she told me that she only had me, I was happy, because maybe this meant she needed me too. I knew how I felt about her. I could feel this mate pull, so I moved my face in and waited. I could feel her sweet breath against my skin. It was almost painful, but I waited for her to decide, for her to choose. When her lips pressed against mine, she ignited fires to life inside of my body. The flickering flame was raging and burning just for her. I grasped onto her and kissed her hard and deep. I didn't want to scare her off, but I couldn't stop either. Her taste was intoxicating, and the sensual dance of her tongue was driving me wild. I don't know when, but my hands had moved on their own up her shirt. I cupped her gently and she moaned into my mouth. She dug her fingers into me, which was only encouraging me. I pressed against her, easing her to the bed as I gently massaged her chest. I held her face captive as our tongues danced together. My whole body was tingling with electric sparks. My mate was awakening a primal need that only she could satisfy. She wasn't ready for me to mark her yet, so I couldn't lose complete control. Sion. She breathed against my lips. I lifted away from her face so that I could see her clearly. I needed to know right now where the line was for her. I didn't have a line. I would go as far as she would let me. This was about her, though. She has also been through a lot. I want her to be comfortable. I could wait as long as she needed me to. Gods, I needed her to be ready for me. The bulge throbbing against my pants was going to revolt soon. I watched as she smiled up at me. I didn't tell you to stop. Oh God, she shouldn't have said that. A possessive growl ripped from my throat as I came down to claim her lips. My whole body was tingling with electrifying excitement. Alpha. I heard Connor's voice in my mind. Oh, for foo. For case sake, you've got to be kidding me. I wanted to ignore it until the link came through again. I let out a loud sigh and rested on my elbows. This had better be important. I know my voice was laced with irritation, but what the heck? It's Kai. He has shifted again, and he is still in the house. Shh. This couldn't wait. I looked down at Clover and she gave me a nod of understanding. I want you to wait in here. It isn't safe. I moved off of her and watched her look of confusion. It isn't safe? Kai shifted. It isn't safe, Clover. I need to handle it. I watched as she swung her legs over the bed and stood up. His wolf isn't dangerous. You know that, right? I walked up to her and kissed her forehead. I don't think he means to be dangerous. Have you seen him dangerous? I have heard how he acts, and he cut himself off from me. I can't mind link him anymore. I'm not going to hurt him, Doc. We just need to get him calmed down and dart him. Then he will go into a holding cell until he shifts back. I could see she suddenly looked appalled. Her lips parted and her eyebrows furrowed. She stepped away from me and shook her head. And what happens in the holding cell? Dr. Snide works with him. She helps with connecting the wolves back with their owners. I listened to Clover scoff. I wasn't a fan of Dr. Snide either. In fact, if my father hadn't hired her, she wouldn't be here. But my father had tasked her with the special project of helping wolves who lost their wolves. This was something very dear to his heart since my uncle had lost his wolf and went crazy. Seriously? I feel like I need to count my fingers if she shakes my hand. I watched as Clover folded her arms across her chest. I don't like that woman. Something feels off about her. I smiled. She was being honest with me about something. She instantly pursed her lips together, and I could see she didn't mean to say it. She was so adorable. I stepped back into her and tilted her chin up to me. I love you. I instantly pressed my lips against her and then turned to leave. Stay here, Clover, I said before shutting the door. I know I probably startled her by saying that, but I couldn't hold it in. It is how I felt. I looked over the railing and could see a red wolf growling at Connor and Logan. I hopped over the railing and landed beside them. Don't shift. Obviously, we aren't wanting to fight. Connor almost snorted at me. Sounds like someone has a little bit of an attitude. Don't mind him. Ace is there, scared the crap out of him is all. Logan chuckled. I turned and looked at the red wolf. His ears were laid flat back and he was baring his teeth at us. Aces, come on, buddy, you need to calm down. A dangerous snarl crept from his throat, and I narrowed my eyes at him. My beast stirred angrily at his disrespect, and I had to take a calming breath. It looked like he was looking through me and not at me. Aces had never growled at me before, so I felt his reaction was weird. We aren't going to hurt you. Why don't you let me in? I tried to push my mind link forward, but nothing. It was like he disowned me as his alpha. Did he blame me for what happened to his mate? I have always wondered this, if maybe even Kai deep down blamed me too. Maybe I did blame myself. I'm sorry about what happened. Do you blame me, Aces? I watched as his ears perked up as he stared behind me. The door suddenly opened and the medical staff burst inside with their dart guns. I realized that he knew they were coming. He wasn't growling at me, but them. Wait, I started to say, but the guns went off and hit Aces with tranquilizers. Aces growled and shook his body. The effects were almost immediate, and soon his body collapsed to the ground. I said, wait, I yelled, making the staff freeze. Sorry I had ordered them to shoot at sight. Dr. Snide's voice rang out, and I turned to see her stepping through the door. My orders override yours. I couldn't hide the contempt in my voice. Of course, Alpha. They just reacted too quickly for your order. Though I am not certain what the big deal is. You did want him sedated, didn't you? We don't want him hurting anyone." This woman's voice was like nails on a chalkboard. Every word made me irritated. It was weird that a lot of the pack adored her, but it was different for me. I always felt agitated in her presence. I was trying to talk with him. I sighed angrily and looked over at the sleeping wolf. I wish Aces would let me talk to him. Maybe we could work it out. "So you want us just to let him loose?" Dr. Snide asked, and I glared at her. "At least if he is in the holding cell, you can still talk with him, and he can't hurt anyone." Man, I didn't like this woman. Kai was my friend, and Aces always had my back before. I didn't want anyone to get hurt, though. If it was just me, I could handle myself against him. Aces was a strong wolf and could easily injure the others. We could lock him up in Connor's room. Logan teased as I walked over to Aces. I leaned down and placed my hand on his forehead. I was hoping I could feel something, anything. Not that I haven't tried. I have tried to reach Aces so many times before. He never tried to hurt me, but wouldn't speak to me. He ignored me. It didn't make any sense. Ace's reactions made no sense to me at all. He never tried to run away when he shifted, but he didn't want anyone near him either. So, what was he doing? If he hated me and the pack, he would have left, right? It was so frustrating because I didn't know what to do. And the only one who ever had success with wolves was Dr. Snide. She could bring out wolves that were dormant even for a short time, though it never stuck. Unfortunately, she was the only one here who had a chance to reach him. I reluctantly stepped away and nodded my head. I hated to pen him, but it was the best thing to do for now. I couldn't let him hurt anyone. I would try to talk to him again once he woke up. Sometimes he would stay in wolf form for a long time. And whenever Kai came back, he didn't remember anything while he was shifted. Dr. Snide nodded to the medical team, and they immediately went to work getting Aces on a stretcher. I heard a gasp from above, and I looked up to see Clover looking down. Her hand was covering her mouth, and her eyes were wide with shock. "What are you doing to him?" Her voice cut into me as she made her way down the stairs. She looked up at me with pain in her eyes. My chest hurt seeing the way her eyes looked at mine. She was upset with me. I was upset with myself. I hated doing this to him. "It's so he can't hurt anyone, Clover. There are a lot of other members in the pack I have to think about. He will be in good hands. I've been working with Aces and Kai for a long time. Trust me, this is for the best," Dr. Snide said as she stepped closer to Clover. I didn't like her getting close to my mate. I don't like the way this woman looks at her. I watched as Clover stared back at her defiantly. She raised her chin at Dr. Snide and kept her eyes locked onto her. Look at her. If that isn't the act of a Luna, I don't know what is. Is it wrong that at a moment like this I am having impure thoughts of Clover? She could put me to my knees and I'll call her Alpha. "Sion, are you okay?" Clover was looking at me and she reached her hand up to my face. "You look a bit flushed." Mem and I made myself blush over that mental image. "Are you injured?" I heard Dr. Snide ask, and my eyes moved to Clover's shirt. There was a blood stain showing on her t-shirt. "Oh, this? Yes, I am fine. It was just a scratch, but all healed now. See?" Clover lifted up the sleeve and revealed a completely healed arm. There was no scratch there at all. I felt my heart begin to pound against my chest as I looked at Clover. Was her wolf back? Could she feel it? I found myself holding my breath, wishing I knew the answer. Then I had to ask myself why. What did it matter? That's when I realized that I was afraid. I felt like without the mate pull, she wouldn't stay with me. "Maybe you should stop to be checked out. Was it from one of the rogues? We need to be careful with a cut from them," Dr. Snide said as I shot her a dark glance. She wasn't touching my mate. I watched Clover's eyes following the medical team carrying Aces out of the house. I could see the anger in her eyes as they flashed to Dr. Snide. Instinctively, I took a step closer to Clover. I wanted her to know she had my support no matter what she was about to say.